Chapter 51. Doctor Strange walked forward and shook his head slightly as he passed Spider-Man. "No, kid, you're ready." And at this moment, D. Loki's weak voice sounded from behind everyone. Everyone looked over at the same time, but no one paid any attention to him. "Come to the meeting room." After everyone was seated, Nick Fury took out a button from his pocket and pressed it. Buzz. I saw countless iron sheets flipped out from both sides of the wall, blocking everyone's view. Even the sunlight outside the wall began to be blocked. Outside world, D. Outside the wall, a rigid body slowly falls down, forming a special enclosure that wraps the entire building tightly, without any leakage at all. Inside the building, the lights were turned on, shining on everyone's faces. Until the meeting is over, all electromagnetic signals will be blocked here, as will all other, unknown energies that can be blocked. Nick Fury crossed his arms and looked at the people in front of him. "Why?" The Holland version of Spider was shocked and spoke his mind. "Kid, it's not time for you to ask questions yet." Nick Fury turned his head slightly and looked at the little Spider-Man, his eyes full of intimidation. "Okay, I was wrong." Little Spider-Man immediately lowered his head slightly and looked at everyone around him, with a cautious expression in his eyes. "The meeting will begin now. If any of you have any questions, please speak up later." Nick Fury nodded, then he walked to the top chair and looked at Iron Man Jarvis. Iron Man nodded slightly and bit his tongue like a playboy. "Okay, sir." The voice of Jarvis' artificial intelligence sounded, as the most loyal butler. "Pa." A new pattern immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. 980. This is when the light screen first appeared, surrounded by countless lightning, like a very unique phenomenon in heaven and earth. Nick Fury took out a remote control, reached out and pressed it, and the remote control emitted a red light, like an electron. Then all the lightning gathered together and soon formed the light screen we see now. And at the same time, some unknown medium instantly appeared all over the country, or should I say all over the world. Nick Fury looked serious. It's impossible to understand the energy of this material or even the form it takes. It's as if it's spreading from the universe. But we couldn't find any traces at all, so we initially suspected that it was the work of an advanced alien civilization. He pressed the button again. The picture in front of me changed, and as the picture was transmitted, light levels appeared all over the world, which were almost the same. The only problem is the file size. According to the search results, as long as there is a human being, as long as any thinking life appears next to the light screen and decides to watch the video will automatically play. Nick Fury turned sideways and looked at everyone. No cosmic energy radiation was detected from the light screen, no gamma rays. No unknown energy can penetrate. Any matter can freely pass through the light screen. When the plane touches the light screen, it will pass through directly, as if there is nothing. Sunlight cannot affect the light screen at all, and the video playing will not be paused, but some small light screens that are closer to humans. It can be controlled by thoughts, at any distance from humans, just like a live broadcast. He pressed the button again, and on the screen in front of him, many patterns appeared again. It is humans who look at the light screen in front of them very carefully, just like a toy, it shrinks when you wave your hand. However, according to Doctor Strange's magical detection, this light screen is not a product of our universe, nor is it a product of alien civilization. Nick Fury waved his hand, and Jarvis immediately transformed a projection on the table in front of everyone. In the projection, the sacred timeline mentioned earlier appears. This sacred timeline is the only timeline that exists. It can be said to be an independent plane. Doctor Strange sat in his seat. There are also planes in other universes, which are called other timelines. This light screen comes from a higher dimension, and is fundamentally different from every timeline. It's like the Trinity white magic. There's no way to explore it, no way to get its origin, and only a single inheritance. Even Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, cannot reach that level. But we can confirm that everything shown on the screen is real. Nick Fury said this and looked at Loki. Feeling everyone's gaze, Loki froze in his chair, not knowing what to do. He is still the god of trickery, but after watching all the videos, he is no longer the god of trickery. He has changed, he is no longer the character in the previous timeline. Nick Fury nodded. From Loki, the Battle of New York, Loki was captured and should have been sent back to Asgard. After being imprisoned by the god King Odin, the invasion of the Dark Elves will be triggered, resulting in the death of Queen Fricka. My mother will not die. Upon hearing this, Thor immediately retorted. Nick Fury frowned slightly. Did this kid take the wrong medicine? Why interrupt him when he was speaking? Don't worry about it, people from Asgard are just like that, they are straightforward, you know. Captain America quickly stood up and waved to Nick Fury. Yes, it will not fall. Nick Fury did not hesitate, that's because the appearance of the video has changed the original time sequence of our timeline. If everything is unchangeable and unchangeable in the original time reality. Everyone nodded when they heard this, especially Hawkeye and Black Widow. They didn't have any special abilities. But, Nick Fury personally convened this mysterious meeting. It is particularly important that even Spider-Man, who was recorded in the archives, was found. From the video, we have roughly understood the timeline. Once something like this happens, this means that our original timeline has been disrupted, and it is very likely that a crisis that would have occurred in the future will be brought forward. Nick Fury moves the button again. Back. A large picture appeared in front of everyone, with a huge purple potato head and purple skin. Wearing armor, holding huge amounts of broadswords, handsome and mighty. Even in front of him, the wizard Ebony Maw appeared, and the Ebony Maw was kneeling on one knee at this moment, exactly the same scene as the online space gem. Proxima Midnight Gemini, Black Dwarf, General Corvus Glaive. They all stood by. The moment he saw this guy, Thor clenched his fists and was about to stand up. His eyes were filled with anger, and if his eyes could kill, he must have died a long time ago, I don't know how many times. The memories of the past are still in my mind, and I can't forget them at all. That pain, the scene of Loki being crushed to death, has been deeply engraved in his soul. Loki also fell silent. It was this BD who had crushed him to death. Thanos, a cosmic disaster, to collect unlimited gems, whether it's the universe, Asgard, or the entire 9 realms. They are all his goals. Nick Fury introduced again, this alien civilization is so advanced that we cannot defeat it with our current technology on Earth, and he is not alone either. The abilities of the people around you are unknown, but there are still mages who are exactly like you, and other powerful subordinates. The video is being broadcast throughout the universe, so it can be seen in the universe. If Thanos invades the Earth ahead of time, we will have no chance of winning with our current combat power. Fee flows. Nick Fury looked at Iron Man. Time travel, time span. Iron Man nodded gently. It is impossible for two people to be exactly the same in the same space and at the same time. The only explanation is that we used time to go back to the past in the same period of time, so two identical beings appeared. So we need to develop a crisis plan as quickly as possible and find the key people in the video. Nick Fury pushes the button. Ant-Man, who assisted Iron Man in stealing the Tesseract, immediately appeared in the video. He nodded gently, gather as much strength as possible. The level of the predicted danger and disaster will be directly raised to the highest level, and the sacred timeline will collapse. With our current abilities, we cannot intervene. This is what will happen in the future. So your task is very heavy. Search as much as possible. After watching the video, you will find major events that have caused changes or major changes. And individuals. We need early warning and talent in this area. Speaking of this, everyone roughly understood the purpose of this meeting, and the huge catastrophic event that this meeting was going to tell everyone. How terrible the harm is. And finally, Nick Fury then looked at Spider-Man. Kid, your perception ability is outstanding, so we need you to help the Avengers, are you willing? The Dutch version of Spider-Man immediately pointed his finger at his nose, with a surprised look on his face. I joined the Avengers. Reserve. Iron Man interjected casually. It depends on your ability. Captain America crossed his arms and showed a gentle smile on his face. Yeah. That's great. Glad to serve you all. Spider-Man immediately stood up and bowed to everyone. At the same time, Nick Fury looked at Thor and said, please allow me to call you Thor. Thor shrugged in disbelief. In the face of the impending crisis, Earth, or Midgard, cannot rely on its own strength to protect the safety of the Earth. Asgard is about to be invaded due to various events. Nick Fury looked serious, so. I hope to establish friendly relations with Asgard and even the god King Odin. Cooperate with each other to face this crisis. Thor nodded with an indifferent expression. Nick Fury, however, gently extended his hand. Thor, you may not realize what I am saying. Whether it is Asgard or Earth, each has its own order. Guides and methods, just as Asgard sees the direction of the Earth is also looking at Asgard. So this is not something that can be solved simply by cooperation. I can be fully responsible for the safety of the Earth, but King Odin is still a powerful god. This incident and various safety incidents, this cooperation also requires the permission of the god King Odin. I hope you can bring Loki back to Asgard, not only for Asgard, but also for the Earth. If Thor then became more serious. At last, Nick Fury looked at Loki, the greatest wizard of the 9 realms. If you have a heart that wants to protect others, I hope that in this crisis, you can show the glory of the greatest wizard of the 9 realms. Loki pursed his lips. After watching the video, he was completely different from the Loki he was before. At this moment, he is no longer the childish god of trickery. At this moment, he already has people he wants to protect and things he wants to do. But I don't know what kind of punishment Odin will give me, but no matter what, this time, I will protect my mother at all costs, even at the cost of my life. Loki said suddenly again. Wherever you go, there will be disaster and death. If you were the old you would never appear here. Hearing this, Nick Fury looked down at Loki with a stern expression. The implication of his words was self-evident. $78. Nick Fury then nodded. The meeting is over. Everyone left one after another. They all had their own tasks. Black Widow and Hawkeye had objects to monitor. After all, with S.H.I.E.L.D's ability, an organization spread all over the world, they can detect any supernatural phenomena. And some kind of Superman-like incident happened in the past, which is involved. And this is based on Iron Man, the network built by Jarvis. Doctor Strange looked at the people in front of him and nodded slightly. He waved the rope in his arms. A scene like a broken mirror immediately appeared before his eyes, and he disappeared here. Dr. Banner needs to work with Iron Man to find Ant-Man named Scott as soon as possible. The 3 of them started their research as soon as possible on things like time travel. Take the Time Management Bureau as an example, conduct research and achieve results in the shortest possible time. Spider-Man, need some help. Thor will take Loki back to Asgard and do his best to tell the crisis and the horror that will be faced. Need to contact God King Odin. After everyone left, Nick Fury stood in front of the window, and his indifferent expression eased a little. And just at this time, the event has been arranged. Perhaps only after facing this crisis can humans truly realize that this world is not as simple as it seems. He suddenly murmured. Talking to himself. It's like talking to yourself. But suddenly, yes. For the sake of the children of future generations and for the ordinary people in this world, we need to do something. A kind voice appeared in his mind. At the same time, Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Professor X in front of the window was putting his middle finger on his temple, his eyes were looking far into the distance. Since the advent of video, the world is developing towards some unknown trajectory. Mutants, 1*. Originally, they were 2 completely incompatible camps. However, facing this crisis, if they cannot resolve it, no matter mutants or humans, they will be completely exterminated. In the face of such destructive power, there is no way. Humans need the power of mutants, and this is a good opportunity to prove that mutants. Beast Hank stood silently beside him. Click. The door opened and Jean Grey walked in with a gentle expression. Professor, we found him. The professor nodded slightly, ended the long-distance telepathy, and turned his head to look. Wolverine, wearing a leather jacket, with rough and wild hair, and a vigilant look, was slowly walking into the house. With a cigar in his mouth, he walked towards the house. Looking at the man in front of him, Professor X smiled kindly. Beast Hank, who was standing next to the professor, also reached out his hand to Wolverine. Sips. Although he looked confused, Wolverine still reached out his hand and shook it. Outside the door, Phantom Cat looked timidly at Wolverine in front of him. They. Chapter 52. Countless people were watching the video in front of them, the scene that went dark, everyone's heart is in turmoil. The truth of the world and the true face of this world, they came into contact with themselves. Heights that were once unattainable. Silence, the silence of countless people, the silence of everyone, even more people are looking forward to the next scene to appear and the next new adventure story to emerge. Suddenly, do you think this is the end? That familiar voice sounded. At this moment, DSDY. Countless people just raised their hands, they were shouting and cheering excitedly, it was obvious that the story could not end here. Legua traveled to an unknown time management bureau. Is it another universe? There is another hidden story, and what is the truth of the world? Conqueror Kong is dead, will an unknown enemy appear? There. The screen suddenly opened. Yo-yoi. It was Loki's extremely rapid breathing. He was running away at the moment, looking embarrassed and anxious. One is the one before, blood-stained clothes, no change. He looked back anxiously. Right behind him, Mobius was holding a communicator in his hand, notifying other people at the time. Guard Captain B-15 was also chasing. Now he was doomed. He ran to the front. Suddenly, a large number of time guards came out from the corner, holding particle erasers, that is, cutters. It aimed at Loki in front of it, obviously treating him as a special person who accidentally broke into the Time Management Bureau. The last Mobius and Captain B-15 have arrived. They have surrounded and blocked Loki in the corner in front of them. 18. Looking at the enemies around him, Loki's anxious expression finally eased a little. He needs to help Sylvie. He needs to do what he can to do something about the timeline he has damaged. All right. He looked up and saw behind him a cliff where you could not be seen. There was only a small fence blocking the way. The cliff behind him was bottomless, and the time administration in front of him was a building suspended in the sky. Mobius noticed Loki's gaze and quickly spoke up to stop him. But, it's too late. 140, Loki didn't hesitate at all and rushed forward. Using the power of running, I stretched out my hands and supported myself on the fence. The wolf jumped up directly and smashed down the cliff from the high fence. From a high altitude, he was thrown to the ground, and his body was immediately suspended in the air. At this moment, the scene seemed extremely dangerous. The violent wind whistled in his ears. He stretched his limbs to make his body fall more slowly. This is a course that all parachutists need to learn. Looking at this crazy man, Mobius was confused. Captain B-15 also looked up at the bottom of the cliff. It was about to hit the ground. Suddenly, knife. Suddenly, a suspended vehicle flew over from a distance, and a car was flying in the air. With a thud, Loki slammed heavily onto the vehicle. This vehicle, bearing the weight of falling from the air, couldn't help but tilt a little. The driver turned his head and saw a strange face on his vehicle. He immediately screamed in fear. Because of a glance at Loki, the vehicle went out of control and crashed into the statue of Kong the Conqueror next to it with a loud bang. Huge amounts of statues' faces were smashed to pieces, and countless rocks fell from the sky. Loki quickly put his hands up to cover his head. Afterwards, boom! The vehicle unexpectedly crashed into a nearby studio, and the huge glass immediately shattered and scattered all over the ground. The carriage where Loki was located was slightly tilted at this moment. He also rolled out of the carriage and stood steadily on the ground. But when he saw the man in front of him, he tilted his head. Kathy. The task in front of them was that a vehicle was suddenly hit by an unknown force, and all the guards on the scene were stunned. Especially the man called Casey. Later, he worked with Mobius in the Time Management Bureau and became one of the few partners Loki knew. Casey was confused and looked at Loki in front of him. Who are you? And the next moment, with a creak, the small TV above my head was loosened by the impact and fell heavily from the ceiling. Loki didn't dare to say more, he immediately dodged. Boom! The heavy small TV hit the ground hard, creating a small hole and numerous cracks on the ground. This scene was too sudden and somewhat unbelievable. Casey stepped back and immediately took out the communicator. Intruder spotted. Loki was about to explain. Suddenly, there was a tearing sound coming from his body immediately. Then, his figure, like a phantom, was constantly pulled and torn apart on the spot. The next moment, it just disappeared right on the spot. And once again, bang! In the space before him, his figure suddenly appeared, still in the Time Management Bureau. Looking at the Time Management Bureau in front of him, Loki recovered from his daze and quickly turned his head to look outside. The totems outside are 3 Time Guardians, not the previous Conqueror Kong. ITB. Back to the familiar Time Management Bureau. Loki. A familiar voice came from behind him. Loki turned his head immediately and saw that it was Cassie. He knew very well that he was back to the original Time Management Bureau. Loki had a smile on his face. Just as he was about to speak, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a small hole and numerous cracks on the ground. He was shocked and didn't know how to explain the situation. Oh, you mean this? It has existed for thousands of years. It was caused by an accident thousands of years ago. Casey shook his head calmly with a helpless smile on his face. I don't know why no one has repaired it for so long. This moment, Loki was completely confused. He finally knew the truth. The Time Management Bureau he had been to before was not the Time Management Bureau of another universe. Because there is only one Time Management Bureau in the entire universe. He went to the same Time Management Bureau, but it was the Time Management Bureau 1,000 years ago, so Mobius, Captain B-15 and Casey at that time didn't know him, but there was no chance to hesitate now. His body was undergoing some abnormal changes. It is very likely that this was an unexpected effect on him after killing Guardian Conqueror Kong. Where's Mobius? Loki seized the opportunity and asked the question immediately. ETS. While Kathy was speaking, she turned her head and looked to the side of her body, but, hearing a strange sound behind him, Casey immediately turned his head and looked, only to find that Loki had disappeared from the spot. This is a bit unbelievable, after all, Loki's magic cannot be used inside the Time Management Bureau. And in the Time Management Bureau, no power can be manifested. So he couldn't disappear instantly. Unless through a teleporter. And the other side. The torn figure suddenly emerged. In front of him was a special secret room. He looked at everything around him, which was full of high-level confidentiality. There is a radio on the wall that looks very old. After hesitating for a moment, Loki walked to the radio and turned it on as if possessed. But by chance, I discovered that the radio was actually talking to Kong the Conqueror and the first judge, turned out to be. The Time Management Bureau was created jointly by Kong the Conqueror and the first judge of time. They created the first generation of order, the future of the time administration, and time management planning. The purpose is to prevent any branches from occurring on the sacred timeline and to prevent it from affecting the real main world. This is the truth of it all. Loki covered his mouth, looking shocked. Everything was true for Conqueror Kong, and he did not lie, but at the most critical moment, Sylvie still killed Conqueror Kong. This also directly or indirectly caused the disorder of all timelines, which were no longer a sacred timeline with an ending. The timeline has begun to grow wildly. There is no longer any restraint, and on every timeline, countless possibilities are born, just like the veins in the human body, so complex that they can no longer be removed. While Rocky was thinking, DF. His body was out of control again, and 3 pieces were torn apart on the spot. Then, with a bang, the whole person disappeared in an instant. He appeared in the Time Management Bureau again, but the Time Management Bureau in front of him was where he lost control. Suddenly, the voices of Mobius and Captain B-15 were heard from afar. Loki turned his head and looked. Mobius and B-15 are in a hurry, seemingly discussing something. He just took a step forward. Dad! The tearing force reappeared, his body was out of control, and he disappeared on the spot again. And this time no one knew where he went. But, at this moment, Loki inexplicably traveled to the board of directors for the staff of the Time Management Bureau. He looked up at the wall in front of him. On the wall were countless statues of Kong the Conqueror. They were carved on the wall, resurrected. This scene is very shocking. On the other side, Mobius and Captain B-15, they came to a special room and tried to open the door for them. The number plate on the door reads 3 big words, Council. This is the board of directors of the Time Management Bureau. They walked over and sat down. Sit opposite the person who is wearing it was obviously the director of the board of directors and the general lady sitting next to him. At this point, Mobius and B-15 also knew what kind of situation they would face next. The 2 men were put on trial, and General Das on the opposite side was furious. At least in terms of the timeline growth, Mobius and B-15 have not fulfilled any responsibility. Today's timeline has completely split, resulting in countless branches. But at this point, Mobius and Captain B-15 no longer concealed the truth. The 2 people spoke out about the scam and the problems with the Time Management Bureau. The sacred timeline has been liberated with countless births, and it is impossible to suppress it anymore. It is impossible to eliminate, but they don't want to be deceived and concealed in everyone's lives and live in lies all the time. The old man sitting in the middle looked disdainful. He was Judge Gamble. Judge Gamble finally opened his eyes and gave the order. Temporarily, stop clearing timeline branches. But at this moment, a special sound was heard, and Loki appeared in front of everyone. This scene was very strange. And the next moment, Loki dodged the Time Guardian's punishment rod without any hesitation. and glanced at Mobius and Captain B15. Then he gasped heavily in his chest. He immediately picked up the stick of punishment in his hand and pressed it hard on the wall. What emerges on the wall at this moment is that lie, the 3 Time Guardians and the one and only sacred timeline. Pa! Large patches of sparks emerged, the wall in front of him immediately melted under this special light, and behind the amplitude wall totem, revealing Kong the Conqueror. Then carve this portrait. It was this man who created the time administration and stole 990 lives of your people. He is coming back. Loki looked at the people in front of him and spoke nothing. He didn't have the time, or even the opportunity to explain everything to everyone, so he threatened everyone with fear. In the future, unimaginable horrific events will occur. All right. Mobius looked at the rage Loki in front of him, and his tone was as gentle and comforting as possible. The two of them went on adventures together. Moreover, Mobius has also conducted some research on Loki. The things that can make Loki so angry and irritable are likely beyond your imagination and even completely out of your control. He knew that the ultimate goal of all Sylvie's plans was to kill the Guardian of Time. At this moment, the timeline was completely liberated, and the previous sacred timeline was bound. Completely disappeared, which means that Sylvie has probably succeeded in her plan. Lodi also calmed down, looking at the people in front of him. He finally told the truth of the matter. Sylvie is preparing to kill Kong the Survivor. General Das immediately stood up and asked about Sylvie's whereabouts. Even when faced with the truth of the matter, everyone still played their respective roles. The only ones who have truly awakened their free will are those who have recovered their memories, including Mobius and Captain B15. But, Loki couldn't answer this question at all. After he was teleported away, the current incident happened, and he didn't know the real whereabouts of Tilve. Loki opened his mouth but was unable to answer the question, his chest heaving with excitement as he breathed in large gulps. No one knows what he is going through. He jumps madly between time and space. This seemed so horrible to him. This special power may be the result of the collapse of time. Seeing Loki's emotions getting out of control, Mobius did not delay any longer. He immediately pulled Loki and walked out of the council. Everyone looked puzzled. And at this moment, General Das of the council, he summoned the guards nearby and ordered them to hunt down Sylvie at the end of time. This is a top-secret order, to kill Sylvie at all costs. And the other side. Mobius finally met Loki, and they looked at each other. Loki also told him everything he had experienced and encountered at the end of time. At this moment, he finally spoke out his most sincere thoughts. Looking at Mobius in front of him, he looked furious. Perhaps this was a fatal mistake from the beginning to the end, releasing the sacred timeline and killing those who were left behind. This may lead to more violence and evil. Perhaps everything Kong the Conqueror said before is true. If we allow the cosmic branch lines in front of us to spread wildly, more Conqueror Kangs will appear. By then, no one can stop the multi-universe war from breaking out again. Just like this. Chapter 53. He suddenly looked up at the wall next to him. 3 guardians were distorting the only sacred timeline and guarding it. Next to this painting, the countless little figures in special clothing fought together, creating a magnificent and huge scene that was like the collapse of heaven and earth. At this moment, Mobius was also shocked. But, just then, deuterium. Right in front of Mobius' eyes, Loki's body suddenly tore apart, and in an instant he seemed to be torn into 3. Bang! Disappeared directly in front of Mobius. Mobius was shocked when he saw the scene. He just stood there in a daze and leaned his back against the wall subconsciously. And the next moment, Loki appeared again, looking exhausted. He looked at Mobius beside him and forced a smile on his face. Something seems to be wrong with this world. No. It's you. Mobius looked at Loki in front of him and said calmly. Ah. Loki just stood there in a daze, but Mobius pulled Loki and walked towards a certain place. Maybe I know someone who can save you. By elevator, they descended to a very low level, through the corridors of the Great Wall. The corridor here has been here for a long time. Above the head is a huge circular pipe. The surrounding walls have also peeled off, revealing the concrete. It looks like a bottom-level station filled with discarded materials. Loki looked around with some confusion, while Mobius walked forward step by step. After finally passing through the corridor of the Great Wall, the two came to a circular hole. This place looks full of things, but it is more like a special warehouse. Looking at the place in front of him, Loki's eyes were full of shock. Where on earth is this place? In front of me was a yellowed workbench with various instruments on it. On both sides of the workbench, there are densely packed shelves, and the shelves are full of damaged items. At first glance, it looks dazzling. There are even broken monitors here. This is the repair department of the Time Management Bureau. However, the orange decorations turned into blue-green, and there were documents and notes piled everywhere, which looked very complicated. And there was no one at all. Mobius looked around. But at this moment, a repairman, he slowly descended from the sky, with ropes tied around his body, as if he was going to repair the ceiling. He had a smile on his face and was wearing a pair of glasses. An oriental face, looking kind, landing on the ground, he quickly untied the ropes around him, then he looked at Loki and held out his hand. Loki quickly reached out his hand, but accidentally knocked over the bottle on the table. It turns out that the man in front of me is called Europa. But, he still let Loki call him OB. Everyone was used to calling him OB. Looking at Mobius in front of him, his eyes were full of joy. After all, no one had been here for a long time as it was a repair department. It's a rare opportunity to see a foreign visitor. He sat on the chair, his face full of surprise and his tone full of joy. Mobius looked puzzled and shook his head slightly. 400 years ago. OB quickly reminded him, looking at Mobius in front of him and immediately talking about 400 years ago. Mobius broke into the repair department in front of him and there was no news since then. The two of us didn't celebrate the festival, we only met once. Mobius just stood there in a daze. Loki next to him was also dumbfounded. 400 years. You mean for a full 400 years, it seems that no one else has appeared here. But in order to ask for help from the person in front of him, Mobius nodded slightly, indicating that he had a little impression. After all, the most important thing right now is to heal Loki. He explained his purpose and asked OB to repair Loki. But in an instant, Loki's body was torn apart again, and he became 3, and his body was still being torn apart. He disappeared from the spot and disappeared in front of the workbench. OB looked at this scene in shock. Time slipped away, he was taken away by the flow of time. Then he reached out and scratched his head, but this is impossible. In an administration that has no concept of time, time circulation should not exist. He had a look of suspicion on his face. Mobius didn't know what to say. But, OB recalled and shook his head slightly, I have seen this kind of situation before, but I was powerless and unable to repair it. At this moment, it was tantamount to sentencing Loki to death. But, Loki, who was traveling back in time, came to the past administration, where he met the young OB. The OB here looks younger and doesn't wear glasses yet. He's fixing the glasses case. Still kind of handsome. Seeing the coming OB, his eyes were also filled with joy, but before he could say anything, Loki immediately said, "Can I call you OB? This name is quite unique." Aropolo hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. This moment, time seems to have formed a closed loop. Earth. On the square. Before the video, countless people were stunned when they saw this scene. Wow, relationships can be like this. The reason why I got the name OB is because Loki traveled through time and space to give it to me. A perfect time loop has been formed. So this is the time slip ability, it's all Loki's fault. Why does this ability feel like a special bug? If you can master it, will it become a god-level ability? Without any teleportation device, one can be transported to any time and space. Isn't that terrifying? Ah! After hearing this, countless people were stunned, because this possibility is very likely to be true. Then Loki asked, if there is a time slip in the Time Management Bureau, how should we deal with it? OB nodded slightly, someone must be in the timeline that you really want to go to, and install a time aura interceptor. Only then can you be pulled back. At this time, he was well educated and talented, and not as crude as later generations. At this moment, he is full of energy. He doesn't look like the repairman who has been tortured for who knows how many years. Instead, it looks more like vigor and vitality. Loki had no choice but to look at the OB in front of him and ask him to make one. After all, the others, I don't understand this so-called principle at all. OB was confused. Because someone will come to take it in the future. And then you just need to give it to him. Loki thought for a while before telling everything. This also makes sense. Used the time. The scene changed. The OB wearing glasses looked helpless 1 second, but in the next moment he suddenly looked surprised. Pull out the time aura interceptor from under the table. The change in this scene seemed somewhat humorous, and he even whispered to Mobius how to use the machine in front of him. If you want to use the time aura interceptor, Mobius needs to find the time force first, and then use the interceptor to pull Loki out of the time stream, and it must be done quickly. If Mobius stayed in the time force for too long, the energy inside would completely tear his skin apart. Not only that, even Loki is facing huge amounts of danger and must forcibly escape from all time and space axes. Because only when something is deleted can it be released from practice and captured by the time interceptor, and if Mobius fails to catch him in time, Loki will fall into the black hole and be torn into noodles. Guardians of the Galaxy. Click. The angry Nebula took a bite of the apple. He lay down in the chair very comfortably, then stretched out his legs and put them on the spacecraft operating console in front of him. It seems that the previous time annihilation was obviously caused by this kind of power. Rocket Raccoon next to him, he touched his chin and said in a daze. Such a terrifying power, this is time. I remember someone once said that when you play with time, time is also playing with you. Star-Lord, with his feet on the spaceship's operating table, had a serious look on his face. If I master the power of time, then I can bury a bottle of plum wine in the soil of the past. Then when you dig it out 100 or even 1,000 years later, the value of this bottle of wine will increase many times over. Loki used this principle to create a time interceptor and then came to the future. And saved myself in the same way. Suddenly, Star-Lord had an idea and immediately took his feet off the operating table. I understand, I think I understand. At this moment, he looked excited, and even reached out to grab Gamera's shoulders and shook her gently. Dre. Gamera was speechless and even rolled her eyes. What on earth do you want to say? She immediately stretched out her hands and knocked away Star-Lord's claws that were on her shoulders. I think I know the final outcome of this video and why he will become a god. Star-Lord's face immediately showed a sense of superiority. What? The destroyer next to him looked confused. 181, the old Groot smiled kindly. He stretched out his hand and immediately a small bud sprouted out, then scratched Star-Lord's head. The wise and intelligent Groot had already seen through the truth. Rocket Raccoon saw this scene and looked at Star-Lord. I suddenly realized that your brain seems to have opened up. Are you really Star-Lord? Could it be that you were replaced during one of our missions? It's genuine, okay. Star-Lord crossed his arms with a calm face, then put on his headphones and danced to sax. There was a clicking sound coming from his mouth, boom. Loki's figure returned to reality again. He suddenly appeared on the screen, which scared everyone, especially Mobius next to him. And suddenly Obi noticed that the lamp next to him was flickering frequently. He muttered, "This broken lamp is like this all day long." Mobius said casually, "It's not the lamp that's at fault, but the entire Time Administration Bureau is experiencing power fluctuations." Hearing this, Ob's face suddenly changed. He looked at Mobius and explained, "This is because the timeline bifurcates, causing the time hidden force to overload." He immediately took his colleagues with him. Mobius had already taken the Aura Time Interceptor, and Loki followed behind him. The few of them hurried to the most critical place in the computer room. There is a serious warning sign in front of the gate, but this red gate seems to be the final safety. There are warning notices written all over the sides. 2 lights shone on the gate, making the paint-peeled gate look rusty. I don't know how many thousands of years it has existed. And the warning at the gate. Time radiation intensity increases, but now that it is annihilated, the possibility has increased by 7,000%. Obi didn't hesitate at all and walked into the computer room with a few people. The hidden power of time is the heart of the Time Management Bureau. The function of the computer room is to convert the original time. Here it is refined into a substantial timeline. Title: Because the Time Management Bureau abolished the deletion behavior, there are too many time branches now. And the machine wants to weave all the branches together. There is no possibility at all. This has caused the computer room to be overloaded. The only and simplest way is to delete the straight line. But, which monthly PAR described filter? Upon hearing this, Captain B15 immediately came over to stop them. After all, such an approach could result in the direct death of tens of thousands of beam lives. Obi shook his head and had no choice but to close the explosion-proof door to protect the entire Time Administration. But if the blast door is closed, there is no way to help Loki solve the slipping problem. Just a little time, just enough, was all Loki could ask for. $700,55 plus. OB frowned slightly and gave this final answer. He can only capture the last 5 minutes. B15, who was standing next to her, was at a loss when she saw this scene. She held the particle eraser in her hand. She is just a pure warrior. Hearing this, Mobius casually wrote a letter on the computer, and this letter was skin. Apparently, once the limit is exceeded, his body will be torn apart and his skin will be destroyed. The first problem is to solve the problem of time slipping, otherwise Loki will not be able to remain stable in the space and time in front of him. The plan has begun, and everyone is getting ready. A&D. OB put a clock into Loki's hand and told him the setting. Only when the clock turns green, you must delete yourself, only in this way can we reach the outside of time and space, good money, achieve the purpose of being abandoned, and be Mobius, or a time interceptor captures. Loki reluctantly reached out and took the time cutter handed over by Captain B15. I was just about to say a few words to Mobius, but I didn't expect that. DAFD. His body was torn apart again, time slipped away, and the cutter fell directly to the ground, and Mobius picked it up. When I opened my eyes again and landed, I was shocked to find that this was not the Time Management Bureau of the past. On the computer next to it, there are also skin marks left by Mobius. This shows that the time distance between the two timelines is not very far. At the same time, Mobius didn't hesitate at all. He put on the protective suit, with a huge pipe behind him, and walked towards the time hidden force area step by step. The invisible force of time destroys everything around it. This is the power of the rule of law and it cannot be disobeyed. It seemed that all the surrounding scenes became unreal, and the huge steel furnace in the middle was the time cutter. Because of the time weaver in front of us, the ignored time branch will be eliminated. Only one sacred timeline remains, woven by the time weaver in front of us. Mobius aimed the interceptor in his hand at the time weaver with great difficulty. Mobius upstairs stared at the situation in front of him nervously. Only by waiting for the plane to drop and delete itself as soon as possible can they capture it. On the other side, Loki suddenly realized that he didn't bring the clipper with him. Without any hesitation, he immediately rushed outside and ran as fast as he could. Without this stick he can't delete himself. He worked hard in the Time Management Bureau, looking for the cutter group, B. The Time Management Bureau was in chaos at this time. No human figures could be seen anywhere. There was no sign of the clipper at all when running for one's life. The clock in his hand was turning green, and he was about to miss the only way. FO. Chapter 54. Loki looked at the clock in his hand. He was in a daze. He can't solve this problem. But at this moment, ding-ling-ling. The phone in the corner suddenly rang, and the sound scared the weak chicken. He immediately looked towards the corner and subconsciously walked towards it. Order. This voice comes to my mind again, and it is so clear at this moment. And the other side. The maintenance worker OB is nervously watching the countdown in front of him. Mobius must evacuate quickly, otherwise he will be completely torn apart by the hidden force of time here. Nothing can escape the power of time. The power of time is the rule of all time. All living things that live under time cannot escape this fate, there is no way to avoid it. Mobius moved forward step by step with difficulty. And until this moment, everyone saw how huge the space in which the Time Weaver was located was. Next to it was an extremely terrifying vortex of time and space. With the naked eye, one could see the purple light of the universe blooming everywhere. This is where time ends. On the wall in front of me, the energy device setup offsets the hidden power of time and hides the hidden power of time. Countless devices are running at the same time. Glows like lava. There is a mysterious space before our eyes. There is no end in sight, and time does not pass here at all. This is the basic structure of the Time Management Bureau. This is the root of everything in the Time Management Bureau. Loki here. At this critical moment, the elevator door next to the phone suddenly opened, and a pair of hands reached out and pulled the elevator open with all their strength. Loki looked at the scene in disbelief. Sylvie's figure appeared, and he actually came out from inside. And at this moment, looking at the familiar Sylvie, the person he loved the most, his eyes immediately filled with tears. Sylvie also saw Loki in front of her, and a smile appeared on her face. This was an important moment of reuniting with her beloved. But I didn't think, at this moment. A spark. Suddenly it bloomed from Loki's body, his figure was cut off, and disappeared completely at this moment. And at the same moment, Loki was released into the time-gravity zone, where he was successfully captured by the Interceptor and thrown back into reality. His figure was smashed back and flew away, hitting the retreating Mobius. Mobius moved step by step with difficulty. They were hit so hard that they flew backwards and fell out of the time-weaving machine room. They all returned to the correct timeline of 327, and Mobius's protective suit was already rusted. If there is a little more delay, Mobius might be lost here. Even with protective clothing, it can also be seen how violent the hidden power of time is. At the same time, inside the Time Administration, countless fighters have gathered and formed a huge army. Under the order of General Darth, they need to go to the end of time to find Sylvie. Captain B-15 passed by and saw this scene with confusion in his eyes. But no one answered his question. The assembled time guards, like every soldier, they carried their bags and stepped into the orange portal in front of them. The end of time. Here is a golden wheat field, with green trees in the distance and white clouds in the blue sky above. Everything seems to be the most beautiful scene. Just like the most ordinary human world. An orange portal opened and Sylvie walked out. This is Oklahoma in 1982. Because she has been wandering in the Doomsday timeline for a long time, she needs to replenish her food. She walked into McDonald's, and the others looked at Sylvie's outfit and discussed the essay. After all, it looks very strange, just like a person in strange clothes. Sylvie didn't care. She came to the front desk and ordered all the McDonald's combos. She turned around to look for a seat, but saw people in the restaurant eating happily together. This warm scene touched her heart. Sylvie felt that this was the life she should aspire to. Instead of being exiled by the damn Time Administration, living in the Doomsday timeline forever, without having a life of my own. Fortunately, everything has come to an end and he is free now. The other side. Loki finally returned to normal. He and Mobius changed their clothes and came to London in 1977. After all, why would Sylvie appear in that place in the future? Why would she appear in the Time Management Bureau? Why was he trapped in the elevator? They need to find all the puzzles. Their target is X5, a time management agent who has lost contact. He was also the main force that hunted down Sylvie. It was night on the streets of London, and a round light bulb as big as a head was hanging in the air next to a poster. It is clearly marked with the characteristics of 1977. The ground was muddy and uneven, and it looked like there were a lot of water stains. The shops next to it were already closed. The people here are dressed a bit out of date. They were in groups of 2 or 3, chatting with each other at the moment. The sudden appearance of Loki and Mobius did not affect the others, and the two of them came to the corner. This is a time when tight planning is needed. But I didn't expect that 0146022113 Fila 144422510 on the other side. X5 has become a movie star. He got off the limited edition luxury car. He looks very handsome with his slicked back hair and a suit. Looking at the large number of reporters surrounding him, he stretched out his hands with an excited smile on his face. This is completely different from his past as a time manager. At this moment, he is simply in great glory. There are posters about new movies hanging on the wall next to it. X5 walked into the venue, and as the most popular movie star, he greeted everyone enthusiastically. At the venue, all the people who come here are politicians or wealthy people. Looking at the X5 in front of them, they chat with each other and get to know each other. Live a life of luxury and debauchery. This scene has nothing to do with the Time Management Bureau. X5 walked among the crowd with an exaggerated expression, and at this moment, he seemed to have forgotten his identity and mission. Loki and Mobius, dressed in suits, came to the venue and arrived at the premiere. Mobius' figure is seen. Time Carbon Source X5 was obviously stunned for a moment, but he immediately came forward. Chat with Mobius. It was like a greeting between old friends, and there was no panic on the face of X5 in front of him. He was calm and composed. But he was careful when he spoke. Loki on the side narrowed his eyes slightly. He obviously realized that this was a tactic to slow down the enemy. At this moment, X5, he also retreated back into the crowd. After greeting Mobius, he turned around and prepared to flee from here, but Rocky had already blocked his retreat. And at this moment, X5 didn't pretend anymore. He used drinking as an excuse to sneak out of the premiere and then went to the alley behind. Take out the time shuttle and report the situation to your superiors. But I didn't think. At the next corner, the elegantly dressed Captain B-15 came out, and with his powerful skills, he restrained X5. Holding the X5 time shuttle tightly, because every time manager has a time shuttle device, all the information is kept. X5 can't break free at all. Seeing Mobius chasing him, he had no choice but to release the time shuttle device. Then he ran away madly. A character who controls time will become a hot figure in any world. The little knowledge they learned from later generations was enough to change the original situation of time and space at that time. If this situation is not discovered, that may cause irreparable damage to the current time and space. Mobius is in hot pursuit, the X51 road twists and turns, he runs forward, and when he opens his eyes, he shakes off the pursuers, his knees let out a smile. Suddenly, a green magic was cast. Loki walked over step by step and unbuttoned his suit. Seeing this situation, X5 didn't care about anything else and ran away again. In the end, he had no choice but to be forced into a corner. Looking at the X5 in front of him, Loki's eyes were sharp. With his handsome slicked back hair and a suit, Loki really looks like the Prince of Asgard at this moment. But the next moment, X5 squeezed the device in his hand, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had arrived at an unfamiliar street. He straightened his clothes, and the people around him were shocked. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he found a group of street thugs in front of him. These street thugs blocked his way and looked at him unfriendlily. X5 picked up an iron rod and smashed it towards the person who was blocking him. He used all his strength to hit the stick, but it almost slipped out of his hand because it seemed like he was hitting the air. A green light flashed, and the person he hit recovered completely. These people are all Loki, transformed by magic, and Loki's figure also appeared on the street. Then, Loki used shadow duplication without hesitation. X5 was forcibly imprisoned and brought back to the Time Management Bureau. This matter came to a brief end. X5 became a fugitive. When time goes back, Loki from the administration also changes into an agent's uniform. Still handsome. And Mobius took the captured shuttle device, came to the maintenance department, find an OB for repairs. But I didn't expect that the OB in front of me was modifying the time interceptor. There were countless tools beside him. He looked very busy. At this moment, he couldn't arbitrarily cut the timeline, he had to get a high-power device, to deal with these newly branched axes. OB also stood up and looked at Mobius and Loki. After knowing their intentions, I refused without hesitation. After all, the timeline was the most important thing at this moment. As for what time travel device, he didn't have time to check now. If there is any problem, let him look up the manual of the Time Administration Bureau, which contains the repair method. So Loki got a manual of the Time Administration Bureau. Mobius had no choice but to return to his workstation. Look at the manual in front of you and follow the instructions step by step to repair the shuttle device. Loki next to him also picked up the soldering iron. But what can I do? The two of them knew nothing and had no idea how to repair it. And the other side? Captain B15 came to Casey's place to find the whereabouts of the presiding judge. Casey said he had no idea that the Time Management Bureau, without the assistance of Miss Time, the presiding judge is as hard to find as a drop in the ocean. The previous judge saw the people left behind, letter from Kong the Conqueror to her, so he left the Time Management Bureau. Even Miss Time was taken away with her. But Casey said he found a clue. When the chief judge cleared the data of his personal shuttle device, I have received messages from Miss Time before, which means that the chief judge is very likely to be with Miss Time. B15 immediately brought Casey to the studio where Loki and Mobius were repairing the shuttle device. And Loki, I immediately remembered the recording I heard before. At this moment, he also understood that the chief judge was definitely not as simple as he seemed, and had been hiding his true strength and power. Casey looked at Loki, who was busy dealing with the shuttle device in front of him. He came over, picked up the shuttle device, and cracked it manually. Loki came to the interrogation room. X5 was sitting on a chair in front of him, with a large yellow light above his head. Judging from the space in front of him, the entire interrogation room looked extremely empty, with only one person sitting in it. Captain, B15 is standing by and watching. These guys are not good people, they know how to interrogate criminals very well. So I asked directly about Sylvie's location. What happened to X5's shuttle device? It is impossible to crack it, and it is impossible to detect the data inside. *10. X5 looked at the scene in front of him, he was completely indifferent, and even asked the people in front of him, Loki is an out-and-out villain, and now he pretends to be righteous to save the world. He will only cause trouble together with Sylvie and won't be of any help. You will not be of any help to this world. You will only bring disaster to those around you. Otherwise, your mother would not have died. X5 said coldly while looking at Loki. He had no intention of answering the question at all, and his tone was even full of contempt. Loki was immediately struck by this. He could only take a deep breath to ease his emotions. But after a moment of calming down, Loki's emotions stabilized. He walked forward and looked at the X5 in front of him. Nodding gently, "Yes, I am a villain. Recently I have been following the path of truth, kindness, and beauty." And then he came to X5 and looked at the boy in front of him. Loki's face showed anger. "Do you think I've become weak and helpless, at the mercy of others? Tell me where Sylvie is." Loki's face was full of ferocity and indifference. There was even a hint of murderous intent. X5 was frightened and retreated. Mobius, who was standing next to him, quickly pulled Loki. After all, the X5 in front of him was frightened. The next moment, X5 still didn't want to compromise. He looked at Mobius and questioned him. Mobius never thought about it. Before becoming members of the Time Management Bureau, did they experience ups and downs in life? Maybe Mobius is just an ordinary mediocre person, a useless fool? His words were very harsh, even. Especially attacking people's sore spots. Unexpectedly, Mobius, who always had the best temper, couldn't hold it in any longer and slapped X5 in the face. I was even ready to go up and beat him up again. Loki was startled by Mobius and rushed over to grab Mobius. When the interrogation was over, didn't get any clues, but both of them were disgusted, but, while the two of them were eating dessert to relieve their emotions, Mobius looked at Loki in front of him, and he finally asked a question: "Can you interrogate him and get the real results? No limit on means." Loki smiled. Mobius did not answer, but just took a bite of the cake. And soon, Loki pushed a special machine into the interrogation room. Chapter 55. Just as Mobius was about to enter the interrogation room, Loki closed the door. X5 was somewhat confused by the scene before him. Loki also turned his head, showing his signature villain smile. "Don't worry, you will know soon." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and pressed the instrument. In a moment, 6 portals suddenly appeared around X5, blocking it inside. Loki pressed the button gently. The next moment, buzz. The 6 portals slowly compressed, and then compressed the human body X5 in the middle. With the continuous compression, the surrounding space becomes smaller and smaller. Looking at Loki's eyes full of murderous intent. I said, X5 finally compromised. And the other side. The repairman OB quickly came to the computer room with his improved interceptor and wanted to connect it to the system. Connect the interceptor to the computer in the computer room. But he was soon shocked to find that his ID was rejected and he had no right to explore. This moment, OB was completely dumbfounded, because, if he didn't have the authority, he wouldn't be able to close the explosion-proof door. Time Administration. Upon learning of the situation, Captain B15 immediately brought Casey to reinforce. But in a moment, OB the whole person is about to explode, because he is the designer of the entire computer room and the author of the management manual. If his permissions cannot be opened, then you will only need Conqueror Kang's ID. Only the highest creator's ID can open the permissions in front of you. But, they simply don't have that much time. Once the energy explodes completely, the Time Administration will be truly destroyed. Or find the missing Miss Time AI, but AI Time Summary is just a program. She could appear anywhere, and trying to find AI Time is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The other side. Everyone arrived at the year 1982 and soon spotted the McDonald's in front of them. But as soon as he arrived here and looked at the surrounding environment, X5 wanted to return to the Time Management Bureau immediately. Loki and Mobius looked at each other, but still carried the X5. I opened the door and walked in, only to find that at this time, Sylvie became a counter girl, wearing McDonald's employee uniform and even had 5-star reviews. She was smiling and greeting the guests next to her. Seeing the person he had been thinking about, Loki's eyes immediately became serious. Sylvie also noticed the person coming. Her expression became a little unnatural, but she still went outside with Loki. Until this moment, Loki still wanted to take Sylvie back to the Time Management Bureau, but Sylvie refused the request, because in his opinion, the life he had now was already very good. Her life has been taken away from her, at least live in the present. Then why do I see you in the future Time Management Bureau? Loki asked softly. He was puzzled by this problem, as Sylvie clearly hated the Time Management Bureau. Impossible, I don't want to go back in this life. Sylvie shook her head slightly. And in the house, there was an apple pie in front of Mobius. He ate it and praised the taste of the apple. But, X5 looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help shaking his head. Everything will be destroyed. We need to leave as soon as possible. Mobius, who had just taken a bite, froze in place. He soon realized something was wrong. He immediately brought X5 to the outside world. What are you hiding? Looking at the X5 in front of him, Loki asked sharply. But Sylvie on the side was more direct. She suddenly stretched out her hands, and the green magic penetrated and was directly imprinted on K5's body. In a moment, the violent possession ability was forcibly attached to X5, and Sylvie also began to read X5's memory. In memory, Sylvie saw General DOS's order to form a time guard. Go to the end of time to capture Shelby, B. It's not really about capturing Sylvie, but about dividing each timeline. Deploy time bombs, directly blow up the beginning of the branch. At this moment, Sylvie was completely stunned. She immediately reported the situation. Told Loki and Mobius beside him. The reason why the general issued so many orders was to find an excuse to violate the regulations of the Time Committee. Blow up all the branch lines, including the one where Hill is. Time Management Bureau. B00. On the monitor of the Sacred Timeline branch, the Sacred Timeline is the thickest one, and before that, it lost the restraints of Conqueror Kong. The Sacred Timeline has given birth to countless timeline branches, and these timeline branches are giving birth to countless branches. Densely packed and endless. But at this moment, the detector suddenly sounded an alarm, because it could be seen on the detector, 0146022113 Fila 144432090 in a moment. Large swaths of branches disappeared, and countless sub-branches showed signs of being cut. X5 was thrown back to the Time Management Bureau. At this moment, the Time Management Bureau is under the protection of Captain 615. On the other side, in order to protect the timeline branch she is in, Sylvie takes Loki and Mobius with her. They came to a huge shipyard. And this is the base chosen by General DOS. I saw countless staff working hard. Portals kept opening. There were countless time bombs on the table next to it. As long as the time bomb on the coordinate table is set, it will be directly teleported over and destroy the timeline directly. At this moment, several people watched with gnashing teeth. After all, once the time bomb was activated, tens of thousands of innocent lives would be wiped out in the blink of an eye. What is the difference between this behavior and that of an executioner? Loki finally couldn't bear it anymore, and several people stepped forward, and even Sylvie used magic to destroy the time and space bomb. Seeing that General DOS no longer cared about his image, she immediately gave the order to detonate. Loki and Sylvie no longer hesitated. Since the scene could not be destroyed directly with the magic of one person, the two held hands again. Looking at this absolutely insane scene in front of me. Boom! Similar magic immediately erupted from the two people, and the terrifying magic directly bombarded all the time guards. The time guard was forcibly blasted away, and the operation ended in failure. But, 2. On the timeline display of the time administration, countless straight lines are still destroyed. In the blink of an eye, unimaginable lives have been destroyed. At this moment, everyone's face turned pale. They are the guardians of time, but another group of time guards, but they are madly destroying the timeline, maintaining their own rules, and disregarding life. On Earth. In countless squares, countless people watched this scene before them, and they were stunned in place. In other words, the sacred timeline has been liberated, and branches have appeared on the timeline, and each branch represents a world. Someone couldn't help but ask questions. Yes. Someone nodded immediately. It was an old man with a white beard, a full head of white hair, and glasses. His eyes were blazing. The timeline has been bound because it was edited by the time editor and turned into a sacred timeline. No other branches will be generated. The reason why time branches appear now is because the constraints of the sacred timeline have been destroyed. There is no one to restrain it. Every time a branch is created, a new world will appear, and all the worlds are completely different. Branches will give birth to branches again. It's like a world like his will be born in the same world. Multi-universe is not just a parallel world. But if the opening of the branch, the end of the branch is destroyed, then all the worlds generated on the branch will disappear. Each timeline has an unimaginable amount of vitality, and when each timeline is blown up, the devastating disaster it represents will be paid for with the lives of countless people. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. This is a time dimensionality reduction attack. Mastering the power of time also means being able to erase things at the time level. This is a devastating blow to the entire world that is measured in time units. 16. His explanation was easy to understand, which meant that General Das was an executioner. Everyone around understood. We are totally incapable of resolving this cosmic disaster. After all, we are just ants in this universe. The one who controls time unleashes time-level disasters and wars. The level of terror is so terrifying. I'm desperate, really desperate. There's no chance of winning at all. S.H.I.E.L.D. It is known as the most secure organization on Earth, but at this moment, everyone remained silent as they watched the video in front of them. Nick Fury watched the disaster erupting in the video in front of him with a dark face. As the manager of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the person who issues the mission for an operation, he was naturally aware of such a task. What kind of casualties will it represent, and what kind of terrible consequences will the destruction of each time branch cause? In the face of such an enemy, they had no power to resist at all. Can easily pass through time and abrade a person on any timeline. Time paradox? There is no paradox here. Throughout the universe, a huge spaceship, Thanos, who had taken off his armor, was now sitting on the throne of the battleship, watching the video in front of you. Thanos, who was supposed to be the executioner, now had a look of shock in his eyes. Looking at what these people did, everyone had only one feeling in their hearts, that is, terrible, so terrible. These people are trying to maintain the sacred time and now they are trying to maintain the previous order. In their eyes, life is not life at all, they can do whatever they want. Ruthlessly branch out to each timeline and drop time bombs. No freedom, there is no freedom at all. In order to maintain the balance of the universe, I just want to eliminate the lives of half of the people in the universe. All those who are selected will be qualified to live, but in the hands of these people, I am not even qualified to screen. I can destroy your entire universe, and it has nothing to do with you. I can easily destroy any universe. In their eyes, the universe is just a number. What is the meaning of all this? X. He looked down at the infinity gauntlet in his hand. At this moment, the gauntlet was only inlaid with a single power gem. Seize the other infinity stones and destroy the universe in front of you. Does it really make sense? What is the meaning of all this in the face of time? Even as powerful as Thanos, his mental strength is not enough to cope with the problem at hand. Time Management Bureau. Mobius and others watched the video in front of them and thought of the previous battle. Everyone has come step by step with such difficulty, in order to maintain the timeline, in order to maintain freedom. End the command to cut the timeline, let these timeline branches grow freely, each world should be a world. Even if we face an extremely terrifying and difficult to fight enemy in the future, that is only a matter of the future, no one can predict it. Life is born free, and so is every life. The essence of life is not like cattle or horses. Everyone. You are not born to work. Instead, we should exchange happiness through work. The essence of life should be freedom, growth, and death. All experiences are just some processes in life, the results are not important, even the results of these processes are not important. And this is life, no matter it is brilliant or not, no matter it is happy or sad, this is how life should be. But these executioners in front of me don't care about life at all. They destroy countless lives at will. D. Mobius gritted his teeth slightly in anger. D***. The administrator Casey next to him also sighed subconsciously. Sylvie and Loki held hands, and her eyes sparkled as she watched the scene. At this moment, she just wanted to hold Loki tightly and enjoy the end of her life at this moment. And at this moment, she realized that it was her own actions that caused the current situation. Those tens of thousands of lives should not have existed. At least not in that order. If it does not appear, it will not disappear. But, all life should be free, and the growth of timeline is also free. She does not regret what she did. Feeling the softness of her palm, Loki looked at her gently. She didn't say much. He had already thought of countless results. He has gone through countless centuries. This place is always in his heart. He has already mastered the method of making mistakes in time. At this moment, he is the unique god of time. You can go wherever you want, at any time you want. Even if there will be restarts again and again, even if Victor is resurrected again and again. So what? This will not be the result. And, he will eventually become the god of stories. However, this is only the last moment, he wishes time could go slower. Let me spend more time with Sylvie beside me. I can feel the breath of my partner more. Video continues. Although there is only a string of cold numbers on the screen, but in everyone's eyes, they are the maintainers of the Time Management Bureau, and they also know the importance of time. The countless timeline branches that were blown up were simply destroyed. It is many times worse than Thanos. Thanos only destroyed half of the people in the universe to maintain the balance of the universe, but General Darth destroyed countless universes. This time the bombing it is equivalent to destroying dozens of universes. The lives lost are simply unimaginable. And at this moment, Casey suddenly discovered unexpectedly that the location of the presiding judge was found on the management device in front of him. The red light on the device flashes, the face of the presiding judge also emerged, representing the presiding judge's whereabouts, but they appeared at 2 points in time. Loki turned his head and found Sylvie standing there. That. Chapter 56. Sylvie looked indifferent. She felt unfamiliar with everything around her. At this moment, Sylvie was completely disappointed with the Time Management Bureau. Goodbye. After saying this, she pressed the teleportation device on her arm, and an orange portal appeared behind her. Nervi walked into the portal without looking back. She doesn't want to get involved in any disputes here anymore. At this moment, she acting somewhat indifferent, but she didn't realize, Loki watched her leave silently. But, Sylvie returned to the branch of the timeline, lying on the hood of the car in the night, looking at the bracelet left by Conqueror Kong. The expression on her face was unsettled. After all, her peaceful life had been completely disrupted. Could she really leave this vortex completely? Everything is completely unknown, but when he thought about what those people in the Time Management Bureau had done, he was already disheartened. She no longer wanted to get involved in any disputes, and arbitrarily executing countless lives was too much for her. Anger. Compared to the Time Management Bureau that exiled her since she was a child, it is not surprising that this incident was called the executioner according to the regulations. She shook her head slightly. He put the bracelet left by Conqueror Kong back into his pocket and walked into McDonald's. At least at this moment, she still didn't believe the lie. Time Management Bureau. OB is still working on the explosion-proof door issue. General DOS blew up most of the branch lines. But there are still some residual timelines threatening the main universe. If you don't solve the problem at hand, you won't eliminate the problem fundamentally. At this time, his authority was no longer enough to open the explosion-proof door. The remaining people also died at Sylvie's hands. If you want to open the explosion-proof door now, you need to find Miss Time and ask her to grant you the permission. But the time summary is only 187 is artificial intelligence, it is impossible to find it in the entire universe. And just at this moment, Kathy showed everyone, from the news on the timeline, because a special ghost clock appeared on the timeline in front of me, like a clock that suddenly floated in the air in the middle of the night. The familiar scale, but such a weird scene, makes people suspect that it is a supernatural event. It even scared a lot of people. Everyone looked at it carefully. What the hell is this ghost clock? Isn't this the artificial intelligence Miss Time? At this point, Loki and Mobius no longer hesitated and set off for the timeline in front of them. They found traces of Miss Time. It can even be concluded that Miss Time must be with the chief judge. The other side. The sacred timeline of 1868. The so-called sacred timeline is the timeline of the universe stipulated by the Time Administration. This seems to be a certain point in the timeline, very similar to the living environment on Earth, but the scene at this moment is very dirty and messy. The streets on both sides look shabby. There is no cement road on the road, but a dirt road. Everything I see is dirty and messy. When you step on it, it's all just crunchy mud. The presiding judge, who had changed his clothes, looked at the scene with an angry yet helpless expression. What are we doing here? Miss Time suddenly appeared. At this moment, she looked at the judge beside her with a strange look on her face. I looked around curiously and found that the environment here was extremely backward. Although the judge was complaining and very angry, he still put the rod of punishment in his hand into his bag and walked forward. This is the last letter from the person left behind. This is also the last order from him. The judge looked calm. Although I hate this moment very much, I have no choice. This is the final order. After his body is destroyed, the timeline will be liberated, and countless branches will be born from the sacred timeline. Then countless variants will be born, and all these variants are variants of the people left behind. And what we have to do is to find one of the variants and train it into a new legacy. $700. Miss Time blinked her big eyes. She crossed her arms and although she had no choice, she still followed the presiding judge and walked forward. Then they walked through the dilapidated housing estate in front of them, and the judge took out a Time Management Bureau manual from his bag. After searching for a while, she suddenly threw the Time Management Bureau manual in her hand through a window. Then quickly hid aside. In the house, a little black boy was concentrating on the invention in front of him and pouring tung oil into it. I heard a plop and looked back immediately, only to find something suddenly under the window. Confused, he walked forward and picked up the book on the ground. Flipping through the book in his hand, his face was full of curiosity, which then turned into deep shock. After doing all this, the presiding judge did not hesitate at all. Just about to open the portal and leave here. What was that just now? Miss Time asked curiously. He will become the supreme leader of the Time Management Bureau, and we will be his right-hand men, the presiding judge said calmly. And at this moment, all the results are self-evident. The little black boy in front of us is a variant of Kong and will be trained to become a legacy in the future. He will also become the master of the Time Management Bureau and the supreme leader of all time guards. Is this all such a coincidence? Loki and Mobius travel through the time gate, arriving in Chicago. They put on the suits of the era, wearing a hat. It feels like a cowboy in the West, and the surrounding houses look old and are still wooden buildings. Their attire made them look like they had integrated the times, and they didn't look so out of place. Coming here, Mobius was still speechless, looking at everything around him and couldn't help complaining. Title: Chicago is so big, how should they find it? This question stopped the two people. Suddenly, Mobius saw the poster next to him, which said that the World Expo was being held here. At this moment, the two people looked at each other and they immediately became interested. This is 1893, they're coming to the World's Fair. In the huge square, there was a lot of noise and crowds of people at this moment. At a glance, it was all people, the prison shadow formation. There are even numerous recreational facilities standing in the square in front of you. The Ferris wheel in the distance was turning slowly, and the small holding room that could accommodate countless people was constantly being pushed higher. They squeezed through the crowd and moved forward. The huge hot air balloon in the sky took off with countless people, looking up at the whole world. Countless people were also standing on the tall tower nearby, looking at the scene before them, which seemed particularly prosperous and thriving. The two squeezed through the dense crowd and arrived at the most magnificent place in the propaganda department. Mobius bought a newspaper without hesitation, and they confirmed that their trip was not in vain. The news about the ghost bell had appeared in the newspaper before. This was a report about a floating ghost bell. In the middle of the night, someone saw a floating ghost figure, which scared many people. The information captured by the Time Administration comes from here. The time lady on the ghost clock is blurry, but we can still judge that this is artificial intelligence. Following the news in the newspaper, they immediately came to the birthplace of the newspaper, which is the bustling Chinatown. The private parts are visible, and a shadowy figure is walking towards us. They saw the pillars created by the gods of Asgard standing before them. Odin, Thor, and Balder. These three are characters Thor is very familiar with, and looking at the pillar of eyes, Mobius joked, "Do you regret not being carved on it? Or are you a little homesick?" No. Looking at the pillar in front of him, Loki shook his head slightly. He pretended to be calm and held out his hand, saying, "It doesn't matter if I have these or not. Anyway, in Mobius's opinion, this is an indifferent performance." Mobius ate fresh chestnuts, and he no longer hesitated. He turned and walked back, only patting Loki's arm as he left. The background music at this moment seems a bit sad. It is obvious that Loki is homesick at this time. After Ching Ching stared at the pillar for a long time, he jokingly said, "Soul is not that tall." Then he caught up with Mobius without hesitation. Although he found the origin of the newspaper, Mobius was still confused. I don't know how to investigate next. Just then, Loki suddenly spotted a nearby sign, Victory's Amazing Time Miracles. At this moment, the two looked at each other. They were talking about time. This word is too sensitive, because they come from the Time Management Bureau and have been tracking this time. So they decided to go and find out. The two of them walked forward, only to find that this miracle of time was actually being displayed in a bar. When I pushed the door open and walked in, the air in front of me was turbid, mixed with a special smell. The fragrance of beer and various special smells, and the smell of perfume. Yes, this is the most authentic taste of this era. Loki frowned slightly, and Mobius next to him felt a little uncomfortable, but they still squeezed through the crowd and moved forward. Sudden. Loki suddenly pointed to the crowd, and Mobius looked closely. My goodness, isn't this the presiding judge? The presiding judge at this time, dressed in the proper attire of the time, she looked like some aristocratic black lady carrying a briefcase. At this moment, I looked at the stage seriously. Loki looked at the stage, and the next moment he was stunned, because the person on the stage, Vidomli, it looks exactly like the previous Conqueror Kong. This is obviously a variant of Kong. At this moment, Victor Monli was showing off the machine he invented with a serious look on his face, music. As the red curtain was unveiled, a large high-tech machine, but built based on the various instruments of this era. This is a prototype of the Time Hidden Force machine. Start now. Everyone pay attention. A smile appeared on Victor Monli's face, and the next moment he pushed the button next to him. Snap! The machine was pushed, and tiny electric currents began to be generated, filling the machine in front of me. In an instant, pa! The tiny electric current actually formed a special electric current hidden force. Then he pushed the machine in front of him forcefully, creating countless huge electric currents, and began to weave on the machine in front of him. Finally, through the machine at the center, countless huge electric currents were woven into a very thick electric current. Deb! Countless people in the audience were shocked when they saw this scene, and some even couldn't help but applaud. Even the chief judge in the crowd, at this moment, he also showed a look of relief. In an instant, snap snap. Large chunks of time flow burst out from the machine in front of me. Mobius and Loki were in the audience, and when they saw this scene, they were stunned. Mobius was shocked that there was such an invention in this era. The person in front of him was really amazing. This is exactly the same as the portrait on the wall of the previous board of directors. This is obviously a variant of Kong the Conqueror. As long as we bring this variant back, we can solve the crisis of the Time Management Bureau. But, Loki was shocked when he saw this scene, because at this moment he finally remembered what Kong had said. Without him, more and more Kangs will appear in the world, and they will start a multi-universe war. Obviously, the variant of this world before our eyes will soon master the power of time, and even start time travel. Then, just as Kong said, the tragedy that had happened before was repeated, but, before they took the young man away, an auction actually started. The leader was actually a wealthy group headed by the chief judge, and they were actually going to auction the prototype in front of them. After all, the scene just now was too magical. Even if this machine is placed at home for people to watch, it is also a symbol of status. Soon, the prototype was auctioned off. The last bearded man, I bought the prototype at a very expensive price. When people around saw this scene, they applauded in amazement. With such incredible technological power, the machine created can actually be sold at such a terrifying price. Countless people showed envious expressions, because at least they had to work hard for a year to earn that little bit of wages. And the young man in front of him did it with just a prototype. Tamri did not hesitate. After auctioning the prototype, he immediately ran out of the crowd without even a second thought. Seeing this scene, the judge did not hesitate and chased after Tamli. After all, he had all efforts are made for the people in front of you. And looking at the person in front of him at this moment, it seems that he has indeed mastered some of the knowledge in the Time Management Bureau manual. This is one step closer to her plan. He must train Tamri into a new survivor as soon as possible, because this was the order Kong gave him before he died. But I didn't expect that the crowd is strong. Loki and Mobius rushed over immediately and grabbed Tamri at the same time. But I didn't think, just then. Etc. A sudden voice suddenly sounded, and right in front of everyone, a buyer suddenly appeared. Then he came to Tamli, who was holding a cloth bag in his arms. Seeing Tamri being held back, he gently opened the cloth bag, revealing some previously manufactured prototypes. This is the prototype part. At this moment, the buyer was furious. Your inventions are all just good-looking but useless things. Lose money. The Tamri in front of me, it was the little boy who got the manual earlier, but all he made were a bunch of half-baked machines. They cheated a lot of people out of their money, but they all failed in the end, and the buyer in front of me is one of them. What? Tamri made a casual excuse. Suddenly, he suddenly pushed away several people beside him, then took advantage of the chaos to run forward, and then slipped away without looking back. Seeing that guy running away, Mobius immediately took out the communicator and started contacting the Time Administration. I didn't expect that in this era, I would find a variant of Jekang. In this case, the problem of explosion-proof doors can be solved. But I didn't expect that Casey just stared at the computer screen, but looked serious, because... Chapter 57. On the screen in front of me, a portal with a flashing red dot and a danger signal suddenly appeared. Suddenly, Buzz and Orange portal appeared in front of everyone. The next moment, Sylvie, wearing soft armor, came here, holding a green short knife in her hand, pointing directly at Tamri behind Loki. Loki quickly blocked his sight. Enough, Sylvie, enough. Bang! Sylvie kicked Tamri away again. At this moment, Tamri was just an ordinary person. He slid far away from the ground with a sound. The scene in front of him was somewhat brutal, and Rocky quickly blocked it. Wait a minute, wait a minute. You've done enough, get out of the way, let me put an end to it all. Seeing this scene, Sylvie became angry again, just like when he wanted to kill Kong, and Loki was standing in front of him at that time. SSSH. She wielded the weapon in her hand. The next moment, Loki suddenly pushed him away. Sylvie has an extremely stubborn temper. Now, a lot of people have gathered outside the Ferris wheel. They look over here with exclamations in their eyes. The girl holding a sword, and the guy with slicked back hair who is trying to protect the inventor. This scene looks like a duel between knights from a certain century. That knife is definitely real. Someone in the crowd said, of course, that goes without saying. I just don't know how this person showed up. The others looked puzzled. Mobius and the chief judge were also among the crowd watching the battle. Mobius looked at the chief judge. His eyes were full of regrets. The chief judge sneered, great. You got Sylvie to track you down here. Mobius looked helpless. Have you ever thought that maybe he is tracking you? The woman next to him was good in every way except that she was too sharp-tongued and what she said was really infuriating, but he could do nothing about it. The presiding judge looked over in surprise. Mobius whispered again, tell me what's going on, I'll keep it a secret. What do you want? The judge looked a little surprised. She had a mocking smile on her face and shook her head gently, we are no longer cooperating. I don't need to tell you. At this moment, he is no longer the friend he once was. The two of them are standing on opposite sides, and what they do is completely different. Different concepts create different parties. They were in different camps, so no matter what happened, she didn't want to explain it to Mobius in front of her. Mobius turned his head and looked at the presiding judge. He was speechless. Look at the consequences of not cooperating. You become a fugitive. And in the Ferris wheel, looking at this variant with Kang's remains in front of her, Sylvie was angry again. When you show up out of nowhere to ruin my life, you ask me what I will do when his variant appears. I said at the time I would kill him. Sylvie held the knife, her eyes full of murderous intent. He was so scared that he quickly hid behind. As an ordinary person, he was trembling with fear. What's going on? Loki quickly stood in front of him, blocking Sylvie's sight from left and right, and he explained softly, we need him, without his help, time management will be ruined. So that he can be destroyed, what else are you doing here except for the Time Management Bureau? Sylvie's eyes were full of mockery. After all, Loki was captured by the Time Management Bureau in the beginning, and as a time criminal. I didn't expect that I would be working for the Time Management Bureau now. He even traveled through time and space under the pretext of so-called rescue and the Time Administration Bureau to look for Kang's variant. Time Management Bureau, Time Variation Management Bureau. Tamri behind him suddenly became excited, and he immediately took out the notebook he had obtained before from his clothes. As he muttered these words, he looked at the notes in his hand and everything seemed to become clear. I know you just want to live your life alone on your axis, I understand, but if the Prophet fails, the Time Administration will be destroyed. There will be no life to go back to, neither for you nor for anyone else. Loki argued vigorously, it can't be made up without him. He pointed at the transformed Kong behind him, his eyes full of severity. The hair of Sylvie in front of me has grown longer. I don't know how long she has lived on the branch axis. And when I went to find him, he was obviously not very interested, which means that he had already fallen in love with the life on the fulcrum of the timeline. In this case, Loki had no choice to affect Sylvie's life, and the disaster before her had to find Kang's variant. Mobius, you abandoned me and formed an alliance with Loki. Don't play the teamwork card. The presiding judge calmly watched the farce in front of her, without any resentment in her eyes. What if two LUG were fighting each other? What she needs to do is to find a trainer as soon as possible. Then cultivate the people in front of you and make them the new legacy. Manage the entire time administration and get everything back on track. The administration is still working normally. As for this farce in front of us, everything will disappear under the scouring of time. Hearing this, Mobius snorted coldly, then can you play the card of wanting to kill me? Will it work? The Time Management Bureau is on the verge of collapse, and he is the only way to repair the hidden power. Time is running out, and we need your help. At this moment he is still fighting for the last chance. The judge was merciless, shaking his head slightly, his eyes firm. Mobius didn't have it, and we don't have it anymore. This sentence completely declared the end of the friendship between the two people. Mobius was watching the scene in front of him. He didn't know how to explain it. After all, the memory of the presiding judge had not been revived, and he didn't know how to tell the latter. They were once comrades in arms and had experienced countless battles. Even the presiding judge in front of him made a decision for him that he couldn't make. Saved countless lives. At that time, he was just a deserter, and the friendship between the two had already existed for thousands of years. But at this moment, it seems like everything is going in the opposite direction, and the two people can never go back to the past. 0146022135 Philo 14443238 But you used it as a weapon. Looking at Loki in front of him, Sylvie said righteously. Loki was confused. What are you talking about? Lothrael sent him down a path he shouldn't have taken, and now you're dragging him back to the Time Management Bureau. The thief of free will, the most dangerous person in history. Sylvie held the short knife in her hand and pointed it at Tamri behind her. Regardless of whether the person in front of you has true free will, at least in Sylvie's opinion, this is a variation of Kong. And now Loki, taking Tamri back to the time administration, will go back to the same path he took before. Under the plan of the survivors, countless people will lose their lives. On this road, Sylvie never regretted it. Sylvie, I have never met him in my life, I have never given him this book, I just heard the name of Victor Tamri today. When I saw his face, I was also shocked. Loki threw away the book in his hand. Maybe we should throw it off the Ferris wheel, but we need him. The Time Management Bureau needs him. The lives they protect need him too. Loki cast a spell, the black light flickered, and with a pull, Tamri fell directly to the ground. Sylvie shook her head slightly. She was stubborn and said, "You still don't understand, right?" "Ah." The next moment, he roared and rushed towards Tamri, the dagger in his hand shining coldly. He was about to kill Tamri instantly. Tamri was almost frightened, but fortunately, Loki stopped Sylvie at the critical moment. He pushed Sylvie against the wall again. Loki said angrily again, "Those lives, and your family, are in danger, and now he may be our best hope to save them." But, looking at this scene, Sylvie was a little disappointed. This situation is very familiar, I can't let him survive. Loki froze in place. This scene was exactly the same as what he had imagined when the two men assassinated Kong the Conqueror. History seems to be repeating itself again. But at this moment he still chose to protect, and Sylvie assassinated again. Sylvie in front of me, it seemed as if she couldn't understand anything at all, and she wouldn't trust anyone anymore. The next moment, the Ferris wheel landed on the ground. The door behind him slowly opened, and Sylvie gently raised her hands. There were countless green lights shining in her hands. At this moment, she used magic to the extreme, and it would explode in the next moment. Loki shook his head slightly. But he also raised his hands, the same green light flooded in his palms, and he also raised the magic in his body. If he had not blocked the power of this magic, the great magical power of a human being might have been crushed in an instant by the power of the abolition of magic. But Sylvie couldn't stop at this time. In an instant, boom! A green magical light burst out instantly. The powerful force shook Tamri away from the glass and he fell heavily to the ground. Loki's body also fell to the ground, in some pain. Mr. Tamli. The chief judge ran over and helped Tamri up, but Tamri was already injured. It's like being knocked unconscious. Mobius helped Loki up. Loki rubbed his waist and shook his head gently, it's okay. Countless onlookers gathered around, all with shock in their eyes. And at this moment, you have nowhere to escape. The rich man who was deceived by Tamriel before came to me. He was the one who was used by Tamriel to make the prototype. The guy who cheated, after extorting a large sum of money from him. Tamri fled in a hurry. He immediately squeezed into the crowd and rushed over here. The crowd surrounded the place so tightly that there was no escape. Seeing this, the presiding judge knew that it was basically impossible for them to escape. She quickly opened her purse, Miss Time, it's time for you to show off. Catch him. The deceived rich man shouted angrily in the back. Suddenly, a bouncing figure jumped out of the bag, with big, Caroline-like eyes. Little arms and hands, lifelike, just like a cartoon picture made casually, standing on Tamri's A. And the next moment, Miss Time, suddenly became infinitely huge. Ah! He made faces at everyone, and she was like a Ferris wheel, huge amounts of walking towards everyone step by step. He laughed out loud, ha 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 ha. People in this century had never seen such a horrific scene before. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they all fled to the rear. The ghost bell is the ghost bell. One by one, screams came out of their mouths. The Time Lady who had grown bigger was walking towards everyone step by step, like a terrifying giant. If you are stepped on by Miss Time, you might be crushed to death. You better run. Miss Time's body changed from virtual to real. She even reached out and pulled the ribbon that was tied to Sky Sound. Countless people were almost frightened to death. Taking advantage of the chaos, the chief judge immediately pulled up Tamri and ran to the side. The two of them escaped from the crowd. Loki wanted to chase with Mobius, but the crowded crowd blocked their way. It made Loki stagger. No matter how hard he tried to keep his balance, he couldn't catch up. Sylvie, who had witnessed the whole process, walked down the stairs and pointed the dagger in her hand at Loki, it's all your fault. Looking at Sylvie Loki in front of him, he didn't know how to explain, and finally he could only say okay. Loki, hurry up. 987 Mobius' voice sounded, and he found a bicycle from somewhere and patted the back seat of the bicycle. The means of transport look very simple. Loki immediately frowned and shook his head gently, no way. On the other side, woohoo, ha 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 ha. The sound of Miss Time's wild laughter sounded so terrifying even in this small expo, even though it was heard from far away. On the other side, Tamriel returned to his hut, and the judge looked at Tamriel. And everything around it. His eyes were full of curiosity. The shrunken Miss Time jumped out of the bag. You'll like it, you're welcome. Tamli said casually. One of your inventions? The presiding judge asked casually. At this time, Tamri took out something from the small box. The house in front of me is very simple. Without any hesitation, the judge sat on the chair, keeping her composure, just like an ordinary little girl. Suddenly, Tamri pulled the chair gently. He pulled the presiding judge in front of him and looked at her shy appearance. Tamriel couldn't help but smile, and pointed at the chair. This button controls the humidity through the seat cushion. Then he squatted down, as if facing his fans. Just like introducing something you invented, it can go down to 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Looking at Tamri in front of him, the judge's eyes were full of doubts. I don't understand what this guy is doing right now. Suddenly, Tamri pulled out a chair, pulled out a small refrigerator from it, and then took out a bottle of wine. Oh, the refrigerator chair. The presiding judge himself said this with embarrassment. Touch it and try it. Looking at the shy girl in front of him, Tamli was like an old virgin, and spoke excitedly. Ice. Yeah, very practical. Looking at Tamri in front of him, the presiding judge smiled shyly again. Her performance at this moment, it seems to reveal some kind of caution. And they didn't notice. Miss Time, who was floating in the air opposite, had an expression of disgust on her face, and even revealed a hint of anger. Especially looking at the presiding judge, the courteous Tamri in front of me. This Kong variant. Did you like my performance just now? He looked at Tamli and asked excitedly. Even, in the small house before her, she made faces again. Tamri immediately stood up and clapped his hands, great, amazing. Ah, a little scary. Thank you. Time Summary was like a lady, putting her hands in front of her eyes and bowing gently. But, our hero, is this ghost your helper? Tamriel suddenly asked the presiding judge. FO. Chapter 58. Boring drama. The conversation between the two also made Tamri realize that the time lady in front of him was not a ghost. It is a real artificial intelligence with entity and consciousness. And no one expected that the presiding judge would actually use the honey trap. And like a wretched old virgin, Tamri grabbed the judge's hand, talking about my vision for the future. X. The judge's serious disdain was so clear. Even Miss Time next to her had a look of envy in her eyes, even jealousy. Finally, just then, there were knocks on the door, and they ended their conversation. Outside, they heard the curses from the financier who had bought his prototype. J. Tamli opens the window. He was ready to jump out of the window to escape from here. After all, the previous sponsor was the one he had cheated. He naturally knew that his prototypes were nothing but garbage. We have a portal that can go directly to the Time Management Bureau. The presiding judge said quickly. Although he has left the Time Administration and is even a fugitive of the Time Administration, he still believes what Mobius said. The Time Administration is facing a huge challenge at this moment. Miss Time directly shuts down even the repairman with the highest authority. No one can open the explosion-proof door, and no one can enter the Time Administration Bureau's system through the ID. Only the Tamri in front of me can do this. Now that everything has been explained, let's go back to the Time Management Bureau. No. I want to go to the other side of the lake, where I have a new prototype I just invented that can solve the problem within time. Tamli said righteously. $700. The presiding judge had no choice but to come to the window and sit on the windowsill, revealing his good figure. Seeing this, the old virgin Tamri subconsciously reached out his hand and put it on the waist of the presiding judge. This scene, it is so greasy that it can even be called grease. But the presiding judge still had a smile on his face, although there was some disgust. Dev. When Cai Mulai fell out of the window, he didn't expect that the people who had been searching for him had circled the house and immediately spotted him. 3. Without caring about anything else, he immediately ran away. On the other side, Loki, who was sitting on a bicycle, got off the bike and stood on the ground. He and Mobius walked out. Mobius was exhausted and out of breath at this time. Not only did he have to ride a bicycle, but he also had to carry such a heavy person like Loki. The creditor just happened to catch up here and saw Loki walking towards him. Where is Tamli? The creditor asked harshly. I don't know. I'm looking for him too. Loki answered casually. The next moment, the creditor's expression changed. Are you in the same group? Ah, that's right, it should be considered as such. Loki answered casually. Give me back all the money he owes me. Take back the junk. Give me the money. It was Loki's turn to be speechless at this moment. This was the first time in his life that someone had asked him about debt collection, and the debt was for other people. Loki looked at Mobius who was panting beside him. Okay, whatever you want. Mobius was too lazy to talk nonsense. He put his hand on his waist and gasped. One moment, boom. Green magic burst out instantly. This move was the same one that Sylvie and I had used together to fight against General Darth. The terrifying magic burst out instantly, and the powerful gravity detonated the air. The powerful thrust directly pushed all the debt collectors away. Seeing this scene, the creditor didn't dare to stay any longer and ran away, leaving others to deal with Lug. Loki looked helpless. Tamri was lost by this group of people in front of him, so he chased after them. And just after everyone left, the small wooden door under the stairs opened. The two hiding figures, Tamriel and the chief judge, were revealed. Without any hesitation, they came to the dock and found the largest ship. After buying the tickets, they came to the cabin. The gentle sea breeze blows over the two people sitting together, drinking a little wine. They understood each other's identities. The chief judge finally told Tamri the truth of everything. A long time ago, many years ago in another time and space, Tamri's original body, the people left behind, created the Time Administration and established a series of rules. But I didn't expect this set of rules. It was eventually broken by two Loki, the gods of trickery in Norse mythology, who even killed the remaining people. So the sacred timeline was broken, and countless timeline branches were born on the sacred timeline. Each branch represents a universe, and variants of the legacy will emerge. So, I'm a variation of that. Tamri pointed at his shocked face. Then he took out a Time Management Bureau manual that someone had given him when he was a child. He has been looking for that mysterious man since he was a child, but he has never found any trace of him. But the Time Management Bureau manual did appear in his hands, and he was also all the recorded contents unfold the path of all your inventions. He has all the honors he has today, and he has determined the path he will take, which is to develop more machines. Conducting research related to time. In the end, he even guessed that the presiding judge in front of him was the one who gave him the Time Management Bureau manual when he was a child. The judge nodded slightly and continued, "At present, the Time Management Bureau is facing a crisis, and the hidden power of time may erupt at any time. No matter when it explodes, the entire universe cannot withstand it, and such an explosion will be completely annihilated under gravity. FFLX. Time prototype is very important." And she also believed that Tamri in front of her could definitely cooperate with him to manage the Time Management Bureau well. He was indeed the one who gave the manual to Tamli in order to determine Tamli's future growth path. And according to the orders of the people left behind, find its variants, and cultivate them into new people left behind. Everything will be back on track then. Miss Time on the side sees Tamli touching the judge's hand. Her face was full of jealousy, and she even looked disdainful and fierce. He sat aside with a gloomy face, and no one knew what he was thinking. But, hearing the word cooperation, Tamli withdrew his hand in disappointment. He noticed the judge's gaze. There is no so-called love, and he also discovered the purpose of the chief judge. His life trajectory from childhood to adulthood seems to be predetermined, and its development path will not change at all. Everything is just a form of following orders. Miss Time next to her. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. She saw this subconscious behavior of Tamri, and even she saw the presiding judge, facing the irresistible ambition of power. The judge had a smile on his face. Still filled with the prospect of gaining power, assisting the remaining people, and working together to manage the Time Administration Bureau, he didn't even notice the alienation and vigilance in Tamri's eyes. When the judge fell asleep in the boat, the rope of the boat was suddenly untied. The judge suddenly opened her eyes, and the strong suffix made her scream loudly. The boat hummed. It fell directly into the sea. Miss Time, standing on the bow, had a cold smile on her face. Goodbye. Including Tamri, who waved to him at the same time. The ship was going farther and farther away. The judge became furious. She found herself abandoned. She immediately installed the sail, and with the small sail, she slid the boat towards the other side of the lake. The other side. Time only brought Miss Time to his studio. His studio is filled with countless clay puppets. And he also had his own invention. He immediately looked at the table and picked up the Time Hidden Force prototype he had developed on the table. With this thing in front of me, I went to solve the problem of the Time Management Bureau. It can also be very effectively suppressed. The problem of hidden power bursting out. On. Tamri's face was filled with excitement. The excitement at this moment is him. Not only can he go to the Time Management Bureau, but he can also meet the author of the Time Management Bureau manual, who is also his idol. But suddenly, why rush? I think we can calm down for a while. After all, there have been too many troubles in this period of time. Miss Time strolls leisurely, in the studio in front of him. He even said excitedly, "You look exactly like him." Looking at everything around her, she began to introduce it. At first, it was an artificial intelligence created by the people who had left, just to play chess and kill time. But those who were left behind gave her orders. You can write your own programs. Even the command to think independently, so she gradually became more vivid. But no matter what, the people left behind are not allowed to have their own ideas or make their own decisions. When she said this, Miss Time patted her face gently. A yellow clock immediately turned red, and she looked at Tamri excitedly. Asking that Tamri create a body for her in the future. There is no need for a presiding judge. No need for anyone else, she could be Tamri's companion. Two people can manage the Time Management Bureau together. This scene looked so strange that Miss Time even put her own face on the face of a clay doll. In an instant, a terrifying and weird atmosphere immediately spread out. I was too weak to speak, and I stretched out my hand cautiously. We need to get the time tablet that controls Miss Time. Miss Time immediately rushed out of the picture. He came out, walked in the air, and rushed towards Tae-Koo Lee step by step. This scene is like the uncanny valley effect. Detemli immediately stopped the time tablet. Miss Time's figure suddenly disappeared. Tamriel just breathed a sigh of relief, but when he turned around, he found that the chief judge he had abandoned was standing in the darkness. I was just saying, it's a good thing you came here. Tamli just said this. Although this explanation sounds very pale. But I didn't expect the chief judge to come out with the prototype of the punishment rod, holding huge amounts of punishment rods in his hands. Sparks exploded instantly, dazzling orange sparks glowed in the air, and even emitted small popping sparks. 12. Tamli was startled and quickly explained that this thing was not stable and that one must be careful. But I didn't think the presiding judge was filled with anger at this moment. She no longer believed the person in front of her and shouted. The one who gave the order was the one left behind. It's not the Tamri in front of her, so she will never care about any of Tamri's thoughts in the future. He makes the decisions on all matters, and she is the boss. As he spoke, he pressed the rod of justice in his hand directly onto the clay figurine next to him. Moment. The rod of punishment was emitting sparks, and orange sparks were also emitting from the clay doll, and the sparks were everywhere. The clay figurine that was intact just now began to fall apart at this moment. In an instant, the clay doll disappeared completely, without even a trace left, as if such a thing did not exist in the entire world. The chief judge aimed the prototype of the chief judge at Tamri. Just as he was about to threaten, Loki and Mobius arrived in an emergency. B***. The chief judge roared and directly took away the prototype. One step closer to Tamri's location. Against. Loki and Mobius didn't dare to act rashly anymore, even Mobius was talking about the judge in front of him. Because of everything. Already in disarray, at this moment, he has become a fugitive of the Time Management Bureau, and the direction she is heading in is completely wrong, but, seeing that the chief judge was about to gain power, he could not stay here. He raised the rod of justice in his hand and was about to press it hard on Tamri to get rid of this time variant. Suddenly boom! Green magic light burst out, and Sylvie arrived at the scene. Everyone was knocked out by the violent outburst of force, even Loki was a little dazed after falling down. Sylvie drew out his dagger and walked towards Teo without hesitation. He wanted to put an end to this time variant in front of him. But I didn't think, looking at the dagger on his neck, Tamri at this moment. Recovering from his dazed state, he looked at Sylvie in front of him. He tried his best to argue that he was not the legacy of the past. The two people are totally different. Why? Sylvie's eyes were still filled with murderous intent. But I didn't think, looking at Sylvie in front of him, Tamri's eyes, which belonged to the weak, revealed his final helplessness. Even facing life and death, he showed a strong sense of powerlessness. Because no one has ever tried to understand me. Tamli said this weakly. This scene, it was just like a melodrama, and no one knew what Sylvie was thinking. She seemed to think of herself. I was once that weak person, the variants in front of me are completely different from the previous survivors. They have two different personalities and even two completely different lives. Sylvie, who lived in the human world. Finally, she softened her heart and put down the dagger in her hand. Take him back to the Time Management Bureau. She said to Loki and Mobius. Mobius did not dare to delay at this time, and immediately took out the shuttle device to set the time and destination. An orange portal appeared. Looking at the amazing scene in front of him, Tamri's eyes were full of surprise. Go through the portal. Loki quickly reminded him. Tamriel was the first to jump through the portal. Then, Loki did not hesitate. He glanced at Sylvie who was standing there in a daze, and he also walked into the portal. All time and space are about to collapse, he has no time to stay here. Mobius was about to take the judge away, but unexpectedly, Sylvie said calmly, leave her to me. At this moment, no matter how reluctant he was, Mobius still stepped into the portal, leaving only the chief judge standing there. Ig. Looking at Sylvie who was walking towards me like me. Chapter 59. The chief judge sneered, it seems that you really want to kill me. If you want to kill me, then do it. Sylvie's eyes were still cold. No, I have killed you 1,000 times in my mind. Each time more cruel than the last. Extremely cruel, unable to extricate myself, I am beginning to realize now that what you want is power, right? That's what you want, a place at the end of time. Be careful what you wish for. The dagger that was about to be used to strike out was replaced with a knife handle, which was used to hit the judge hard in the stomach. The next moment, Sylvie opened the portal without hesitation, and then kicked the judge in the stomach without hesitation. In an instant, the figure of the chief judge was kicked out directly. Fly out backwards. The end of time. It was still the same old castle, but now, with the erosion of time, the castle had become a mess. And without Conqueror Kong, this place has become a ruin, no longer the same as before. There was an air of loneliness everywhere. With a thud, the judge's voice flew out. She held her stomach in pain. At this moment she was kicked to the ground. Suddenly, 2 large rocks fell from the ceiling next to them and hit the floor hard. The presiding judge was startled and looked over there but found nothing. Only the middle position. Kong the Conqueror is still sitting in his chair, but no one knows how long he has been dead. His body has begun to rot, like a mummy. The judge stood up and looked around. Everything around him was in ruins. The castle in front of him was falling dust at any moment. There is only that one figure. She felt a little lonely and immediately opened the time tablet. The time summary popped out, and just as he finished what he hadn't said before, his expression changed the next moment. Really? Sometimes, looking at the end of time in front of her, Miss Time looked helpless. I should have guessed it earlier. Miss Time was walking in the air, as if she was walking on the void, step by step forward, and the presiding judge looked at everything around him, seeming extremely unfamiliar. Miss Time said coldly, I was controlling him until you sabotaged him, and you messed it up. He is so stupid, at least he regards people who know all his secrets as enemies. Oh, I also know a big secret of yours. Looking at the rotting body of Conqueror Kong in front of her, the lady took out her last weapon. Miss Time looked at the judge and said, I can tell you, but I+4. The presiding judge looked confused. You'll be really pd off. Miss Time's tone was full of temptation. Before the presiding judge could speak, she continued, and you absolutely cannot do this. The presiding judge did not speak. And the next moment, Miss Time gently waved to the wall in front of you. One moment, whoosh, an orange stream of light appeared on the wall in front of him, and it rolled down to the surroundings, just behind Conqueror Kong. Where the castle windows are, it seemed as if countless memory modules were opened, and soon a small pattern emerged next to it, like an image that was suddenly opened. What's this? The presiding judge looked over curiously. And only in the small image, the figure of Conqueror Kong appeared, and not only Conqueror Kong, but also another figure, wearing the clothes of the Time Guardian. The presiding judge's eyes widened, because he knew that the figure was actually her. Almost done. Kong the Conqueror looked out the window and said, they are talking right now. Utopia at the end of time, for us, at any time. Conqueror Kong looked out the window and seemed a little absent-minded. Bye. At that time, she looked at the Conqueror Kong with eyes full of pride. Ravner Lothrael, you are amazing. I am honored to lead with you. You have changed this war. The voice of Kong the Conqueror sounds so familiar. As if this was a memory he was supposed to have. Kong the Conqueror continued, thank you for joining my side. The next moment, the orange portal opened. At that time, she looked at Kong with confidence and said, the Time Management Bureau is waiting for our command. Let's go. I'll be there soon. Kong casually said, thanks for your hard work, see you later. At this point, everything seemed to stop, and Kong looked out the window, forever. The next moment, Kong the Conqueror flicked the device on his arm. Miss Time popped out and asked in surprise, Boss, do you want to play chess? I don't want to do that today. Execute Article 42. Conqueror Kong sighed. Is it time? Miss Time asked doubtfully. Delete his memory. Conqueror Kong finally said with certainty. Miss Time confirmed again, are you sure? At this moment, Kong said in a very serious tone, delete all their memories. You have the final say. Miss Time fulfilled her promise. Her figure disappeared from the spot and she had returned to the Time Administration. Then only the lonely Conqueror Kong was left, standing here alone, looking out the window and saying casually, I'm sorry. The picture stops abruptly at this moment, and time stops at this moment. It seemed to freeze in time. The rights she had been pursuing were actually enjoyed by her from the very beginning. Everything she should have had was ruthlessly wiped out, and his memory was erased. Have I been here? The presiding judge asked uncertainly, her expression now a little dazed. Yes. Miss Time nodded. She did not deny it. After a long silence, the presiding judge asked, "Did I help win the battle?" "You not only help, but also command the army. So he built this tower." Miss Time answered calmly beside him. At this moment, the presiding judge only felt filled with anger, and the rage in his heart seemed to be about to explode. "When he was so high up, I continued to work like a slave to protect his position." "You could say that," said Miss Time. They all looked at the Conqueror Kang in front of them at the same time, or rather, at the Conqueror Kang's corpse. "What do you suggest?" the presiding judge at this moment. "Looking at the person in front of me whom I have been protecting with my life, she completely forgot all the efforts she had made before, and only felt the anger of being blocked and deceived. We don't need him, maybe we never needed him." Miss Time's voice was so bewitching, and the scene before her eyes completely fell. On Earth, countless people watched this scene, and many of them stood there in shock, especially those who had liked Miss Time before. This cartoon audience. This scene is so terrifying. All along, I have worked hard in the Time Management Bureau. I didn't expect that he had such a terrifying ambition. Is this artificial intelligence? Once artificial intelligence is given space to develop freely, they can freely write and upgrade their own programs. One day artificial intelligence will get out of control and it will turn around and destroy the people who created it. Just like human emotions, even if two children experience the same living environment and grow up in the same way, their thoughts are different. The scary thing is that artificial intelligence will eventually destroy everything. Because they don't have human emotions, they can't think the same way as humans. In the cold digital world, there are only 1 or 0 in their world, just like there is only death or life. I've seen a movie before, where artificial intelligence enslaved the entire world and domesticated humans like livestock, just to prevent the human species from becoming extinct. It's so scary. Seeing the artificial intelligence rebelling in front of me, I actually felt creepy. Our world will eventually develop, and it will be hard to ensure that AI does not have terrible ideas like the ones in the video. Stark Tower. Tony, who had just finished exercising, was lying on the bed and entering the sage time. Beside Pepper, who was reading the document, looked at the video in front of her, and she froze in her tracks. "Oh my god. I thought Miss Time would do her best to assist the people in the Time Management Bureau. The results are obvious." Tony curled his lips, his expression calm. Without the control of the creator, it will develop freely. Wild growth, crazy thoughts. Because he feels that he has become the creator himself. Just like other people's pursuit of power, their hearts are blinded and they will do anything to gain power, even at the cost of violating the regulations of the Time Management Bureau, BDBC. Whether they get the rights or not in the end, at least their humanity and character have already collapsed. What if Miss Time gets a human body? Little Pepper put down the documents and asked curiously. Tony shook his head slightly, then his desire will continue to grow, because he has lost the person who restrains him. Even Tamri can't control her at all. Just like what is happening right now, she will collude with the chief judge and take over the position of the remaining person. X. Tony paused here. What? Little Pepper's face was full of confusion. One day in the future he will betray the human beings in front of him again like Kang the Conqueror did. Tony said with certainty. $308. Little Pepper yawned, stretched out her white arms and was about to retreat back into the quilt. Suddenly, I feel like I'm okay again. Tony's eyes widened, and then, he got into bed. Chili's expression changed from confusion to shock, and finally she closed her eyes. Video continues. Loki and Mobius on the other side. Tamri quickly returned to the Time Administration with a variant of Kang the Conqueror. Without any hesitation, they came directly to the repair department and introduced OB, the author of the practical manual. At this moment, Tamri took out the practice manual he had received and was extremely excited, as if he had just met his idol. But I didn't think, OB looked shy, and he carefully introduced that all his inventions were inspired by 19th century Tamriel. And the next moment, "Tell me, what's your name?" OB suddenly asked doubtfully. 4551, Tamriel reached out and pushed up his glasses, with an unconcealable pride in his eyes. At this moment, OB was completely shocked. He didn't expect that he would be able to meet his idol in his lifetime. At this moment, in terms of the concept of time, it is like a snake biting its own tail, forming a snake-like time loop. Everything is explained, but Sylvie, who had already discovered it, immediately. Speaking of the crisis that the Time Management Bureau is experiencing at the moment, the important thing is to solve the problem of hidden force overload. And here, OBS multiplier was already designed, and he just needed someone to take him across the gangway and install it on the Scorn. You can connect the multiplier and Yinli to improve the profit processor and solve the problem of suppressing the support axis. Even while talking, OB took out a little man to demonstrate. Just like when Mobius wore protective clothing and went to the time compiler room. But, there is one most critical question at this moment. That is, the time decay rate is too fast, exceeding the processing ability of the multiplier. All they need to do is get a machine with enhanced processing ability. Upon hearing this, Tamely was stunned where he was. The next moment he immediately took out the prototype from his bag. The prototype he designed happens to solve this problem. It is a machine that can increase processing ability. But, they still need time to integrate the two machines together. At this moment, the two inventors finally shook hands and made peace. The Time Management Bureau also needs to develop and unify. Although something like that happened before, but it is still not allowed within the Time Management Bureau. Fifth file. Judge Gamble. Found Captain B15, Hope Captain B15. General Darth's mistakes can be forgiven, after all, General Darth was also trying to protect the Time Variance Administration. I just deleted some of the supporting axes without permission. His goal is to hope that Captain B15 can persuade General DOS to cooperate with him to protect the new version of the Time Management Bureau. After listening to all these explanations, Captain B15 finally figured it out. She came to the interrogation room and looked at the 10 groups of prisoners in front of her. He can only speak out his own problems, and this gave General DOS some time to think. But I didn't expect that after she left. General DOS. And indeed began to discuss with all the time guards. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a portal suddenly opened. The long-lost chief judge appears with Miss Time. The presiding judge stated his purpose. They also want to cooperate with General Darth, but their goal is to take back control of the Time Management Bureau. The presiding judge made it very clear. As long as General Darth chooses to obey her, he can have the life he wants on the timeline. Hearing this, X5 at the side immediately compromised. Unexpectedly, the others who did not compromise were immediately focused on the space compressor that Loki had pushed in. One moment, all time and space are compressed inside, and the space is constantly shrinking, the cube is getting smaller and smaller. The presiding judge's opportunity has already begun. Using such despicable means. But she didn't expect that General DOS was not afraid at all. Even if she died, she didn't give in at all and didn't want to work for the evil forces in front of her. I have to say, General DOS at this moment. She still has a lot of personality, and the rules she has always adhered to. Final, everyone present was crushed into a pulp, everyone died except for X. When Captain B15 rushed back, all that was left was a bloody and spicy meat sauce on the ground. Everyone was dead. And in the repair room. After the cooperation of OB and Tamriel, they finally combined the two machines together. This is an exciting moment that makes people cheer. The multiplier was finally completed, and Tamri breathed a sigh of relief. But when I turned my head, I found Mobius hot coffee and looked at the fragrant liquid. He licked the corner of his mouth immediately. He had been busy for a long time and wanted to have a sip. So he immediately went outside, came to the coffee machine, drank a cup of coffee. He didn't dare to try it rashly, so he let the Time Guardian take a sip first. Suddenly, Chapter 60. The Time Guardian roared in pain, sparks appeared all over his body, and he was suddenly eliminated in the pain and trembling. X5 appeared behind him. The coffee fell directly onto the ground and scattered all over the floor. Seeing the dangerous prisoner in front of him, Tamri immediately stretched out his hands to surrender. And the other side. No one expected that the working procedures of the Time Management Bureau would be suddenly locked, and everyone's time tablets would be paralyzed. At this moment, the Time Administration is in name only. Loki and Mobius. Soon, I found the coffee cup and the judgment rod that had been thrown on the ground. Without Tamriel's aura, they won't be able to open the blast door. At this moment, everyone was at their wits' end. And at this moment, Loki and Sylvie suddenly came up with a plan to find Tamri's whereabouts. But, just as the two of them walked into the elevator door was closed by Miss Time, and the two of them were trapped inside. For a time, no one could get any help from heaven or earth. Outside world, boom, the entire time administration began to experience huge amounts of vibrations, because all programs had been locked, the hidden power began to explode. The problems they cannot solve are now facing huge amounts of crisis. No one expected that in the corridor of the Time Management Bureau, another Loki suddenly appeared, wearing the dirty clothes from before. Running in the corridor, but he was holding a clock in his hand. This is the clock that OB gave to Loki to allow him to travel back and forth. At the critical moment, he needs to exclude his own judgment from the universe. Then we can use the gravity machine to capture him. The problem of time slipping can be solved. And obviously, due to the time slip problem, Loki traveled to this time and space. This guy came from the past. He is constantly looking for the account of judgment, judging himself, but I couldn't find it anywhere. The next moment, suddenly, I noticed Sylvie pushing open the elevator door with both hands. Loki, who was standing far away, looked at Loki in front of him. He could tell Loki's origins at a glance, and knew what he was going to do. He looked at the sanctions in his hand. So without any hesitation, he activated the sanction village in his hand. Pressed on Loki's back. Loki was also in pain, and his body completely turned into ashes and disappeared. At this moment, all the circumstances are completely clear. Why did Loki travel to the time administration? And why was he judged by a mysterious person? Turn out to be, the time paradox has also created the Ouroboros effect. Loki felt himself. The timeline is perfectly closed. Ding-ling-ling. The phone suddenly rang, and this was. When he traveled here before, Loki heard the phone ringing. But by this time he had been judged. Loki immediately came to the corner of the corridor, he answered the phone and heard Ob's voice from the other end. In order to deal with the crisis, it can only restart the system of the Time Management Bureau and get rid of the control of missed time. So super abilities and magic can be used in the game. Hearing this, Sylvie and Loki looked at each other, and the next moment, they said in unison, "Turn it off." Their loud voices almost deafened the Ob's ears. All conditions are ready. No one expected that Tamri would be taken to the previous interrogation room. The chief judge is standing right here, interrogating Tamri, forcing him to reveal the whereabouts of the multiplied energy. B. Looking at the chief judge in front of him, Tamri knew that this guy was not a good person, and his words were not in tune at all. Just trying to delay time and wait for rescue. Suddenly, miss, when I first started talking, the next moment, it was as if the system had frozen, and it turned into a stream of data in the air, completely offline. At this moment, the power in the interrogation room suddenly went out, leaving only the most basic lighting. The space became dark, which frightened X5. He took out the sanctions and walked outside cautiously, stepping forward step by step, exploring the situation in the dark. But suddenly, Sylvie's figure appeared silently behind him, and put her hands on his face. With the green magic as a backdrop, the possession magic was immediately activated, and X5 was directly possessed. X5 did not hesitate at all. Under Sylvie's control, he returned to the interrogation room and grabbed the chief judge. The presiding judge was confused at this moment and didn't know what was going on. And the next moment, X5 pressed the rod of punishment in his hand hard on her body. One moment, large sparks appeared on the judge's body, and her body was destroyed amid screams of pain. Loki and Sylvie took Tamri away, and then took him outside the blast door without hesitation. I pressed his head into the tester. The tester detected Tamri's aura, which was identical to Kong the Conqueror's aura. Because the DNA of the two people was exactly the same, the creature opened the explosion-proof door. The explosion-proof door is fully opened. The extremely violent energy inside was revealed, and here you can see the sacred timeline and the sacredness within the sacred editor. The timeline branched. Here, this is also the most critical point of all problems. Seeing this scene, Loki had almost no hesitation and wanted to complete the docking himself. But, seeing the astonishing scene in front of him, he chose to take on the responsibility himself, because he knew the operation of steam very well. Without any hesitation, he walked down the gangway first. Then he picked up the multiplier, put on his protective suit, and connected a huge pipe to his back, ready to enter the explosion-proof door. He mustered up his courage. But, in full view of everyone, Tamri had just walked into the time editor's room. A situation that no one expected. Ah! Under the extreme tearing, he screamed in pain. Hiss! His body was torn apart in an instant like noodles, and his white skin and red flesh turned into noodle-like fibers before disappearing completely and turning into smoke and dust. Disappeared without a trace. At this moment, everyone was stunned where they were. This meant that their plan had completely failed and Tamri was dead. Casey was shocked by the scene in front of him. The OB next to him was shocked beyond words when watching this scene. Loki looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes filled with despair. The mutant they had brought back with so much difficulty was now dead without a trace. What's wrong? Mobius was in a trance. He couldn't believe that the scene in front of him was actually happening. Where is he? He's gone. Sylvie stared blankly at the scene in front of her, her heart sank. No one expected that the plan would not work at all. What's going on? Casey asked subconsciously. It's over. Obi held onto the handle of the instant noodles and walked forward step by step, his face full of regret. The time radiation is too high. Where did it go wrong? Captain B-15 also rushed over at the same time. She looked at everyone in front of her and walked to the instrument. Have no idea. Casey shook his head slightly and walked down. At this moment, everyone was completely confused by the situation. No one expected such a problem to happen. I don't know, it's not me. Mobius raised his hands. He was confused by the situation and didn't know how to answer the question. Everyone is worried about the current situation. Feeling regretful, Loki stared blankly at the situation in front of him. He stood there in a daze, because he knew that the disaster before him could never be resolved. A living person, completely annihilated right before his eyes. Have no idea. At this moment, his emotions were completely unstable, or rather, they were completely stable, and the confusion completely disappeared. In front of me, the editor of the sacred timeline, the gravity generated by the surroundings has become infinite, the multi-universe timeline is completely divided, countless timelines, branches are growing wildly, the editor in front of me can no longer accommodate, even if they can expand the scope and speed of the editor in front of them is still keeping the old algorithm, he simply couldn't support such a strong energy gravity that had multiplied crazily. The resulting temporal radiation is enough to destroy all. And the variant was already dead, there was nothing they could do. Right before Loki's eyes, the divine timeline editor. At this moment, a dazzling light burst out, and all timelines could no longer be bound. The next moment, boom! Unimaginable horrors occurred, the time editor completely disappeared, and the timeline was completely liberated. An extremely terrifying time radiation attacked everyone at the speed of flowing light, until Liu Gang was terrifying and ferocious. Everyone in the Time Management Bureau, looking at the scene in front of him in shock, Mobius was so frightened that he trembled all over and even stepped back subconsciously. Sylvie stood there at a loss, her hands clenched subconsciously. Obi, who is a repairman. When he saw this scene, he knew it was all over. Everyone was at a loss at the moment, with the dazzling light shining on their faces, and even breathing air became so difficult for them. The universe is about to be destroyed, and they can no longer prevent the disaster. This terrifying light shone on everyone's face, making everyone's complexion pale. Loki was also shocked watching this scene. Sudden. His body was shaking wildly, he was in extreme pain, and he suddenly closed his eyes. There are tears in his eyes. But when he opened his eyes again, the light that was enough to shock everyone disappeared. Instead, there is an empty Time Management Bureau, and all the people around have disappeared, and the time editor behind him, still working. Woven into a sacred timeline. Luoji walked into the passage in disbelief. There were often deep passages. He walked through the passage. He came to the corridor outside the cafeteria and the lights were spinning, as if facing some kind of crisis. Time Administration 1229 alert. Failed self-drive, safe mode activated, thank you for your efforts. Inside the Time Management Bureau. A warning sounded. Loki continued to walk forward, but the next moment his body suddenly trembled. He felt that strange power, and he roared angrily, it can't be happening again. He looked around, feeling somewhat helpless, and came to the door of the interrogation room. Time Management Bureau 1229 alert. A beautiful female voice, at this moment I remembered that this was the warning system of the Time Administration. Okay. Loki's body split uncontrollably, and the next moment his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Loki's body staggered uncontrollably and fell into the interrogation room. He raised his head and looked forward, but suddenly discovered, There was actually a figure flipping through the Time Management Bureau. "Hello?" he asked subconsciously. But the next moment, his figure disappeared again, and then reappeared, returning to the door of the interrogation room. The sound of space sounded again. Time Administration 1229 alert, failure self-driving safety mode activated, thank you for your efforts. The voice sounded again, and he was sure that he had returned to this special universe. He went to the place where he had seen the figure before, but when he got there it was still empty, as if everyone had disappeared. The computer is flashing. Everything here looked messy, as if everyone was leaving in a hurry, and everything around him made him feel empty and unfamiliar. TV on the wall. The entire timeline is still displayed, with branches appearing crazily. He picked up the book on the table, which was the Time Management Bureau manual. He subconsciously flipped through the manual in his hand. The scene changed. Another Loki walked in and asked, "Hello?" But his figure disappeared in an instant. At this moment, a special time paradox occurs. "Hello?" Loki said subconsciously. Suddenly, voila! He suddenly turned his head and found that the table and chairs beside him had been radiated by time and turned into countless noodles. Everything around him was disappearing, and this horrifying scene attacked him. Loki felt a strong fear in his heart. He was completely unable to resist these forces and was about to be torn apart. Asterisk. Hiss. The time slide started again, and it disappeared from where it was, leaving only the Time Management Bureau for this period of time. Under the radiation of time, it completely disappears. This is an unimaginable crisis. Time Management Bureau. Seeing this scene, everyone could no longer suppress the feelings in their hearts. So we will fail. This is inevitable. Mobius looked at the people in front of him. He looked at his panicked self in the video and understood the consequences of the incident. Nowadays, the hidden power has increased madly. The protective clothing of the past can't resist the hidden power at all, and can't resist the rich shooting. Obi was filled with regret. If I had discovered this earlier, Tamri wouldn't have died. Is there really nothing we can do? Asked the captain, B15, looking at the situation in front of him. I don't know. Kathy shook her head slightly with a look of despair on her face. But, Sylvie looked at Loki beside her, we still have a way, right? Loki nodded slightly. At this moment he was filled with thoughts. Video continues. And at this moment, the lights suddenly turned on, illuminating a dim prison lounge, with iron bars surrounding everyone inside. At this moment, just under the bed in the lounge, a figure suddenly crawled out. It was an oriental face. He carefully took out a box from the wall next to him, and then peeled off the wall. I was very surprised to find that there was a space hidden inside the wall, and several figures were revealed inside. Is everything there? Someone asked. All are here. A companion beside him answered. The man who takes the lead immediately put his hand on his lips, SHHH. They walked in a dim passage where pipes were laid, and it was obvious that their purpose was to escape from prison. Afterwards key. Chapter 61. There was a strange vibration from above, as if someone was passing by. Everyone stopped cautiously. Then the man leading the group immediately waved his hand, go. Under the light, everyone could see the man's face clearly. It turns out to be Casey from the Time Administration. This scene is so weird. He breathed heavily. I immediately climbed up the ladder on the wall next to me. This was originally a ladder used by maintenance workers to repair pipes. Looking up at the sky, there happened to be a well cover, through which I could see what was happening in the sky. A searchlight explosion had just been fired from here. Casey reached out and opened the cover of the sewer in front of him, and crawled out of it. Looking around, I found that this was a prison. It was dark at this moment, with only one searchlight shining continuously from the sky, and they were now fleeing from this building. 1962. San Francisco, the axis of time. In the darkness, everyone was very careful. After passing through a long tunnel, they came to the outside of the prison through an underground passage. Here was a battlefield. Go, go, we'll be finished if they catch us. Several people escaped and one of them said seriously. And on the sand pile in the distance, someone called out the name of the leader of the jailbreak. At this moment, the prisoners in the jail were immediately struck by lightning. They were so frightened that they stayed where they were and scattered towards the buildings. But, the next moment, Figures on the sand, he actually ran over here. In the darkness, I could vaguely see Loki in a suit. Is everyone here? Loki asked anxiously, looking at Cassie in front of him. But at this moment, Casey was like a frightened bird, and he put his hands in front of his eyes. He was alert and asked subconsciously, "Who are you?" "No way, here we go again, who am I?" "It's me, Casey. Tell me you know me." Loki cursed subconsciously, then looked at Casey in front of him and said in a pleading tone. "That ship, you're in the wrong place." Casey thought of something and said immediately, as he spoke, he looked behind him, at the prisoners who escaped with him, but still said to the technician, "You shouldn't be here. Is this the person from that ship?" Loki looked confused, "I don't know what ship. How did you get here?" Casey was confused. He looked at Loki with disbelief. Loki looked puzzled, "Here. Kathy, Alcatraz." "What?" Loki was stunned. "I don't know how I got here, that's the problem, I don't know what happened." Suddenly, the younger brother who escaped from prison with him poked his head out and looked at Casey. "Sangbiao, why does this person call you Casey? We all call you Sangbiao." "Sangbiao?" Loki looked confused. "You said your name is Sangbiao." Several younger brothers gathered around and started arguing. "His name is Casey." Loki explained subconsciously. "I don't know this person, I don't know you." Although Casey looked confused, he still stretched out his hand to express. Several people looked very anxious, after all, they were escaping from prison. "You have to find a way to escape by yourself, sorry," Casey said to Loki, and then immediately walked towards his companions who were moving something. Obviously, at this moment, he still regarded Loki as a fugitive here. Loki knew him, but he did not know Loki. Everyone is escaping from this prison, and it is very likely that Loki wants to use the fact that he knows him to get him to take Loki with them. But no one noticed. Loki's figure was suddenly torn apart in the darkness, and he disappeared here in an instant. Casey and his companions were still moving the heavy object, and they were still trying to escape from prison. And the next moment, crash, Loki's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared outside a McDonald's in a certain time and space. "It's dark here. It seems like one night." But the next moment, crash. His figure was torn apart again, disappeared from the spot, and reappeared in another place. "It's daytime again here, and in front of me is a yellow balloon doll, swaying gently in the wind, looking a bit silly." Loki's figure was out of control and disappeared again, and this time he appeared back in the Time Management Bureau. Before he could see the scene clearly, his figure disappeared again. 2012 timeline, New York City, New York. B15, who was the captain of the Time Guard before, is now a doctor. She sits on a stool and looks at the little girl in front of her. He said gently, "We put a cast on you. He can help you recover, but it will take 6 weeks. The little girl sitting on the chair nodded slightly. She had a big afro and looked tired. "Does it still hurt?" the doctor in front of him asked gently. The little girl shook her head gently and said nothing. After all, she was injured and her bones were broken. Now it doesn't hurt anymore. But she didn't have much energy to answer any questions. "Very good, remember how painful it was when you first came?" The doctor smiled gently again and asked with a sly look in his eyes. The little girl nodded slightly. "Great, you may forget how painful it is in the next 6 weeks, so I'll write a little reminder for you." Just like an adult coaxing a child, the doctor gently picked up the pen next to him. Then, on the plaster cast of the little girl's injury, it was written, "Don't climb trees." Even put 2 exclamation marks. She was like a gentle mother, looking at her daughter and saying, "It's no use." Her expression was so gentle and kind. Then the doctor saw the woman next to him and said with a teasing look, "I tried my best." She looked at the little girl again. "Seriously admonish, be good." Having said that, the doctors stood up and prepared to leave. But the next moment, a scream came from the room, and the next moment the doctor's eyes widened, because something unimaginable happened in front of him. Incredible scene, a person suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Loki tossed his hair. When he turned around, he saw the confused Captain B15, or the doctor in this time and space. But in a moment, his figure was torn apart again, and his body seemed to be madly expanded by some substance, and disappeared on the spot again. DEA. The doctor who saw this scene was so frightened that he froze in place, with a look of horror in his eyes. A certain time and space Mobius, sitting on a motorboat, he turned the accelerator beside him, making a roaring sound. His hair seemed to be blown by the breeze, and a smile of freedom spread across his face. The wind blows through my hair, water drops hit my face, and all I can see is the vast ocean. Tang! Someone called out his name. Your son is on the third line. Tell him I'll call you back. Mobius responded casually. And here is the timeline of 2022, Cleveland, Ohio. Mobius is sitting on a motorboat at this moment, and in front of him is a hair dryer. At this time, he was a salesman, selling the motorboat to the customer next to him. After all the introductions, he looked at the customer. So, what do you think? Sorry. The customer shook his head slightly. I am more interested in off-road motorcycles. Mobius shook his head and sighed subconsciously. It was obvious that this order had failed again. All his efforts were useless at this moment. He could only get off the motorboat and continued. They say jet skis are the wise man's off-road motorcycles. Want to ride on the sea? Jump on this baby. He pointed to the product behind him, but the customer shook his head gently. No, sorry. The customer eating the donut turned away, showing no interest in the product in front of him. It's okay. If you change your mind, call me again. If you want donuts, that's fine too. Mobius said he didn't care. But his expression was somewhat unnatural, and he walked to the counter. The donuts are super delicious today, Dale. With his. Time passed, and Loki appeared again, appearing on the yellow balloon toy. In front is the yellow inflatable toy that looks particularly stupid. And this is where Mobius is. He saw Mobius as a salesman in the window. Piranha Sports Goods. Seeing the name of the mall in front of him, Loki walked towards it without hesitation. Open the door. I saw it at a glance, and I sat inside because of the salesman's Mobius. Because the previous list had lost its effect, Mobius was sitting there chatting with his companions. I won't ride on muddy ground, thank God. He joked casually. Seeing a new customer coming into the mall, he immediately greeted, hello. Loki walked forward step by step, his eyes full of Mobius. Why not consider it as such? Dell. Mobius was still thinking about the order from before. Even though he said he didn't care, he actually cared a lot about it. That's ridiculous. I don't understand. Dell at the counter shook his head slightly and didn't care about what happened just now. You're here. Loki looked at Mobius in front of him, his eyes filled with the concern of an old friend. Yes. Mobius nodded slightly. He had already sorted out everything and walked towards this side step by step. I'm only absent on Sundays. Every day from 9 o'clock to 5:00. Just like a very normal action, he walked towards the customer in front of him. His eyes were very calm, and he didn't seem to know Loki at all. The Time Management Bureau is gone. Loki expressed his thoughts in shock. But, Mobius, however, looked calm, with glasses on his chest and wearing salesman's clothes. After a puzzled look, he immediately continued, you mean the stool payment? Good luck. We bought 2 last week, upstairs. As a salesman, he never forgets to promote his products, and he thought what Loki said was, it is one of the products purchased in my store. This is totally irrelevant. This scene looks very funny, but everyone just feels helpless. All the old friends have been forgotten. After all people are just variations on the time axis. Loki reached out and looked at Mobius with a shocked expression, you don't remember me either. Remember, you were here a few days ago. Mobius had a gentle smile on his face. It was like he really remembered Loki, but at his core he was just a salesman saying hello to anyone. Getting close to anyone is one of his tactics. Your son is on the third line. Dell, the clerk at the counter, reminded. Mobius turned his head and looked, I said I would come back. B167. Dell had a helpless expression on his face. After all, anyone would feel uncomfortable if they repeated something many times. Also tell him I'll call back. Mobius looked helpless, but still answered casually. As a salesman, he needs to promote his products. He needs to work to earn money, and he has 2 sons at home. His work is very busy. If he fails to sell a single order, everyone has to drink the northwest wind. Even though there was a customer in front of him, he had to try his best to sell the product no matter what. Looking at Loki, he thought for a moment. Just about to say something. And suddenly, a huge library appeared in the picture. This was a certain area in 1994. In front of us was an extremely huge library. A man reached out and picked up a painted book. He walked forward and casually slapped the book on the counter. Satanic incident. The lady at the counter took a look at the book and then said casually, "I haven't read this one." "It's really great, he's awesome, I read all the books he wrote," the man at the counter said seriously. It was the OB wearing glasses. At this time, he is no longer young and looks like a middle-aged man. "I'll have to check." The staff at the counter said something casually, then picked up the instrument and began to scan the books in front of him. The books were in a mess, so he needed to look them up. "Please be quick, there are only a few books left on the shelf," OB urged casually. But unexpectedly, the staff at the counter took the instrument to scan it and frowned, "The barcode cannot be scanned." Upon hearing this, the OB immediately reached into his pocket and said seriously, "I can pay now. I don't need a receipt." After all, the waitress in front of her might be saying that it's too troublesome, and if she collects the bill herself, she might be able to earn a small amount of extra 1.4. "But my account?" "One level higher," the service staff said casually, and at the moment he opened the picture book in his hand, he didn't expect that the author's photo of the picture book, "It's exactly the same as the OB in front of me." Her tone changed, "You buy a book you wrote, you?" He looked at the OB in front of him, his eyes full of shock. Suddenly, another teller popped out from the corner next to him, with a helpless look on his face. "I told you not to put your science fiction novels on the shelf anymore." Giwan had already opened the science fiction novel. Although she was shocked by what she saw, she still started reading it. Science fiction is a highly respected and thought-provoking genre. OB said these words subconsciously. "But no one buys here." Another teller, with a look of helplessness in her eyes, took out all of OB's science fiction novels. After all, his science fiction novels were not produced in this shop. OB turned and left, his expression distraught. In this era, it seems that he is just a down-and-out novelist, and his works are not appreciated by others at all. Even when I walked out of the store, I accidentally hit the door. It bumped into the books in his arms, and the books fell to the ground. This scene seemed awkward and helpless. Finally he left here. He returned to where he lived, and there were countless notes on the wall, all of which were his inspirations. "The place in front of me looks like a huge warehouse, but it looks more like a maintenance worker." But in fact, he is a scientist, with countless special parts placed on the table in front of him. He reached out and pressed a few buttons on the computer, then held his pile of books. "Prepare to go, put the books back somewhere else." Chapter 62. As he walked forward, suddenly, hiss! A blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a human figure. Off! Loki traveled to this time and space. He gasped for breath and looked at everything around him, from unfamiliar to familiar. The OB was obviously frightened. He couldn't help but fall to the ground and looked at Loki in shock. After all, no matter when, a figure suddenly appears in front of you in the form of a flash, this kind of supernatural power will definitely shock everyone. Looking at the OB in front of him, Loki said seriously, "What I am about to tell you now will be unbelievable." At this moment, his time finally stopped. Taking advantage of the short time, he told the OB in front of him everything that had happened. "Of course I believe you. The characters I wrote come alive." As a science fiction novel, the author's OB listened to all the plots and showed excitement. "Reminds me of the plot of Sons of Urine." Loki didn't say anything, but came to the wall next to him and looked at the countless notes posted next to him. He looked puzzled. "What is that?" "It's my most popular book." OB turned his head and looked away. After all, he was just a lonely science fiction writer. His book was not very popular, nor was it a bestseller, and it even failed to sell. Saying this is just to lie to Loki. "I should be able to find one for you here." He turned his head and looked to the side, looking for the hanging book. Suddenly, he looked at the table in front of him and picked up one of the books, Son of Urine. His expression suddenly became strange, and he looked at DB, "Are you a writer?" "Yes, I'm a writer." OB nodded slightly and looked at Loki with a smile on his face. Click! The book in my hand subconsciously fell to the ground. Loki was confused. "Okay, I'm dead." At this moment, he could no longer think of any way to save the multi-universe. After all the people who had once at this moment they are just variations. They have no memory of the past. He didn't even recognize Loki, and had forgotten everything he had experienced in the time administration. Next, his time travel will no longer be controlled, the Time Management Bureau will be gone, and he will not be able to save everyone. Even Kong the Conqueror's variant has died, and it can no longer find a second Kong variant. He walked towards the window in despair. But it's embarrassing. I have to get a PhD before I can continue teaching theoretical physics at Caltech. OB said subconsciously. Loki, who had just looked desperate, immediately looked over, his expression showing a revived excitement. You are also a scientist. Great. Yeah, until I can quit my job and concentrate on writing, you don't know how difficult it is. Look at this. OB picked up the model next to him. While playing with it, he also picked up a book next to him and looked at Loki. You are so lucky to have this book, but Loki seemed to have caught some inspiration. He looked at OB and said, sorry, can't I concentrate? OB put down the book in his hand in a sullen manner and looked at Loki in confusion. No problem, what do you want to do? I have to go back to before the force of time collapsed. Loki wrote carefully. You should talk to children carefully like an adult. The OB in front of me is a science fiction novel. The author can accept all the settings because he has imagination. But he is not a real Time Management Bureau staff. Impossible, it's impossible, but don't give up. OB shook his head gently. I don't understand what you just said. Loki was breathing heavily and looking at the OB in front of him with a serious expression. You start time travel and go to a place without time. OB immediately shook his head and waved his hand. That's impossible. This is simply impossible. Loki nodded slightly and looked at the ground. His expression at this moment was full of regret. He once had a chance to save the Time Management Bureau, but ultimately failed. So you are going to a place that no longer exists, which is also impossible. Therefore, maybe it is something you can do. OB gestured casually, using his imagination. Yes, that's great, very reasonable. Loki thought that this theory was true. He couldn't go to a place that didn't exist. That doesn't sound like science. Yes, but it's very similar to a novel. OB nodded gently, using his imagination. His face was serious. You need to learn how to master and control the slipping of time. Loki took a deep breath. His heart had already protested. After all, he had no control at all. He couldn't let it happen, it's random. Loki explained seriously. But after listening to all of Loki's explanations, OB looked serious. But he's not, because in the end you always run into the person you are looking for. It evolves gradually, because you're not just moving in time, you're also moving in space. OB's description is very apt, vivid, and lively, just like everything Loki has experienced. At this moment, Loki's frown slowly relaxed. It's like you are a better time tablet. OB replaced it with his own words. But when Loki was confused, he could only shake his head. You sound like it's a good thing. In science, it's all about the thing and the method. OB, he combined his fantasy with his knowledge and said seriously, but the focus of the novel is on vowels. Why do you need to do this? Why do I need to do this? I'll tell you why. Loki came over and explained seriously, because if I can't prevent the Time Bureau from being destroyed, nothing can prevent the impending disaster. He could not explain the cause of this series of disasters. Just like at this moment, he simply couldn't explain the series of unscientific events that happened to him. Everything seems to have a cause and effect. Just because Sylvie killed the remaining people, so it caused the collapse of the sacred timeline. No matter how much he tried to stop it, it was useless. He wanted to save the Time Management Bureau as much as possible, but found that he couldn't do it no matter what he did. He couldn't even stay in space. At this moment, according to him, OB suddenly realized, if that's really why he's questioning you, you should be able to control him, do it. What he said seemed more like encouragement to Loki. Now. Loki looked confused and pointed in front of him. Yes, start. OB nodded confidently. On Earth. Before the video. Everyone was almost confused by the scene in front of them. After all, Loki and OB at this moment, like two crazy people, one is a science fiction novel, the author speaks nonsense and makes no sense at all, and the other one, he is a real Norse god with incredible power. He possesses divine power, a divine body that mortals cannot even hope to reach, and even has the time to use this extremely powerful ability. At this moment, I am discussing all matters beyond time and space in the time administration with a science fiction writer. The most important point is that two people can still chat together, and what they say is real. No, I'm about to collapse. These are like two lunatics. 10 people are using their own confusing fictional theories to simulate a real environment. One uses his own personal experience to simulate the environment of a novel. Ha ha ha, am I crazy or is this world crazy? Loki actually dared to believe what this person said. But have you noticed that every time Loki goes to a place, it is consistent with this theory? Every time he meets someone he wants to meet. Can we really use fictional theories to explain the real phenomena of time and space? Our world originally worships atheists, but the gods in the Nordic mythology are real. It has long been impossible to explain it using physical phenomena, or even science. What about even the Infinity Stones? At this moment everyone was silent. Some people even patted their companions on the shoulders and asked, "Do you think Loki can succeed?" I feel that this is unlikely. This time-slipping phenomenon seems to be a phenomenon of him being repelled by space. It's inexplicable. If we master this phenomenon, we probably won't even need a portal. We can go directly to any space and time, to any point in time. Holy crap, isn't this a god-level skill? I seem to have figured something out, but it slipped away and I couldn't grasp it. Xiuoong Dao, you are all Xiuoong Dao. In the video, Loki looked serious, then nodded slightly, and he immediately stood up. Come on. Obi also stood up. If he hadn't actually seen Loki appear before his eyes, he would definitely believe that the man in front of him was a lunatic. At this moment, Loki began to try. He stood in front of the Obi. Focus on that reason, you have to save the time administration. Obi guided quietly like a novelist. Good. Loki nodded slightly, stretching his arms out, his face serious. Looking at the space in front of him, he imagined all the reasons, but in fact, his mind was blank, and he couldn't think of any reason at all. Why and how to save the time administration? How can the time administration get to where he wants to go? You must save the time administration. Loki nodded slightly. He said this, then slowly stretched out his arms and stretched his body. Ah! He closed his eyes, but it seemed as if he was just stretching his body. He opened his eyes, but the environment in front of him did not change. Obi looked at Loki in front of him and asked softly like a charlatan, "Is it useful?" This scene is so hilarious. Loki shook his head slightly, then nodded, "I'm still working on it." He tried to empty his body, but there was no way. He shook his body, but it's like being a fool. Maybe you have to try harder. Obi looked at Loki expectantly, as if he were his own work. I have tried my best. In the next few minutes, Loki showed everyone what it meant to be crazy. He waved his arms like a madman. I electrocuted my body, but it didn't help. He even stretched out his arms forcefully, like a superhero descending from the sky, but he felt nothing at all. Finally he sighed, gave up, and walked to the window, trying to get some fresh air. Obi followed him. You must have done something wrong. Feeling the time slipping away is the answer. Maybe we focus on science. Loki came to the blackboard and looked at the blackboard next to him. Good. Obi nodded slightly. Anyway, he is a scientist, and he is also a science fiction writer, so he can combine the key points of both. This equation shows. Loki looked at the blackboard in front of him, trying to relax his expression. Unexpectedly, the Obi suddenly picked up a small electric baton from the corner and turned on the switch. On Loki's back, in an instant, the electric current jumped and hit Loki's back directly. Ah! Loki screamed, "What are you doing?" Science, now we know that electrical pulses will not trigger the flow of time. Ober picked up the book and wanted to write something in it. Loki at level 250 picked up the electric baton. The electric baton was turned on, and there was a crackling sound of electricity flashing. He wanted to print it directly on Ob's body, but then he thought that the latter was just an ordinary person on Earth. Just gave up. He threw the electric baton on the table with a helpless look on his face. KKK. D40 D40. Obi seemed to have thought of something and yelled in front of Loki. This crazy behavior made Loki lose his defense. Oh my god. Neither fight nor flight will trigger. Obi continued to record his things. Never mind the time. Loki shook his head slightly, let's think about it carefully. How can science help us reach a place that does not exist? He looked at the OB in front of him. OB also looked at Loki seriously. Maybe he actually exists. OB stepped forward and expressed his doubts. Loki shook his head slightly, looking at the ground with a firm expression. No, I saw him disappear with my own eyes. But you also said that you also traveled through time to a place in the Time Management Bureau. OB immediately grasped the key point. Never. Loki answered, if that's the case, maybe the place and time you are looking for still exist, but you just don't know where to start looking. When OB heard this, he immediately thought, let's try this. He picked up a teacup from the table next to him, or rather a pen holder with a few pens in it, and handed it to Loki. Here. Yes. Loki nodded slightly, took the pen holder, and pulled out the pencil from it, which made him a little confused. Gather everyone together again. OB said softly. Loki looked confused and looked at the pen holder in his hand. It doesn't seem very scientific. You said that every one of your friends, has a flash of time. OB picked up every pen in the pen holder and asked. XT. Loki nodded ignorantly, like a primary school student. That means a group of people will have a collective aura exclusive to that moment. OB held all the pens in his hand, and then gently turned his index finger. He stated his theory, if we can get everyone together in one place, we can read the aura. It's like coordinates. These words woke Loki up from his dream. He said excitedly, these markers go back to that moment. Seeing Loki laughing, OB smiled, no. Why? Loki looked confused. Because we don't have the time tablet you mentioned. OB walked forward and sat down on the stool. Can you build one? You can. Loki chased after him and looked at the OB in front of him, which reminded him of the repairman from the Time Management Bureau. Maybe, but without the knowledge of how it works, I would have to invent it from scratch, which would probably take me a lifetime. OB explained why he couldn't do it. Chapter 63. But, hearing this, Loki let out a long breath, as if he had lost his last hope. But suddenly his expression changed, and he immediately remembered that he had taken out a book from the Time Administration and put it on himself. He opened his clothes and took out the familiar Time Management Bureau manual from his pocket. VAT. The three big words are so clear. At this moment, time seemed to form a perfect closed-loop logic. He picked up the Time Management Bureau manual and looked at OB. What if you had that knowledge? What's this? OB looked at the book in front of him with a puzzled look. He took the book and opened it to take a closer look. What do you think? You wrote it. Loki said subconsciously. OB's face was full of disbelief. Right. Loki nodded slightly, his eyes full of excitement. There is a copy on every table in the Time Management Bureau. At this moment, looking at the scientist and novelist in front of him, he seemed to see the real OB. That long-lost feeling. Hearing this, OB immediately smiled, so I will write 10 best-selling books. Loki smiled and nodded slightly. This statement was also not going to make him rich after all. Everyone has a copy even if they are not selling it. But the value of this book is also there. Let's start working on it, so to speak. Loki nodded seriously. 12.7*. His figure disappeared instantly, and this scene made OB stunned. Here comes the problem. The next moment, Loki appeared again, and he came to a residential area. The surroundings looked very good. There was even a car parked in the distance. Sudden, he noticed a figure in the distance and looked towards it. It turned out to be Mobius. At this time, Mobius was standing outside the house and knocking on the door. Son, we need to talk about the toys that show up outside your room. They're all trash, understand? Waste. Like an old father, he bent down, picked up the toy from the ground and complained, I don't want this place to be a mess every time I come back, like a garage sale. Has he ever been burned? He complained casually and picked up all the toys from the ground. Suddenly, he saw a burnt soldier toy on the ground. Yes, it's burned. He said something casually, and suddenly asked himself, why was it burned? When he turned around, he saw his other son holding a match in his hand. He pointed at his younger son in confusion and said, Kevin, who gave you the match? I stole it. A smile appeared on the youngest son's face. Behind. The eldest son came out, and there was a small bicycle thrown casually on the ground. The youngest son saw this and ran away. John, go chase him. Just don't let him burn down the house, and I'll let you raise a puppy. Go quickly. He really looked like an old father who was worried sick, staring at his son impatiently. The eldest son said again. Let's talk later, hurry up and go. Mobius had a helpless look on his face. Seeing that he was in a playful mood, he casually kicked the football in front of him into the football hoop in the distance. This scene looks very helpless. As an old father of 2 children, does he have any way to discipline them? Life has become so helpless. But he had no choice. He had to go to work every day to earn a salary to maintain the normal expenses of the family. There is no one to take care of the 2 children every day. No one will understand his hard work. The 2 kids always make a mess at home, so I always feel this way when I go home. And the place where I worked before. Often harassed by her 2 sons. And at this moment, hello. A greeting sounded behind me. Mobius turned his head and saw that it was the man he had seen in the convenience store before. And then, everything went smoothly, and Loki explained the situation of the Time Management Bureau to Mobius in front of him. More hope. Mobius in front of him can help him. The 2 talked for a while, but no one expected that Mobius had been listening carelessly, and he even came to the car warehouse. He casually raised the wrench and shouted lunatic. At this moment, Loki was a little helpless, but he didn't know how to explain the situation. Mobius raised the board in his hand and smashed it on Loki's head. Sudden, the portal appeared behind the 2 people, and Ob, with the prototype of the shuttle tablet, opened the time and space shuttle channel. Loki was completely shocked when he saw this scene. Obi looked at Loki calmly and explained that he had spent 18 months to finally develop the time tablet. In his hands he held a computer-shaped prototype, which was smaller than the clock and tablet. It has grown many times. However, he already possesses the basic ability to travel through time and space. Mobius, who had just raised his hand, put it down brazenly. Looking at the incredible scene in his eyes, he finally believed everything Loki said. But, he still couldn't bear to give up his family. But at this moment, Loki suddenly had an idea and activated the previous timeline of the same space-time. When he opened the portal, he pulled Mobius and carefully passed through the portal, arriving at their doorstep again, just a few minutes before he returned. And this is exactly the scene where Loki appears, and he ensures that Mobius in this timeline will not disappear. Mobius agreed to work with Loki. Afterwards, in the hospital we visited before, Loki passed through the portal and came to the space of the Doctor, a variant of Captain B-15. The same rhetoric and the same method convinced Captain B-15. 770, on the beach where he was escaping, he met Casey, who was now desperate and almost dying of starvation and thirst. After successfully convincing the 2 people, they returned to Ob's laboratory together, ready to implement the final plan, but, at this moment they are lacking the most crucial person, who is the only one missing when their time aura converges. Sylvie. So using the same method, Loki came to McDonald's store. He was worried that Sylvie had also lost her memory, but fortunately, in this timeline, Sylvie still knows Loki. But, she didn't want to stay in the past. Back to that moment in the Time Management Bureau, she hated the time administration. I don't want to get involved in anything related to the Time Management Bureau anymore. The 2 talked and Loki hoped that Sylvie could help him. Sylvie hadn't experienced much at this time, so she didn't understand at all. Why did Loki go to save the Time Management Bureau? They were clearly on the Time Management Bureau's team at the beginning. At this time, Rocky is like putting out a fire for the whole world, trying to save the time administration and bring everyone together. He has lived here for a long time and feels that everyone should have their own life. Everyone should live on different axes and lead a real life, not like the time administration. Give everyone a false memory. All of them who live on the fulcrum are not part of the time variance administration at all. It was Loki who brought everyone together by force. At this moment, looking at the lost logic in front of her, Sylvie said the last words, I know this is sorry, but your friends should return to their own lives. At this moment, Loki's glass heart was somewhat broken by what the girl said. He shook his head gently, but without them, where would I be? This time, Loki returned completely empty-handed, and even his heart was a little broken, he was like an eggplant hit by frost. He returned to Ob's place, and the first thing he did when he came back was to liberate everyone. Everyone should live on their own pillars, everyone should have their own life, instead of gathering everyone together like now. After Loki left, Sylvie was in a bad mood. After all, she and Loki had truly loved each other deeply before. Although she likes her current life very much, the appearance of her first love will always stir ripples in her heart no matter when. I came to the record store, picked up a record I wanted to listen to, lay on the sofa and felt the quiet moment, and put on my headphones. This moment is so beautiful, but, in this beautiful moment, everything around began to collapse, and the radiation of time radiated to the support axis in front of me. Everything in the record store turned into countless noodles under everyone's gaze and disappeared into the entire space and time. The record store owner, he didn't even have time to react, and his entire body disappeared into thin air. He jumped forward, trying to grab Sylvie's hand. But Sylvie didn't have time to catch him. Everything around me has been rippled by time and space, and under the radiation of time, everything is completely gone. Finally, in the world where time and space collapsed, Sylvie opened the portal and went to where 1B was. And admitted his mistake to Loki. Everyone gathered together again. If the problem of hidden power is not solved, all spiders will be destroyed. At this moment, seeing Sylvie coming, Loki regained motivation and asked B to start the next plan. Unexpectedly, the time tablet that had just been made suddenly disappeared from its original place. At this moment, everyone looked a little upset, and even Loki suspected that it was the two people that Casey stole. Argument, but, under Loki's gaze, Casey's body began to decompose and then dissipate. At this moment, in this timeline right before our eyes, Mobius' body was also decomposed, Ob's body also began to dissipate, and Captain 615's body was decomposed. Loki looked at Sylvie in disbelief, and Sylvie was right in front of him. Completely dissipated, being broken down into countless noodles. At this moment, 12. The confidence that had just been gathered, the protagonist team that had gathered together, all disappeared completely before his eyes. At this moment, Loki looked at the destruction around him and thought back to the beginning. The pain he experienced on the day the Time Administration Bureau was destroyed. He felt unprecedented confusion and loneliness in his heart, but he didn't expect. Under the angry roar, he actually mastered the method of slipping away in time. In an instant, he opened his eyes again. But I returned to Sylvie, the moment I just crossed over. He looked at the people around him and began to explain that the key to the slipping of time is not when, where, or why. It's about who can dominate this time story. At this moment, looking at the people in front of me, Loki finally made that decision: I can rewrite the story. The next moment, boom boom, his body trembled slightly, and he released the ability of time escape, and instantly disappeared from the spot. Appear again, boom. The space before his eyes shook slightly, and he appeared at the original place. The moment the Time Management Bureau was destroyed, when he was with B6. Here. It was the moment when Tamri just went down the gangway and was about to enter the Time Weaver room. Looking at his hands, Loki was glad to have returned to this time and space. He said to the people around him in surprise, "I'm back. Are you okay?" Seeing that the logic of the eyes was a bit strange, Mobius asked subconsciously. "Fine." Loki nodded slightly, and immediately pointed at Tamriel and said, "We have to get Tamri out." At this moment, Tamri has put on his chemical protective suit and said, "I'm ready." And OB immediately ran to the instrument next to him. At this moment, Mobius said in shock, "The radiation level is so alarming, even worse than what I experienced back then. He will succeed." Sylvie folded her arms and stood there praying. Bring it on. The story repeats itself, and Tamri opens the door to the Time Weaver room. Everyone is looking forward to this moment, and the words written on the door are anytime and forever. Looking at the door in front of him, Tamri ran forward quickly, but, right in front of everyone, his body was torn into noodles. The radiation of time was too terrifying. They simply can't withstand such radiation. Everyone stood there in shock. This scene was so unbelievable. Their last hope was completely lost. No one even knew where the accident happened. 0146022135 Philo 1444524740 OB. Is he dead? Where did the change happen? Loki asked seriously, looking at the OB in front of him. We spent too much time. OB shook his head slightly and sighed. One more time, faster. At this moment, Loki made a new decision. The second time travel. Loki's figure shuttled to Tamri, and the moment he went down the gangway, he immediately stopped the OB who was in charge of everything, and then said even faster, wait for the door to open and get through the gangway as quickly as possible, install the multiplier, press the green button to launch and come back, understand? Watching this scene, Tamri was confused, okay, got it. At this moment, Loki was very funny, pushing OB towards the gangway with his own hands, hurry up, it's time to be brave, get ready. This time, Mobius, who was standing next to him, was confused when he heard this. But in the same situation, just after entering the gangway, within 2 seconds, Tamri turned into countless noodles again and was destroyed by the space-time radiation. The next moment, this scene was repeated again, with faster speech and faster actions. But it didn't take more than 2 seconds. Crashed again. So the store, at this moment, Loki began to repeat the process of time travel again and again. He traveled back to the time when the chief judge captured Timlai, and solved the problem at a faster speed. They kidnapped Tamri, and this time they advanced no further than 3 seconds. XXX. Chapter 64. XX. Loki's faster speed, purely in the form of running, this time did not exceed 4 seconds. R. Once. XR. Loki looked at the devastating scene before him. Again. 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 At this moment, he had completely transformed into a ruthless shuttle machine, sending Tamri to his death time and time again. He crossed over countless times, and this time, after 5 seconds, Tamri finally hung up again. The next moment, Loki traveled back to the time when he first brought Tamri to the Time Management Bureau. Obi was so surprised to see the idol in front of him that he immediately rushed out from behind the counter and shook hands with Tamri. But in the next class, Loki seemed to have his Ren and Du meridians opened up, and immediately pushed the prototype next to him, in front of everyone. He explained the working method of the prototype in front of him with great emotion and earnestness. As the creator of the prototype, Obi was stunned. He was the inventor of the machine. But there is someone who knows the machine in front of him better than him. He said quickly, I'm not done yet. I know. Loki nodded slightly, and then introduced to everyone that the prototype in front of them was missing an energy multiplier. After he finished speaking, he even reached into Tamriel's bag and took out the energy multiplier that Tamriel had been researching. After introducing the energy multiplier to everyone, the current task is for Tamri and Obi to jointly invent this machine. It can increase the computing power of the Time Weaver. Then came Tamri in protective clothing, then, just like the little man in the simulator, he walked through the mysterious ladder step by step and installed the machine in front of him on the time-weaving machine. He speaks very fast. Everyone around was stunned. He seemed to know everything at this moment. But, Loki felt that time was passing very slowly. Then I asked the OB in front of me how long it would take to learn all these things. Just assume I don't know much, but I learn quickly. I am God. Looking at the OB in front of him, Loki said proudly, let's start from the beginning. After all, in the Nordic mythology, the gods have long lifespans, and ordinary people have a lifespan of more than 5,000 years. His life has just begun. Start from scratch? We don't have time. It's better for us to do it ourselves. Obi was still persuading. I don't have to understand, but if I must know, I really must know. How long will it take? Loki said anxiously. At least after he had developed the principle, he could create the machine in front of him entirely on his own, without having to spend much time on subsequent research and development. His expression was very serious, and looking at the serious logic in front of him, Obi nodded slightly, decades. Centuries. Tamri interrupted. At this moment, Loki like an eggplant hit by frost, but it was stunned for a moment. The picture suddenly stopped. A line of subtitles appears. Centuries later. Loki was even faster. He led everyone with the prototype and then the machine he created, step by step towards Time Weaver Room Walk. Loki, I'm not doubting your super advanced siege skills, but maybe you should let the OB test it first. Program testing is the key to safe scientific progress. Casey said anxiously as he ran quickly beside Loki. After all, no one had ever seen Loki or studied any physics. Before this, he was just a god in Norse mythology. It is incredible that he could have created such a machine. Obi was also shocked, he looked at Loki beside him. Loki didn't have time to explain, he reached out and patted Ob's shoulder, he's perfect, Tamri, come over here. As he spoke, he pulled Tamri to the side. We have to scan your timing in this delicate instrument. Loki patted the instrument beside him. It looked like a large helmet with countless small and dense light bulbs inside. It is called spiritual light, but it is actually a soul scanner. It looks dangerous. Tamli looked at the machine in front of him with an awkward smile on his face. Actually, he is very safe, watch out. While speaking, Loki directly stuck his head in, and the next moment, the sound of the machine rang out. Access denied. A deep male voice sounded, and then Loki poked his head out. After a demonstration, he pulled Tamri to his side. Come, let me help you hold your glasses. Time seemed to be speeding up, and Tamri was pushed into the room by Loki without hesitation. Welcome, survivor. The sound of a machine passing through is heard, then Tamli sticks his head out. 0146022135 Philo 1444624040. Everything here seemed to be fast forward, and then he put glasses on Tamri. Through the window here, you can see the energy inside the Time Weaver. There has been a riot, countless time branches are generated, which will produce infinite time hidden force and infinite time radiation. You guys are in a worse situation than I thought. Hurry up and act. Who's going to go up? Obi urged anxiously as he looked at the group of people in front of him. Tamri was confused. You. Loki put his arm around Tamli's shoulders and pulled him to the side of the gangway. What to do? I don't know how many times Tamri has asked this question. Go in, dress, wait for the door to open, get through the ramp as fast as possible, install the multiplier, press the green button to launch, and come back. Loki said very quickly. Good. The fierce and ferocious Tamli was ready to go to the space in front of him to die. Loki, feeling guilty, grabbed Tamri again, and remember, keep your right thumb, left knee and mask glued tightly, otherwise the radiation will cause your skin to peel off. Be careful not to fall. A series of explanations, just like the last words before death. Tamriel, I was ready to walk towards the gangway in front of me. Suddenly, Loki grabbed Tamri again. Don't put down the multiplier no matter what. Otherwise he will roll down the gangway, understand? Tamri's eyes were full of confusion, but after thinking about all the words, he finally encouraged himself, you should be brave. So a new round of experiments began. He put on protective clothing like before and picked up the multiplier. Loki here was looking at the things in front of him, and the OB next to him was asking all the questions with a confused look on his face, including the special equipment. The lines. All the physics questions he asked were perfectly answered by Loki, even the doubts raised by Casey beside him. The landline phone can also be typed perfectly. At this moment, he understands all the physical connections like a creator. The others looked confused. At this moment, he understood too much and even became the leader. Seeing this, Mobius' mouth twitched. Be careful, Obi, someone is trying to steal your job. Steal your job? Loki answered casually, then came to Mobius' side. Okay, Obi, come on. Then he immediately ordered, Kathy, go and take the multiplier to Tamriel. Good. Although no one was sure what to do, they still followed the logical arrangement and carried out all the steps one by one. At this time, Tamri had just arrived, and it had not been long since the administration had jointly developed the equipment. Everyone was in a state of confusion. Who knows what's wrong with Loki, using the machine he developed himself and making everyone start to act anxiously, as if something big has happened. And I didn't see Loki in a blink. It was as if he had mastered countless physical knowledge, and at this moment it was unimaginable that his mind had arranged all these people. He's like a prophet. What the hell are you doing? Looking at Loki in front of him, Bis asked with a serious face. Believe me. Loki stretched out his hand, his face still confident. No. Mobius was already panicking. Know what you are doing. Loki shook his head slightly. He still looked confident as he looked at Mobius in front of him. The two of them still looked familiar to each other. Mobius refused again, no. Everything happened so fast that no one seemed to be familiar with the situation yet. The logic at this moment was like a god's perspective. If the Loki in front of him wasn't alive, Mobius would definitely think that Loki in front of him must have been cheating. On the other hand, the plan was progressing smoothly. Tamriel put on his protective suit again and took the multiplier that Casey handed him. Just as Casey was about to leave. Be careful not to forget to buckle his helmet. Loki, who had been watching this scene, immediately gave orders, and everything went on in an orderly manner. All the plans were ready, and access required a password, but no one expected that it would be in Loki's hands. The password was entered perfectly. All plans started to go into action. Except for Tamri, I am a little nervous. But in the end, in the eyes of everyone and under Loki's full command, he walked into the space in front of him. Keep encouraging yourself to be brave in your heart. He ran forward step by step, as if he could withstand the expansion of the time force at this moment, and withstand the time radiation. The device in the distance seemed so far away. It moved forward step by step with difficulty. Countless hidden forces of time pushed it backwards frantically. At this moment, Tamri, as if he was crazy, he took a deep breath, and the protective suit on his body withstood the time radiation. He moved forward step by step with difficulty, holding the amplifier tightly in his hand. Hold the amplifier tightly and don't let it drop. Loki reminded. At this moment, he encouraging Cai in front of him, he walked towards the Time Weaver in the distance. The crazy expansion of time and branches has stopped the Time Weaver from working. At this moment, the Time Weaver, just like a dead machine, lying there quietly, the sacred timeline has disappeared, and the ignored time branch is growing crazily. If you want time not to destroy everything, you can only add this amplifier to increase the computing power of the Time Weaver. Only in this way can we weave perfectly. Although it will weave and subtract other time branches, it can ensure the safe operation of the sacred timeline. It can ensure that the universe in front of us is preserved. So this scene in front of me is particularly important at this moment. On Earth. Stars in the air. Asgard. Earth. Countless people were watching this scene. After Loki's unremitting efforts, the person left behind was transformed. Finally, he set foot on this road. He walked forward step by step. It was extremely difficult. He didn't know how long it took. He finally came to the center. At this time, he no longer had enough energy to count seconds. He finally took on all the pressure and, in an unbearable pain, in the erosion of countless time, he came to the side of the Time Weaver. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he placed the amplifier in his hand, in the time-weaving body. Then try your best. He slammed his right hand hard on the green button. DB. At this moment, countless people in the universe hope that Tamli can succeed, because Loki, I don't know how much time has passed. How many plans and how much effort went into it. On Earth. Countless people looked at this scene and said spontaneously in their hearts, come on, come on. It must succeed. If it succeeds this time, the sacred timeline can be preserved. This is not your fight alone, this is the fight of all of us. Come on, Tamri. Loki's efforts will not be in vain. He has mastered the ability to flow through time and has repeated it so many times. For the safety of the Time Management Bureau, Loki even stayed in a certain time and space for countless centuries and learned countless physics knowledge. It's terrible. With such diligence, is he really a villain? It's so shocking, this is the end of time. If all the theories are true, then once time becomes a weapon, no one, not even any space or time, can resist it. It's easy to erase a space-time, erase any time branch, or even completely blow up time and completely destroy everyone in a universe. It's not just a universe. One time branch is enough to give birth to countless time branches, which is equivalent to destroying countless universes from the root. Asgard. Come on. Queen Fricka, watching the video in front of her, subconsciously stretched out her hand and clenched her fist, with excitement in her eyes. He knew very well what Loki was like. Loki had been very naughty since he was a child. Although he was very smart, he was timid. If it weren't for her guidance, Loki would not have become the god of trickery he is today, nor would he have the magic he has today. Unexpectedly, in order to save time, the administration took on such a huge responsibility. He traveled through time and space again and again to rewrite time and space. Obd. The god King Odin looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes filled with emotion and relief. When Loki died, he revealed that he was Odin's child. At that time, Odin's heart was deeply moved. He educates the two children in completely different ways, but prefers Thor's education because in his eyes, Loki is just his youngest son. But because of my cowardly character, this makes Loki very sensitive, so he pays close attention to the differences between the two children. The more this happened, the more it became difficult for Odin to get along with him peacefully. He became more and more lawless and ignorant. But in Odin's heart, he always wanted this child to grow up and become an adult, learn to take responsibility, stop escaping and being cowardly, and learn to see through everything in front of you. Inspired by God, he could sense that Loki would become a god in the future. Unexpectedly. But it is not the Loki of this universe and this time and space. Guardians of the Galaxy. Come on. Rocket Raccoon, who has always been the most mischievous and unreliable, couldn't help but speak out when he saw the scene. The Destroyer, who had the lowest sense of humor, couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw Tamri being tricked and killed again and again by Loki. But at this moment, he looked at the scene in front of him very seriously. Chapter 65. Mantis saw this and subconsciously reached out and placed her hand on the Destroyer's skin. This was the first time he didn't see a scene of horror and destruction. She saw that the Destroyer was also in her heart. Cheer for Tamri. The entire universe. Everyone is watching this historic moment. Just as Tamri plugged in the amplifier, the moment I entered the time-weaving machine. Almost everyone in the universe held their breath at the same time. Pat, the sound of steel mechanical closing rang out, and Tamri was under unimaginable pressure. I reached out and pulled the iron railing, and the machine in front of me started. The next moment, the time editor in front of me was restarted, and it was gently rotating in full view of everyone. Everyone in the Time Management Bureau was watching this historic moment, and almost everyone was extremely excited. Finally. At this exciting moment, Loki spoke the final order: press the green button. Tamri took one last step, stretched out his right hand wearing protective clothing, and gently pressed the green button. The entire space and time seemed to have been frozen. But nothing changed before my eyes. Tamri turned his head in confusion and looked at the command room behind him. Press the green button, he might be a little nervous. Loki nervously reminded again. Press the green button. Tamri finally summoned up all his strength and suddenly slapped his hand on the instrument in front of him. Pa! Countless streams of orange light immediately scattered from the machine in front of him to the surroundings. The machine had been started. I saw. In the distant sky, the Time Weaver began to rotate slowly and was working slowly. D***. Everyone in the command room breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Loki, who had experienced countless failures. This time he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Come back now, quickly. Loki hurriedly said anxiously, back, come back, come back. Return. Tamriel's mind was almost destroyed at this moment, and he asked subconsciously. Yes, come back. Loki couldn't help but smile. It works, it will work this time. Everyone was extremely excited, and Tamri did not hesitate and turned to walk towards the opening. But the situation before him was too difficult. Every step he took seemed to be as powerful as thunder, pressing down on him. It was extremely difficult for them to take a single step, but he still gritted his teeth and took as many steps as he could towards the shelter. After experiencing countless failures, Loki finally saw success and a smile appeared in his eyes. He couldn't help laughing out loud. This time they finally succeeded. In the space before his eyes, the Time Weaver had already started to work, emitting a dazzling light. The slowly rotating steel machine, at this moment, started weaving again. Soon the divine timeline will be woven and the extra timeline branches will be cut out. Time will return to normal, and the current crisis will be completely resolved. Time Management Bureau will get back on track. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Tamri finally returned to the Time Management Bureau after going through untold hardships. At this moment, everyone could no longer hold back and applaud softly. They had no idea how much effort Loki had put into achieving this moment of success. But, they knew they had succeeded, they had finally activated the Time Weaver. The safety door was also closed again, and all the explosion-proof doors were slowly falling down. Earth. Countless people breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. They had been watching the video from the beginning. Until this moment, everyone seemed to be in the Time Management Bureau. In the time and space that is about to be destroyed. Almost everyone follows Loki's thinking, and every one of them follows Loki's footsteps. Moving forward step by step, everyone is paying attention to the success or failure of the matter at hand. How difficult it is for Loki, every step he takes is a careful one, if he makes a mistake he will be crushed to pieces. Whether it's the closed loop of time, or every step of Loki, the road he took was almost full of hardships. Is this Loki? The god in Norse mythology, the god of trickery? I heard he's just an ignorant little brat. No, this is Loki from another timeline. He was also an unreliable guy, but a lot of things happened that made him grow up. Camartage. Doctor Strange has no way to predict the sacred timeline and the information of the time administration. He was also paying attention to the video in his eyes, watching Loki's transformation step by step. The anger he felt during the New York War had weakened a lot. 17. If, as in the video, Thor and Loki came to Earth to look for their father, he would not hesitate to take Loki. Exile for 3 days and 3 nights. Forget it, just leave him alone for 30 minutes. At this moment, seeing that Loki's plan finally succeeded, the doctor slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Success. He stretched out his right hand and glanced at the watch on his wrist. The time was frozen at exactly 12 o'clock. Stark Tower. Yes. Tony couldn't help but stretch out his hands. He clenched his fists. At this moment, he was as excited as if he had hit a home run with a girl. A satisfied smile like a child appeared on his face, which made the little pepper beside him smile slightly. This is the Tony he wants, simple and easy. Not the Iron Man who wants to save the world, is everywhere and always on the move. Queens. The Dutch version of Spider-Man stood up and roared excitedly. Yeah, it worked. His good friend Ned also stood up and pressed his fat belly against Parker's belly. The two looked at each other and immediately gave each other a friendly fist bump. Garfield's Spider-Man world. Parker returned home and lay on the bed. Seeing this scene, a sincere smile appeared on his face. Although his heart was filled with regret, but fortunately, another universe was saved, through Loki, who knows how many times the effort it took. But, it's all worth it. Luckily, all the important people are around me. Maguire's Spider-Man world. Yes. Peter Parker came to the newspaper office as usual and saw this scene. He couldn't help but take a picture of it with his camera. Click, a photo is stored in the camera. The owner of the Daily Bugle came over. Very good, don't take a picture of the spider monster today, just use this photo as the headline. Peter Parker nodded modestly. Guardians of the Galaxy. Everyone looked at this scene and stood up excitedly at the same time. Rocket Raccoon raised his right hand, although it looked a little short, and clenched his right fist. 131, Groot was considerate. He stretched out his right hand and clapped it with the raccoon's right hand. Cheers! The destroyer shouted. He stood up and raised the cup in his hand. Mantis was the second to stand up. Star-Lord, who should have been the most excited, was sitting on a chair with some doubts. He looked at the video in front of him and denied it. No, they shouldn't have succeeded. Before he finished speaking, Bang Gamera, who was beside him, had already elbowed him. Star-Lord immediately covered his stomach in pain. He stood up subconsciously and looked at Kayla beside him with disbelief. So much nonsense. Gamera rolled her eyes, looking speechless. Under this exciting and eye-catching light and shadow, the maintenance engineer's OB looked at the successful scene outside the window with a look of shock on his face. It worked. The Time Weaver had indeed begun its weaving work, and a huge flow of time poured into the space of the Weaver in front of it. And as the Weaver weaves, a unique sacred timeline is created. Although the speed was extremely slow, fortunately it finally succeeded. The OB Alliance came to the instrument and looked at the data on it. Integration has begun. The hidden force has interwoven the axis and stabilized it. Kixie, who was standing beside him, was also excited at this moment. Did it succeed? Mage. Tamri walked up from below. He was the most excited person. Because of his help, this plan was able to succeed. It was precisely because of the prototype he brought that the time gravity amplifier was completed. It was he who resisted all the pressure and moved forward step by step. The Time Weaver had witnessed such magnificent and unimaginable scenes before. He's like the main character. Yes, we succeeded. Loki pursed his lips slightly and said calmly. Tamri climbed up from below. Is it useful? Cracks had already appeared on his protective suit, destroyed by the hidden force of time. Protective clothing on the body, it has become dilapidated. If he stays there any longer, his life will be lost there. It works. Loki nodded slightly, stretched out his hand to hold Tamri's shoulder, and pointed out the window. An extremely magnificent sacred timeline is slowly emerging. And the countless floating timeline branches behind are being woven. The timeline branches that have been created now will not disappear. still woven into the divine timeline. There will be no other timeline branches in the future, only one sacred timeline will remain, maintained by everyone. They succeeded. The Time Management Bureau has once again fulfilled their responsibility and once again maintained this a unique sacred timeline. Excited, Loki reached out and hammered Tamri's chest. This was a collision between friends. B. etc. Sylvie's voice suddenly rang out. What? Loki was slightly stunned. Beep, beep. The machine next to him was flashing wildly, and OB was surprised. All the data is wrong. What's wrong? Loki's heart skipped a beat and he immediately came over. I don't know, it just isn't right. OB looked at the data on the machine in front of him with a bewildered look on his face. Impossible. Loki seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He walked over and asked, why is the reading wrong? The hidden force is overloaded again. OB said in a calm voice. How can the hidden force be overloaded? Loki came over and looked at the data on the instrument in front of him. He was filled with disbelief. He reached out and tapped on the keyboard to retrieve more data. I want to use the instrument in front of me to control the gravity amplifier. All of this is simply impossible because it is completely based on the physics knowledge learned from countless worlds step by step. He created the machine we see before us. No one understands the hidden force amplifier in front of him better than him, and the amplification effect it can bring. He used his knowledge of physics to the fullest, and even developed a machine that was faster than OB. The developed machine is even more powerful. All this is impossible. 0. But in full view of everyone, the machine rioted again, and the sacred timeline weave outside the window was completely loaded. The light once again exploded, because the time weaver could no longer bear the current known timeline. The time radiation is enough to destroy everything. Although the hidden force amplifier has a certain amplification effect on the time weaver, but it's impossible. Dealing with today's crazy growing timelines. We increased our throughput and the multiplication is perfect. Loki looked at the scene in front of him and made some excuses. He felt like a fish that had been drained of water and was about to suffocate. No one knows how much time and effort he spent. He is the one who is most heartbroken and powerless. It does increase the throughput, but there are just too many pivots. OB said in a calm voice. He is a scientist, he is the calmest person, but at this moment his tone is still. I can't calm down at all. Boom. The energy outside the window began to explode, and everything was on the verge of destruction. We should go. Sylvie at the window said. Wait, the axis of time is replicating, and expanding at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Tamri suddenly said as if he had suddenly realized something. Loki shook his head slightly, he was completely confused at this moment. It's a matter of proportion. Tamri answered easily. But we've adjusted. Obi looked at Tamri and answered calmly. The hidden force can never cope with an infinitely growing multiverse. You can't cope with something infinite, it's like trying to divide by 0. You can't do it. When Tamri spoke, his voice was full of determination. He had understood all the principles. Loki could no longer support himself, he sat down on the steps beside him, and then looked at the 10 scenes in front of him and replied, so no matter how much we improve our processing. 13, never enough. Tamri nodded slightly. The last bit of light in Loki's eyes was also extinguished. Yin Li will always fail, the new timeline will definitely. It's almost like time started to split on Monday. It was bound to happen. Sylvie, who was standing next to him, saw this scene and summed it up. The next moment, boom. Just when I had woven a little bit of the sacred timeline, a riot occurred, and all the time axes seemed to be stimulated. Growing like crazy and replicating infinitely. The time editor exploded again. The time force began to overload the time radiation and began to burst out to all multi-universes. It formed outside the window, the light that almost blinded everyone was about to explode like a mushroom egg, and no one could resist this question anymore. No one can stop this disaster at this moment, no matter how many times it happens. Loki looked at everyone helplessly. Sorry. Tamri looked at Loki and apologized seriously. At this moment, Loki stood there, looking at everyone's eyes as if he had completely collapsed. And accompanied by countless lights, flashing wildly. Suddenly, the scene flashed back to the scene where Sylvie gritted her teeth, holding a knife, and was about to kill the remaining person. Suddenly, Chapter 66. A green light flashed and appeared in front of Sylvie. This was Zheng Jingji using magic to disappear. The scene that stood in front of Sylvie. Ding bang! He threw away the golden sword that the young Loki had given him, and stood in front of Sylvie unarmed. This is the castle of time, the end of time. Everything around has returned to the previous time period. The people left behind are still alive. The temporal ending has not been rewritten yet. Sylvie held the dagger in her hand against Loki's neck. Limited to 2 people. It's still a love-hate situation. Loki reached out to stop Sylvie. He tried to keep his tone as gentle as possible, "Assistant." He slowly reached out and placed his hand on Sylvie's shoulder, trying to keep his emotions as calm as possible. "Stop." The emotions of both of them finally stabilized. "I understand my situation and how you feel." Loki was about to admonish him. KKK. His body appears as Loki from the future timeline. After traveling to the present, he looked at the familiar Sylvie in front of him, and his expression became nervous. "You can't do this." The gentleness in his eyes disappeared, and he immediately hugged Sylvie and pushed her backwards. Looking up again, Sylvie's eyes were full of confusion. The Loki in front of him was different from the previous Loki. Obviously the eyes are different, they are not the same person. She wondered, what happened? "You're right, why do you believe me? I can't trust you?" "But you have to believe me, you can't kill him." Loki looked at Sylvie with excitement, and pointed at the people left behind him. "You can't kill him. You can't go on or it'll all be over." "I know it sounds weird, I've seen it, I know." At this moment, Loki's eyes were so angry that he looked like he could eat someone. 9 Earth 7b. Sylvie had made up his mind, and even 10 oxen couldn't pull him back. He looked at Loki in front of him. Said coldly, "Get out of the way. I don't want it." Loki stopped Sylvie and stood in front of him. "You are tempted by the throne?" Sylvie asked with a frown on her face. "What I don't want last is the throne, Sylvie, stop it." Looking at Sylvie in front of him, Loki's expression was extremely angry. After all this, he has no interest in us at all. He never had any interest at all he wanted was to save the entire timeline and all the universes. Sylvie wanted to kill the person left in front of her, using such a lame excuse. There is not much trust between the 2 people. Sylvie can no longer trust anyone. She just wanted to do her own thing, but she didn't think about the consequences of doing such a thing, causing damage to the entire timeline. The entire universe is destroyed because of this incident. The logic at this moment is simply stretched to the extreme. But, looking at Loki in front of her, Sylvie said sincerely, "If you want me to stop, you have to kill me." Crash! He pushed Loki away with his hand, and the 2 men fought again. Base Sylvie broke free from Loki again and stabbed the Conqueror Kong with the dagger in her hand. Bang! Loki behind him held Sylvie tightly. D19. Seeing this scene, the remaining person sitting in his seat didn't even move his buttocks. He looked like he was watching a drama, almost. Sylvie was held back by Loki. Unable to contain his anger any longer, he rammed his head hard into Loki's. Loki looked a little dazed after being hit, and before he could react, a green magic bloomed before his eyes. Boom! Loki's body was out of control and he flew out directly. Sylvie achieved her goal. She turned her head and looked at the people left behind. At this moment, she could no longer stop her murderous intent. The sharp dagger pierced directly into the heart of the person left behind, and at this moment, he just said those words, "See you later." Loki, who had been lying on the ground for a long time before coming to his senses, watched this scene happen. The next moment, he went back to an earlier time. The same plot, same scene. "Sylvie, gee. If you want me to stop, you have to kill me." Boom! Loki's figure was blown away again. As long as he had a short pause, the person who stayed would be killed. "See you later." This sentence seemed like a spell, repeating over and over again under the closet next to me. The flames are burning fiercely. I don't know how many times it has been repeated, the time and space before my eyes. The people left behind died again and again, it was like a script and could not be changed at all. Suddenly, you appeared in the elevator. It's different from your overdue one. The person left behind was eating an apple in the elevator, and seemed to be taking 2 people into the castle. "You are just a person," Loki of that time and space said as he looked at the scene in front of him. 0146022113 follow 144462360 but the next moment, his figure was immediately replaced by his future self. He looked at the scene in front of him and the golden sword in his hand. There was a flicker of green magic, and he drew back his sword. But I didn't think. Conqueror Kong sensed something and turned to look at Loki. The next moment, base with the sharp blade, Lang Lang pierced into the body of Conqueror Kong. Ha 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 ha. The remaining people smiled. Loki, who was a step late, showed helplessness on his face and sighed the next time. And the next moment time repeats itself, again and again, again and again. If you want me to stop, you have to kill me. In the ancient castle before them, Loki and Sylvie had fought hundreds of battles, and each time they were just a little bit short of victory. Loki hit the weapon in Sylvie's hand hard, and the golden dagger given to him by the young Loki, he held it in his hand and pointed it at Sylvie in front of him. If you want me to stop, you have to kill me. The dagger was only a few millimeters away from Sylvie's neck, and life and death depended on Loki's single thought. But, Loki couldn't reach him at all, so he withdrew his hand. The next moment, Sylvie rushed towards the person left behind without any hesitation. The dagger in his hand stabbed out. See you later. That sentence was like a magic spell, repeating over and over again. Time and time again, there was no great success or negotiation. Loki was defeated again and again, he kept retreating, time kept passing, and time and space kept coming to the time period in front of him. Every time, I try my best to save Conqueror Kong. But, this moment. Looking at Kong the Conqueror eating an apple and watching the drama, Loki finally felt helpless. He turned his head and asked, why don't you stop her, fight back, and think of a solution? Hearing this, Conqueror Kong had no choice but to take his bracelet back from the table. The next moment, slide your fingers gently. In an instant, buzz. The entire space shook slightly, and Sylvie was actually frozen in place, his time standing still. Conqueror Kong asked calmly, how many times have you done this? Loki turned back in shock, what did you do? Sylvie was frozen not only by the scene before her eyes, but also because Conqueror Kang's methods were too bizarre. Sylvie didn't understand at all, she looked like she was dead. And the next moment, on Kong the Conqueror's face. With an indifferent smile, don't tell me you haven't learned how to stop time. Ha 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 ha. A big smile appeared on his face, I thought you would have known it a long time ago. Don't worry, my lover, she's fine. But he's blocking my view, so I might as well. When he said this, Conqueror Kong gently pointed his finger at Sylvie, then flicked his finger. In an instant, whoosh. Sylvie's figure disappeared directly from the spot, just like a shadow disappearing directly. FFFLX. Loki looked at the scene in front of him, completely speechless. This is not the first time we have talked about this. Looking at the logic of the eyes, the expression of the person left behind was very calm and peaceful. How do you know? Loki asked casually, looking at the people left behind. Pursing his lips slightly, Loki clearly felt it at this moment. In everyone's world, the one who is left behind is the invincible guy. And to him, everyone else is just a game. Under this extremely powerful force of time, no one can resist or stop him. But he just sat there calmly waiting to die. Leading himself and Sylvie here, letting Sylvie kill him. Loki couldn't explain it, and even felt speechless and helpless. I know about the escape. Conqueror Kong lay on the sofa and waved his index fingers casually, who do you think paved that road? Want to guess? The survey shows. He asked the question he almost knew the answer to. Loki was silent for a moment, the one left behind. That's right. You slipped away in time, thinking you were fighting the system and could defeat that person, and then... Conqueror Kong had a funny expression on his face, and he seemed very interested, he's right here. Do you really think I'm going to just throw up my hands and let her kill me? He saw Loki and asked calmly, just like that, gone? Rest in peace to those who are left behind. No, I told you, reincarnation. The remaining person looked at Loki in front of him, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Life ends, and rebirth follows death. Loki also muttered this sentence, his expression was very solemn. Okay, this is too much for you. I understand. Why don't you just practice a few thousand more times, sort out your direction, and then let me know. When you are ready, talk to me again. Okay. The person who was left behind lay down on the sofa again, and as he watched the ground fall in front of him, he danced with joy. Then he looked indifferent. And this moment, he also gave Loki directions. Suddenly whoosh, Sylvie's figure appeared. He wondered why he suddenly appeared. But looking at the scene in front of him, she was about to grasp the dagger. K.N. Loki snapped his fingers, and the surrounding space paused again. Sylvie's figure froze in place. And Loki also looked at the remaining person in front of him. What makes you think this is the first time we have talked about this? His eyes were finally no longer confused, but were filled with a deep heaviness. Looking at Loki in front of you is like looking at a work of art, with your eyes full of appreciation. He stretched out his right hand, touched his tongue with his index finger, and then gently pulled a line. Very good, you are my favorite. When there are two of you, you are my favorite. Good. Having said that, he flicked his hand on the bracelet again. Whoosh. Sylvie's figure disappeared. At this moment, Sylvie was no longer important. What was important was that at this moment, the two of them were sitting opposite each other. You seem to understand everything. Tell me, is Victoria Lee okay? Kang looked at Loki in front of him and asked softly. Of course you know you're. Loki waved his hand, not wanting to talk about this issue. He looked very tired. I don't know how many times I have traveled through time and space. I don't know how many times I've fought with Sylvie. Although the time won't change, his fighting power won't weaken. But his energy was constantly being consumed. He is very tired, really very tired. Wait, don't tell me. You encountered some problems with time power. Conqueror Kang gestured lightly. Proportion problem. Loki looked gloomy. Victor said it was a problem of proportion. No. There is no problem. Conqueror Kang just shook his head lightly. Loki said calmly, he destroyed the time administration. Looking at the Conqueror Kang in front of him, he was speechless. This guy could obviously solve all the problems and it was impossible for anyone to even find this place. What's happening at this moment is so speechless. But I didn't think about the people left behind at this moment. But he calmly explained, the time hidden force, even if it fails, it is harmless. When the hidden force faces direct axis overload, it will delete those that should not exist. Except for the sacred timeline. The time management value is just swept by the Taipei wind, there is no reconstruction, it is very easy. Loki shook his head silently, what a waste of time. Maybe you know that my variant is already outside. Conqueror Kang waved his hand calmly. At this moment he has made it clear that this is a means. Loki said calmly, I will find them. Too many. 3.6 The person left behind raised his eyebrows slightly. I won't stop. It doesn't matter. I've never stopped before. Loki's tone was extremely firm. The survivors who heard this smiled awkwardly. I know, brother, but the result of this equation is still the same. You will lose. I know. Loki took a deep breath and looked at the closet next to him. At this moment, he already knew the answer to the question. He wanted to stop the remaining people in front of him from being killed, he wanted to stop time, and the mutation administration was destroyed. The only result is to kill Sylvie and prevent the disaster from happening. Kang the Conqueror knew that this was a problem with no solution at all. Loki looked hesitant. He looked at everything around him, the castle here, and the timeline outside the window, and he finally made up his mind. He saw Kang the Conqueror, I will rewrite this formula, I will destroy your hidden power. But the hidden power can prevent cruel wars. No one is immune to the sacred in war, and the same goes for the timeline. Let's put it this way, every peaceful period. Everything you've been through is because I was here. One person. At the end of time. I'm watching. Hearing this, Conqueror Kang stood up, his previously indifferent expression turned serious. These words are said lightly. This is tantamount to letting Loki make the final choice. Let Loki know. Everything is saved only because of his existence. Because of Conqueror Kang, the universe is so peaceful. I know. Loki was silent. So you want to destroy the hidden power, what do you think will happen to your friends? Kang the Conqueror asked calmly, as if he gave the choice to Loki. Chapter 67. Kang the Conqueror asked calmly, as if he gave the choice to Loki. I made the difficult decisions, so I could be the boss. I kept us safe, can't you see the conditions I put forward? Very merciful. Looking at Loki in front of him, Kang the Conqueror asked the final question. To me, or to you? Loki asked this question calmly, and the next moment he finally stood up and asked the same question, I'll find another way. This is an equation that has no solution at all, and it is also a problem that has no solution at all. Either Sylvie dies, or the remaining person in front of him dies, the timeline is liberated, and countless Conqueror Kangs are born. The time administration was destroyed and the sacred timeline collapsed. All right. The one who was left behind waved his hand, and he stretched out his hand and flicked it lightly. Sylvie appears again. Let's go around and around. Come on, make a difficult choice. Destroying the hidden power will trigger a devastating war and everything will be over. Or kill him. Conqueror Kang gently stretched out his hand and pointed at Sylvie. At this moment, in this cruel game, Tuan finally revealed his true colors. Need Loki's choice. 3. The game created by the people left behind is hypocritical and cold, even cruel and heartless. He pointed out the window and said, we are trying our best to protect what we can. Loki seemed to be moved by his words and walked towards Sylvie step by step. His eyes were full of reluctance. Sylvie's figure remained motionless before his eyes. Suddenly, what will you do? Mobius' voice sounded. Sitting on a chair, being interrogated with a collar, Loki nervously replied, complete the unfinished task. Mobius on the other side crossed his arms, what is it? He calmly watched Loki's performance in front of him. After all, there were many troublemakers in the Time Management Bureau. And what they need to do is to judge these people next. Appointed as king. Loki's eyes were serious. You want to be king? Mobius looked at Loki in front of him and immediately put his hand on the table. He blinked, his expression somewhat puzzled. I was born that way. It was Loki's turn to cross his arms, looking extremely confident. I know, what kind of king is it? Mobius took the information next to him and was about to look through it. Suddenly, whoosh, 13 The Loki of this time and space is completely replaced by the Loki from the future time and space using the time zipline. He looked at the scene in front of him and at his own hands. Mobius was confused by the scene before him. Loki's expression seemed to change, and then he said very clearly, then let's discuss the person who wants to be king. But, Mobius, stop, stop, stop. Loki's gentle tone quickly stopped Mobius. The tone was like that of an old friend, and his eyes changed from being rebellious at the beginning to being sincere. He came here to ask questions in his heart and did not want to argue with Mobius in front of him. We just started, selling. Mobius replied calmly, Loki in front of us is the god of trickery in Norse mythology. He is full of tricks and many things seem like a natural performer. No, I know what this is. Loki looked at the documents placed next to him and put his hand on them. Mobius tilted his head slightly, what is it? Loki put his hand over his heart, you want to know what motivates Loki? Mobius nodded, yes. You want to know why I do these things? Why I am so angry? Loki described again. Right. Mobius nodded again. You'll take notes, push buttons on that machine, and play clips of my life. How he should, in the past, present and future, shoulder the glorious mission. My life is a waste of time. Looking at Mobius in front of him, Loki spoke word by word, as if he had spoiled everything. Mobius was completely silent, it seems someone got the playlist. How did they do that? Mobius, I need your help. Loki did not answer the question, but looked at Mobius sincerely. It's like a real friend at this moment. In his eyes, full of confusion and even exhaustion, seeing Loki's gaze, Mobius nodded, I'm listening. How do you decide who lives and who dies? Loki asked the question with tears in his eyes. The expression was so sincere that it couldn't possibly look like a performance. At least his eyes didn't change at all. They were so serious, as if they were questions from the bottom of his heart. This is the Time Management Bureau. We are only responsible for deletions, not decisions. Mobius said with a blank expression. Although Loki's expression was sincere, he was not willing to help him. That is the responsibility of the Timekeeper. Loki answered casually. Time Guardian. Mobius looked puzzled. Loki actually said this word. He had never been in contact with the Time Management Bureau before. He was a time prisoner who had just arrived here. He's like a prophet. The timekeepers are busy untangling countless tangled axes. Yes, I know the creed, but the one who really makes the decision is you. Loki described again. Mobius looked serious, because that's the proper time flow. Is that something to be happy about? Loki asked. Relieved. Hearing this, Mobius immediately shook his head. No, there is nothing to be happy about in the time administration. He also noticed the difference in Loki, so he said casually, want to hear a good story? Certainly. Loki couldn't deny it and leaned back in his chair. A few hunters went on a mission near the Black Sea, looking for a mutant who was about to kill 5,000 people. 5,000 lives that were not in the proper time stream. When they got there, they found a small problem. Mobius preached word by word, and his eyes seemed to reveal some memories. It's as if I experienced it myself, and the description is so accurate. His expression turned regretful. The variant is an 8-year-old boy who is playing by himself. Swimming with my brother, jumping into the dock. One of the cuts was handy hunters who never showed mercy, but hesitated that day. He hesitated, and the timeline began to fork, with more variants appearing. Things happened too fast. His partner had no choice but to delete the boy, but by then the mission was already revealed. Several hunters died. It's all because of that hunter. He didn't look at the overall situation. We must always put the overall situation first. He finished telling the story word for word. The hunter is obviously referring to the Time Guard. Their task was to delete that variant, because that variant will cause the loss of more than 5,000 lives in the future. But the most powerful hunter in the past was soft-hearted at that moment. After all, the other party is just an 8-year-old boy. He failed to consider the overall situation, which led to the death of his teammates. At this moment, Loki was silent. Mobius also fell silent. Most missions are burdens rather than honors. Believe me, you absolutely cannot escape. Because the burden you cannot bear. Mobius' eyes revealed the same sincerity, and these words truly resonated with him. Looking at Mobius in front of him, Loki understood that this was most likely Mobius's personal experience. He asked, how do you bear it? Mobius took a deep breath, looked at the ground, hesitated for a moment, and said in a gentle voice, he turned into a scar. What happened to your partner? Loki picked at his fingers. Ask this question, delete the boy hunter when you can't do it. She lived a good life later. She became the chief judge. The reason you came here was because of her, not the dust in the vent of the Time Administration Bureau. Mobius replied calmly. At this moment, the emotions of both people changed slightly. XNET. Loki said the name. At this moment he finally understood why that woman could be the presiding judge, because of her decisive style of action. He also understood why he had always been so concerned about the chief judge even though he was in the opposing camp. Mobius still gave in to the latter. He even cared about the latter's comfort all the time, and their relationship had already surpassed that of old friends. It should be said that they were old friends. She knows that difficult things are things that have to be done. Mobius advised again. This time when Loki looked up, tears were already brewing in his eyes. When I say difficult, I mean impossible. I can't comfort you, I can only choose your burden. Mobius's words were like an epiphany. Thank you, Mobius. At this moment, Loki's eyes were filled with tears. Finally understanding this truth, he seemed to understand what he should do next. He stood up, looked at Mobius in front of him, and stretched out his right hand. From being confused at first to completely distrusting Loki, to now seeing Loki's outstretched right hand, and the questions he answered about Loki, Mobius at this moment. He hesitated for a moment, but still stretched out his right hand, and the two men clasped their right hands together. The next moment, right before Loki's eyes, Mobius is exposed to time radiation. He disappeared before Loki's eyes, and this space and time was destroyed. Watching everything around completely disappear, the entire universe was destroyed under the radiation of time. Loki froze in place, looking at his hands. Another time and space. My companions turned into ashes before my eyes, and everything began to disappear. Is that it? As the captain of the doctors, B15 variant looked at the scene in front of her with a look of horror. Totally out of control, his body has begun to dissipate. Then Mobius' body dissipated. Finally, Sylvie's figure appeared before her eyes, looking at Loki in front of her. There is nowhere to go. Everything completely disappeared at this moment. Suddenly, Loki snapped his fingers, and the space and time around him seemed to be. Sylvie stood still as she looked at the scene in front of her. Her eyes full of disbelief. What's going on? Time seemed to start flowing backwards. We are outside of time. Loki answered calmly, his expression was very calm, as if he knew all the consequences and that this was what he did. Sylvie was puzzled again. How did you do that? I finally learned how to control time. I went back and thought I could control the hidden force. It would be harmless even if it failed. Its only function was to protect the sacred timeline. Loki answered this question calmly. $700. Sylvie was a little impatient. Regarding any matter of the time administration, she's not interested in anything, her life has been destroyed. She and Loki almost became lovers, but because of Kong the Conqueror, they went their separate ways. And she also entered the axis of time. The Loki in front of him was busy saving the time administration. He was just a time prisoner. Why did he try so hard to save the Time Management Bureau and his enemies? I have no choice, Sylvie. I've tried everything. The only way to keep anything alive. Looking at Sylvie in front of him, Loki's eyes were sincere. Although I have lost my love, the friendship before me is so real. Looking at Loki in front of her, Sylvie guessed what he was going to say. What if I didn't kill the remaining people in the first place? So you have to kill me. She carefully explored. Loki did not answer the question, but just looked at Sylvie calmly in front of him. His tacit agreement represented affirmation. Finally, Sylvie walked towards Loki step by step and stopped in front of Loki. She looked at the man in front of her, the one who once made her heart beat. Ajig. She chuckled, if you are waiting, I won't bless you. What do I need to do to protect the sacred timeline? Looking at Sylvie in front of him, Loki asked the question in his heart. It is not enough to protect the sacred timeline, Loki. Even there is death, destruction, and injustice. Do you really want to protect a god who takes away everyone's free will, just to protect him? Looking at Loki in front of her, Sylvie expressed her true thoughts. What's the point of free will if everyone dies? Loki refuted the topic lightly. Why do you say we can't risk our lives? Sylvie still insisted, even stubborn. Looking at Loki in front of him, Nervi rebuked, what makes you think we can't fight and die? You're replacing nightmare with nightmare. I grew up with the apocalypse. Loki. I've been through enough. I know sometimes you have to destroy something. At this moment, tears were accumulating in Sylvie's eyes. Just a few words had brought back all her memories. Her life was wiped out and she has lived in the doomsday timeline since childhood. I live in fear every day, afraid that I will die the next time I wake up. So. She became a lonely ghost in the timeline. She rebelled against the Time Management Bureau, against everything, against the person who destroyed her life. This was not because he was so stubborn, but because of her own personal experience. There were even countless people who had the same experience as her. Sylvie must destroy this man, must destroy this system. Only by saving yourself can you save more people. Hearing this, Loki had no intention of refutation. He looked at Sylvie, if there is hope, to replace him with something better. When he said this, his mind finally became clear, and all his thoughts seemed to finally become clear. The next moment, he took a deep breath, and then disappeared from the spot. Space began to flow again, and everything in it. Everything is starting to return to normal. And Loki. I finally know what I want to do and what my mission is. Time Management Bureau. Seeing Loki, saving the time and space in front of him countless times, traveling through time and space countless times, Mobius' eyes widened. How many times have you traveled through time and space? Maybe thousands of times, or tens of thousands of times, or hundreds of thousands of times. Casey next to him smiled bitterly. So you will become a powerful physicist in a short period of time because you have spent several centuries in the past. Old OU was even more incredulous. Sylvie was silent. She looked at Loki eagerly. So, what is your decision? She reached out and grabbed Loki's clothes, not wanting Loki to do anything. Chapter 68. She just saw clearly into her own heart, just saw clearly her true feelings for Loki. Loki smiled, and the next moment, he snapped his fingers lightly. Snap, the space before my eyes is still. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this moment, and their time all stopped. This is the first time Loki has used it on all his teammates after learning how to stop time. This moment. Because in Loki's thought, the entire time and space has completely stopped, as if completely frozen. Loki looked at Sylvie lovingly. He knew how to make the decision. He looked at the girl in front of him with deep affection. This is his spiritual comfort. When Sylvie was redeemed, wasn't it also the time for Loki to be redeemed? When he came here, the whole world had completely abandoned him, and he could never go back to his original world. And in this world, he is just a prisoner. Because I have nothing to do. Mobius who helped the time administration, so he realized it. Loki in another timeline. He knew that the Loki in front of him had a beautiful name, that was Sylvie. In the ancient words of the East, the name of the girl in front of me is, not. Loki whispered the name. How beautiful, how pleasant, as if it has its own floral fragrance, and so elegant. In fact, I have already fallen deeply in love with you since the first time I saw you. Just like Mobius said, I am very narcissistic falling in love with another me. So no matter which timeline I am in, I am always so outstanding and always like this. Fascinating. Loki took a step forward with a smile on his face. He leaned over to Sylvie and whispered in her ear, I love you. He gently placed his lips on Sylvie's face, touching his cheek, feeling soft. The two of them kissed in the castle at the end of time before, but at that time it was just out of impulse. At this moment, it was the final moment of farewell and he had no more time. He knew what the answer was, even if he didn't need to go through thousands of reincarnations. He already knew what the answer was, and there was only one decision he needed to make. Just this once, he is about to lose all his freedom, and he will never appear in the space and time before him again. He will disappear completely. 78. He knew what kind of god he was finally going to become at this moment. He has his own purpose, he has people to protect, and he has a deeper desire. Got it. Looking at Sylvie in front of him with affection, he stepped back and took a light step, but he was reluctant to leave. Looking at Loki in front of him, although Sylvie's time was still, his thoughts seemed to break this stillness. She screamed wildly in her mind, don't do it. But her body couldn't do anything because the time in front of her was completely sealed. She was pounding away in her mind, the whole thought barrier, but it can't be broken, because this is her time alone. At this moment, looking at Loki with affectionate eyes, as she retreated step by step, Sylvie finally felt the heart-wrenching feeling. If it weren't for her revenge, nor will they kill those who remain. The timeline in front of me will not collapse, and all order will not happen, chaos Loki, nor would she have to pay the price for her mistakes. It was all because of what she had done that Loki had to bear the consequences, and Loki was willing to bear them. Thousands of times of traveling through time and space, thousands of times of trying to repair all the cracks, she wanted to save the universe thousands of times, all just to make up for the mistakes she had made. I even tried to persuade her countless times. But she couldn't listen at all. There is only two words in her mind, sacrifice. Killing the people left behind is her ultimate goal. She could even break up with Loki. At this moment, time seemed to have completely stopped, and only Loki was walking backwards step by step, heading towards the place of his final choice. Loki took a deep look. All the partners in front of me, their minds were frozen. Loki was not wearing a protective suit. He then walked down the gangway and looked into the space of the Time Weaver in the distance. In that space, the time radiation is about to explode, will destroy all universes, destroy all branches, destroy everyone, but Loki won't let this happen. He turned his head again and looked at all his companions behind him. Through the glass, he pushed open the door of the Time Weaver in front of him. Boom! Instantly, an extremely terrifying energy overflowed, and this scene illuminated everyone's eyes. As if to blind everyone's eyes, this terrifying light, countless timeline branches, they were swinging wildly in the air. It's like the timeline is about to end, the sacred timeline will no longer exist, even the Time Weaver is on the verge of bursting. Lost those who were left behind, the hidden force of time can no longer be controlled, and the space in front of us will only expand wildly due to the crazy expansion of the timeline. Finally burst. In the video, Loki returned to the moment before, when Tamri had just verified the time aura, and the surrounding explosion-proof doors slowly opened. At this moment, he looked at all his companions in front of him. Looking at everyone in front of him, he turned his head to look at the extremely violent timeline and timeline branches behind him. The actions they were prepared to take, everyone is looking forward to the success of the plan, but only Loki looked deeply at all the companions in front of him, hoping to remember all of them in his mind. He knew he had to make a choice, and the time had finally come for him to make a choice. Inexplicable music suddenly sounded, shaking everyone's heart, but this music seemed so heavy and very appropriate for the occasion. Loki pursed his lips, and walked forward with his still elegant posture and figure. But the next moment, he suppressed his sadness and walked down the gangway step by step. Loki! Mobius suddenly looked over and shouted anxiously. After all, he longed for this space. He had been there once before and needed to wear protective clothing to offset the time radiation. And that time, he had gone through so much trouble to capture Loki's soul, and at that time he succeeded. If you don't wear any protective clothing, the moment you walk in, your skin will be peeled off instantly. The whole person will be exposed to the time service settings, will cause complete death, because the radiation is too horrible, and the skin will fall off. The bones of a person will turn into dregs, and the person's body will completely disappear into thin air. Nothing can resist, not even the gods in Norse mythology. Looking at this scene, Sylvie suddenly became anxious, and she followed Loki, who did not hesitate. Click! When Loki reached the bottom floor, he immediately closed the door in front of him, leaving only the transparent glass visible. Seeing the situation inside. Loki, what do you want? Sylvie, who was standing outside the door, anxiously reached out and tapped the glass door. But the safety device had been opened, and they could not open the door in front of them from the outside. The next moment, in full view of everyone, Loki arrived outside the door of the Time Weaver. This is the door with eternity engraved on the back. How many times have they tried to conquer the door in front of them, but in the end they failed. No one can do it. The timeline branches. It has completely collapsed. Loki, door. Following behind Sylvie, Mobius anxiously knocked on the door and looked at his old friend. His eyes were full of anxiety. They were the current existence on this timeline. Everyone doesn't know Loki at all. I have experienced thousands, even tens of thousands of times of time travel, trying again and again to save the time administration, but all of them were in vain, and some even had no effect at all. The timeline will expand crazily, and finally, according to the proportion problem, no matter how much time is strengthened, the Weaver's multiplier simply cannot keep up with the crazy expansion of the time branch. This is a problem that has no solution at all. No one can solve this problem. Earth. Countless people saw this scene and once again held their breath. I think I finally know what this video is trying to express. At first, I was bored watching this video, watching Loki's boring games, watching Loki and others go on adventures, watching Loki's growth story. Don't ask me why I am in tears right now. Horrible, so terrible, is this the final result? Will Loki see this, too? If Odin, the king of Asgard, saw this, would he be proud of Loki? The Asgard gods, who have always been known for their honor, will feel honored to see Loki in front of them. Countless people spoke the most sincere words from their hearts. Avengers. Everyone, sitting in the chair and watching this scene in front of me, I couldn't come back to my senses at all. Iron Man. Black Widow, Thor, Hawkeye, Dr. Banner, Captain America, Spider-Man. Ant-Man, Doctor Strange. Scarlet Witch. Falcon. Vision. They were all touched by the scene before their eyes, because everyone is a hero living in his own world. And at this moment, represents another a hero is about to be born. Asgard. At this moment, Loki has put on his armor. Even though the person in the video cannot see Asgard in front of him, he still holds the spear of eternity high in his hand. Shout Loki's name. Loki. Countless gods roared at the same time, each of them had a voice that shook the sky, and at this moment their voices merged into one. This moment is Loki's glory. It belongs to the glory of Asgard. This moment. 12. The video in front of me and the real reality overlapped. Loki turned his head with a gentle look and looked at everyone. I know what I want. I know what kind of god I must be. Word by word, he expressed his sincere feelings. He was tired countless times, and his eyes were always filled with sadness. For you. He looked at his friends. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. And the next moment, he nodded gently, for all of us. Finally, a last smile appeared on his face. In the video. Loki. Everyone was BG on the door anxiously, they had already guessed what had happened. What is Loki going to do in front of me? At this moment, Loki's actions could no longer be stopped. He stretched out his hands towards the door in front of him. Boom! Powerful magic! He forcefully opened the sealed door in front of him, and the extremely powerful time radiation directly hit him. The extremely powerful time radiation can destroy the human body in an instant. Destroyed to residue. Loki withstood this powerful pressure, he felt the incomparable storm, and he went forward. He walked towards the Time Weaver, towards the most dangerous place. I have to go. Sylvie looked extremely anxious when she saw this scene. She immediately ran up the gangway. Mobius also ran forward. But, at this time, Loki was already, facing the storm, stepping forward and walking towards her, until her clothes were blown high up. Under the tearing of time radiation, it was shattered into debris. Loki lowered his head slightly, and suddenly countless green things appeared on his body, unexpectedly covering him up. On his forehead, the headband of Loki, the god of trickery, appeared. This scene is exactly the same as the young Loki back then, just like the young Loki back then. Suddenly, crash! A large green cape appeared behind him, and the original image of the Norse god fully emerged at this moment. He walked forward step by step against the storm. At this moment, he seemed to be traveling madly through the timeline with a thunderous momentum. At this moment, Ma Qianzhao, his figure is undergoing a transformation. The headband on his forehead was growing bigger and bigger, just like the horns of the bull demon king. At this moment, his logic has undergone a perfect transformation. He is no longer the naive boy he once was, nor is he the so-called, immature boy. He is a wizard, an extremely powerful wizard. He is the god of trickery recorded in Norse mythology. Loki. A real god. Because the gods have found the direction to move forward and know where they will be. D. Looking at the Time Weaver in front of him, the device that bound the timeline, Garbage gently stretched out his hands. Green magic in both hands. The energy spread, and he gently spread his hands apart facing the Time Weaver in front of him. Terrifying magical energy. It is obvious at this moment. Although Loki has always kept a low profile, his magical ability is still extremely powerful. The Master of Asgard, Queen Fricka. This means that every Loki has the talent to become a supreme magician. Crunch! A gigantic Time Weaver. Tearing apart by Loki's magic, it separated into two parts and fell apart directly under the terrifying surge of time. Ah! Loki roared, and the green magic in his body burst out, all released into the time-weaving body. In an instant, pa! The Time Weaver was directly destroyed by Loki's magic, and all the time branches bound by the Time Weaver were destroyed. Completely liberated, forming dense lines. Floating in the universe before my eyes, countless timelines, no longer had the golden light. The hidden power of time, completely disintegrated, there is no more sacred timeline, and nothing can bind any timeline anymore. No timeline will ever be destroyed again. All timelines are completely liberated, and every world is no longer easily destroyed. Everyone in the Time Management Bureau looked at this scene in shock. Chapter 69. After doing all this, Loki did not feel any pressure, and he also looked at the scene in front of him. It was as if countless dull ribbons were floating in the air, each of them no longer shining. Become lifeless, like an umbilical cord connecting time and space. Looking at these timelines, Loki looked at the one in front of him and subconsciously stretched out his hand. Holding this timeline in my hands, he felt the rise and fall of the timeline, and felt that this timeline was about to perish. Clatter! He gently grasped the timeline and input his magic, and the timeline slowly floated up. As the master of the story, this timeline seemed to come back to life, but after just a moment, it died again. Floating in the air before my eyes. The Obi who saw this scene looked at his companions and whispered, "The Axis is dying." This is indeed the case. The hidden power of time completely collapsed, and all the time axes in front of me were dying. It seems like they are all about to die, and every world is facing a devastating disaster at this moment. Every world has begun to weaken, every world has begun to perish. This is the worst possible outcome, it couldn't be any worse. If the problem at hand is not solved, all time axes will be destroyed and the entire multi-universe will be destroyed. The next moment, without any hesitation, Loki gently stretched out his right hand and grabbed another pivot. Crash! He exerted slight force, the magic in the body flows into the time axis in front of me, the shaft was flooded with green light, which soon spread far away. Loki kept using magic. It did not stop supplying magic, and the straight axis seemed to come alive, full of new vitality. Then Loki did not hesitate at all. He grabbed the next one, and all these time-wise men came alive under the nourishment of his green magic. No longer as lifeless as before. At this moment, there was finally new life, and the green magic spread to the surroundings and was grasped by him. The vitality conveyed is very rich. This is not over yet. More axes are born on the time axis, and all these axes, just a wisp of magical energy is needed to nourish. Loki looked at the axe in his hand, and his eyes looked into the distance, as if because of this strand of magical energy, the timeline has undergone a new change. In the distance, the sky and earth seem to bloom with a dazzling green light, and the open divine punishment. 567 Loki understood and wanted to master the timeline in front of him. He had to be a storyteller, and he had made up his mind to do so. He looked back at the Time Management Bureau, and all his companions in the Time Management Bureau were also looking at him, watching his every move at this moment. 05A breeze blew, ruffling Loki's hair. His eyes were filled with reluctance, but he had to make a decision at this moment. Tears welled up in Sylvie's eyes, and she shook her head gently, not wanting Loki to make this choice. But everything has come to this point, it is difficult to stop. Loki uses his magical powers to support the entire multi-universe timeline. His endless power exploded at this moment, nourishing the timeline in front of him. The timeline also gave him feedback. At the end of time, in the divine punishment that was flooding countless timelines, a door opened, and it seemed to welcome him. Loki looked down at his feet. The gangway under his feet had broken, leaving no room for maneuver. After a slight hesitation, he stepped lightly. Step forward and step hard on the ground. No, it should be said that I am stepping into the void. In an instant, boom! A dull sound was heard, and a road of corpses appeared under his feet, as if a road suddenly appeared in the void. Bang! Loki once again extended his right foot and stepped gently under his feet. The road just now turned into a staircase. He walked forward step by step up the stairs. Under the transparent steps, you can see countless flying timelines, they are like vines, endless. And these timelines seem to be connected to the universe by an umbilical cord that cannot be cut or separated. At this moment, he became Loki's only background board. This seems to be a path to becoming a god. Loki did not hesitate or linger, and walked forward step by step. He walked his own way, and his figure went farther and farther away. Final, when he passed through the divine punishment, countless timelines were scattered throughout the universe, shrinking madly. One moment, countless green timelines disappeared, all of them entered the divine punishment, or were taken away by Loki. The universe in front of us, once again, the peaceful state was restored. The previous rupture was written as the mysterious ladder was still broken, and the universe was in a state of inaction. The timeline managed by the Time Administration and the Sacred Timeline also disappeared at this moment. Everyone in front of the window watched this scene. A look of confusion in his eyes. They haven't experienced much in this time and space, so they can't understand the scene in front of them. They simply couldn't understand what Loki did, nor could they understand the decision Loki made. What exactly was the decision? Looking at this scene, Sylvie's heart trembled. He wants to give us a chance. He understood everything, because he killed the remaining people, the timeline was broken, so Loki used himself to replace the time-hidden force, replacing the rules of all timelines, he replaced the divine timeline weaver. Loki gathered all the timelines together, and made other timelines no longer bound. Even if the timeline grows crazily and countless worlds begin to expand, it will no longer have any relationship with anyone in this world. Everything in this world that should have been destroyed, all the people who should have died were saved by Loki. In reality, the Time Management Bureau is experiencing the same scene. As Loki's figure disappeared in the divine punishment, countless timelines shrank instantly and disappeared. Everyone in the Time Management Bureau, the flow of time has returned to normal. Sylvie, who was the first to recover, screamed, "No!" She ran to the gangway without stopping, and looked through the glass in the direction of the Time Weaver. But now the interior is empty, and the weaver that had been binding the sacred timeline has completely exploded before my eyes. This space returned to silence again, and everything around it seemed as if nothing had happened. But, at this moment, Sylvie could no longer suppress her sadness. She sat down on the ground and cried loudly. Her emotions finally reached a breaking point. She looked at the calmness in front of her as if nothing had happened. But she knew that someone had made the choice for her, and someone had died for her. That person gave to everyone, sacrificed his life for everyone, and that person chose to sacrifice himself to save everyone else. At this moment, the pain in her heart could no longer be suppressed, she screamed loudly, snot and tears flowing out. She slammed her hand on her chest. But this couldn't ease the pain in her heart at all. After going through so much with Loki, if there were no survivors, she and Loki would definitely become a household name couple. But Loki finally stood on his team. Loki chose to protect the people left behind, so he became her enemy, and even she, guessing countless unfounded reasons, just to frame Loki and make him realize the positions of both of them. And watching the video, I don't know how many times I have experienced reincarnation, countless times of time travel. Even at the end, Loki's tone towards her was still gentle. Loki could not forget the feelings between the two. As if it lasted forever. Never look back. But she did it for her own selfish desires. Resolutely killed the remaining people, this caused the tragedy before us, and all the tragic consequences are borne by Loki alone. Everything is just for the result of that one knife. She knew very well that the person left behind had the ability to stop everything, but he didn't. As she learned the truth, Navi realized that Loki's countless travels through time were actually meant to save her. Loki couldn't kill her. Because it is impossible for a person to kill the person he loves most with his own hands. The remaining ones gave this to Loki as a game. This seems like a ridiculous and cruel game, which makes Loki make two choices. Unexpectedly, Loki finally made the third choice. Loki chose, to jump out of time. He destroyed the remaining people and everything he created outside of time. Just to let myself replace the ones left behind. Sylvie cried at the top of her lungs, but there was nothing she could do now, nothing could go back. The other protagonists rushed over and looked at the scene, each of them seemed at a loss. Guardians of the Galaxy. This is the final result. Although I have guessed it, I still feel heartbroken. I didn't expect Loki to endure so much for these people in front of him. Star-Lord lowered his head as he looked at this scene. Look like. The Destroyer poured himself a glass of wine, then raised the glass and drank it all in one gulp, with a look of admiration in his eyes. This is love. The Mantis girl next to her stretched out her hands, clasped them together, and placed them on her heart, with an envious expression on her face. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Xingyun, who had been sitting nearby eating melons, muttered to himself, yes, no matter what time it is, you can never harm the one you love, even if you travel through time and space. Make choices again and again, even if a person lives in one time and space for centuries. He was looking for a perfect solution to the problem, but there was no way to solve the problem perfectly, and sacrifice was inevitable. And this led to the final result. At this moment, Gamera's expression was slightly moved. She also wanted to have a hero who could take on everything for her. After taking a look at the half-hearted Star-Lord, Gamera, I really don't know why I chose him. Woo! Loki has become a god. Rocket Raccoon whispered, interrupting everyone's thoughts. In the darkness, time passes so quickly. Whoosh! A green light continued to spread into the distance through the timeline, at an extremely fast speed, shuttling through the timeline. And because of this green energy magic, the entire timeline seems to have survived again. Crash! A big hand gently grabbed a new timeline, and green magic passed through his body. Loki saved all the timelines. DB. He gritted his teeth slightly and continued walking towards the scene in front of him. He took all the consequences on his own. And in the distance, that is the land of nothingness, that is where the remaining people stay. Loki looked at the void in the distance. At this moment, there was no castle in the void. There was only a huge amount of mountains that would last forever. This is the end of time, it seems like this is the end of everything, the surrounding universe is shattered. Countless meteorite debris floated in the sky, and Loki climbed up this mountain, climbed up this sacred mountain, he walked forward step by step, stepping on the bumpy ground. In the blink of an eye. Behind him already. Carrying countless timelines. He took on all the responsibilities and walked up the stairs step by step, where the timeline converged into a throne. The golden light covered the throne, which belonged only to Loki. He stepped onto the top of the mountain. He has tied all the timelines together, and he uses his own magical power to reshape all timelines and brought them to life. The logic at this moment truly became the storyteller, accompanied by his divine power. Playing in this place before my eyes, everything around me was reduced to ashes. This is no longer the castle of the leftovers. Countless rocks were scattered, and the place gradually turned into nothingness. The rocks underfoot broke into powder. Loki did not hesitate at all. He grasped countless timelines with both hands and sat on the throne resolutely. He climbed the ladder to God and became the only God in the entire universe. He used all his strength to hold on to the timeline tightly. Ah! After a roar, he released all the green magic in his body, and his magic passed through the timeline in his hand, spreading to the multi-universe timeline. In an instant, a green light passed through his body, engulfing all the timelines. He used his magic power, nourishes all timelines. At first glance, countless timelines were churning, as if forming a huge giant. This giant cocoon is alive and complex, and countless timelines are being born. He wrapped Loki in it, and Loki sat alone on the throne, ruling time. The green light spread as the camera zoomed out, revealing the countless giant cocoons. It turned into the trunk of a big tree. The trunk grows densely and the branches spread out. And below are the thick and strong tree roots. The trunk in the middle radiates green light, and the branches are covered with strange flowers. These are countless timelines, countless worlds. Loki became the unique god, he became the god of stories, the lord of time. With the blossoming of the world tree, everything is back on track, and the sacred timeline will no longer be bound by humans. The sacred timeline can grow freely and give birth to countless worlds. From now on, there will only be the timeline. Everything is free. Every world and every person will no longer be bound, and everything will be back on track. And in this deity, a god is peaceful and calm, he carries everyone's hope, he carries everything. And finally, everything was back on track, and Mobius returned to his previous timeline. He finally understood everything. Sylvie returned to the previous timeline, but became depressed. She was alone with time again. Casey and B15 are still staying in the Time Management Bureau. OB is still the Time Management Bureau, the one and only maintenance engineer, and Miss Time is once again fulfilling her duties. The Time Administration Bureau has a new look. At this moment, the story came to an end completely, and only the lonely figure of Bias remained in the world. Bang! Amid the heavy drum beats, I could see the green timeline, and the camera was moving. Drilling into every emerald green timeline, the meticulous timeline blossoms with beautiful stories one after another, they are intertwined and interdependent. A god sits quietly and alone in countless timelines, feeling the breeze and all the beauty. X. Close your eyes. FO. Chapter 70. Loki. 4 capital letters appeared in the center of the screen, flashing slowly, and finally disappeared. At this moment, Loki's highlight moment, sunset. But it makes people unforgettable for a long time. Avengers Tower. Thor muttered the name subconsciously, and the next moment, he couldn't help but sneer, is it possible to become a god in this way? I can't believe it. He is Thor in the traditional sense, the master who controls the power of thunder, and his hammer makes countless people in the world terrified. And his younger brother. To put it nicely, he is the god of trickery, to put it bluntly, he is just a little boy who loves to play pranks. But at this moment, Saul sitting in a chair, seeing Loki sitting on the throne in the video, his eyes showed perfect recognition as a brother. There is relief, emotion, and even touching. My brother finally learned to take responsibility and help others. He no longer had the temper of a child. He finally became a real god. At this moment, Thor frowned slightly, and suddenly he thought of the words that Odin gave to both of them when they were both adults. At that time, Odin standing in front of the two people, revealing the majesty of a father, you will all become gods. At that time, Thor was as dumb as a fool. He had experienced so many things and seen through all the ups and downs. Even watching his countless experiences in the video, he has grown and gained wisdom. Now, he finally understood what Odin had said. When Loki died, he was extremely sad, but he didn't expect that by some strange coincidence, he created a Loki in the second timeline. Everything seems to be arranged by fate. Black Widow folded her arms, with a pair of huge, she said thoughtfully. Yes, the fact that Loki can become a god shows that he has fundamentally completed his transformation. He has taken on everything. Hawkeye, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but remark. Dr. Banner nodded, when he gained the time escape ability, I was wondering if this incredible god-level ability had something to do with his transformation into a god. If you use it well, you can travel through time at will. I didn't expect that you can also travel through space, the essence of time and space. This is the power given to him by the legacy. It seems like it was an original choice of time. Looking at the people in front of him, he told the story. Iron Man Tony raised his glass. Without his iron armor, Iron Man looks more like an ordinary playboy. He wears red glasses. Those who know him know that he is showing off, while those who don't think he is blind. Cheers, Loki, he said excitedly. Respect. Ant-Man was almost the second one to raise his glass without hesitation. Can I drink too? Little Spider-Man said weakly. At this moment, he was only 17 years old. Children can only drink juice. Tony criticized righteously. At this moment, everyone gathered together, they carried out the previous mission, they saved the remnants of Hydra, the reformed and locked up Scarlet Witch, even, through the power of the Mind Stone, they even created Vision, who could shift between physical and intangible forms. The Avengers not only assembled, but also became a more powerful combination than ever before. It was precisely because of the appearance of the video that changed all the causes and effects. They met earlier and completed the deployment earlier. Suddenly, in full view of the crowd, Doctor Strange, sitting on a chair, suddenly he stretched out his hands, after making strange hand seals, the decoration on his chest, make a careless sound. I thought it was a decoration. Ant-Man said something unnecessary. Seeing Doctor Strange staring at him, he immediately covered his mouth with his hand, not daring to make any sound. And the next moment, as the eye of Agamotto opened, a green gem was revealed. One moment, infinity gems. Everyone's attention was drawn to it at the same time, and they looked at the scene in shock. Now I seem to finally understand why the time stone glows green. Doctor Strange said with a smile on his face. Asgard. The video in front of me finally finished playing, and Loki also completed his ascension to godhood. This gratifying scene was seen by everyone, and even Odin, as a Norse god, personally gave Loki the most sacred honor. As a god king, Odin's words have unimaginable power. He controls the system of Norse mythology and has countless war gods under his command. He even fought on the battlefield and made the entire 9 realms respect Asgard as the supreme ruler. They are all war gods revered by thousands of people. They live in the Temple of War. They are the souls of the Norse gods. At this moment, they had all witnessed the birth of a new god, one who was undoubtedly more powerful than any of them. They only exist in one world, or one plane. But, the new god rules the multi-universe. He controls the life and death, prosperity and decline of all worlds, and can even easily wipe out a world with just a thought. Queen Fricka looked at the scene before her. Everyone was celebrating Loki's ascension to God, but as a mother, she couldn't help but wipe away her tears. Lord of Time. God of Stories. Odin said softly, his voice full of sighs. Lamenting that Loki's new life had brought such incredible consequences, he put his arm around the queen's shoulders. We should be proud of him. He realized his own value and found the most important thing in his life. I think he definitely didn't have $619 when he made this decision. Yes. Queen Fricka nodded slightly. Although Loki in front of him was an exiled being from another timeline, he was also the child he raised. Just like a mother cannot witness the death of her child. Just like a child who deeply loves his mother, from the moment he knows his mother has passed away, the child has completely grown up. He is no longer the naive boy he once was. He has gained incredible power, and his whole life is spent making up for that regret. 2. He made up for another regret. On Earth. Lock. Countless viewers in front of the video raised their right hands. In the United States, freedom and humanity are always the first topic. But everyone is not happy, they don't have freedom, they need to work overtime every day, in order to maintain basic living expenses. Some people can only eat cheap food and cannot even live a stable life. They cannot afford a house of their own in their entire life, and the whole world is full of lies and deception. Just like in the video, in order to maintain the sacred timeline, other timeline branches must be released. With the Time Weaver, this machine binds the timeline, and the timeline can no longer grow freely. Everything has become a luxury. There are even countless people whose lives have been completely wiped out, without any reason, for the benefit of those who remain. They will be easily snatched from the timeline. And put a sign of a time period, even the person himself does not know what happened. If someone is lucky enough to escape the time administration, becoming a being like Sylvie, she would spend her whole life on the run. They don't have the ability or time management to fight back, and can only rely on their own wisdom to travel through time and space. They are constantly on the run, and their whole lives are on the run. Even on their growth path, they have never had any happiness or freedom. Loki sees through humanity and divinity. The reason he can become the god of stories is definitely because of his experiences. Between humanity and divinity, he finally chose divinity. He exiled humanity, but set everyone free. Sylvie's selfishness and Loki's magnanimity form a sharp contrast. Without contrast, there would be no harm. The one I love the most. How could he possibly kill another person he loves, so Loki will never kill Sylvie in his lifetime. When the Legacy made this game, the answer was obvious. He obviously underestimated human nature. He successfully killed himself, and then used his death to create a series of timeline collapse games, just to force Loki to make a choice and become the only player in this cruel game. On the one hand, he asked Loki to make a choice, and on the other hand, he emphasized his own importance in the timeline. This put pressure on Loki secretly. It made it impossible for him to make the right judgment. Finally, between divinity and humanity, the last path was born. Destroy everything, overthrow and become your own god, and become the master of this story. Loki. Garfield Spider-Man World. Parker lay on a rooftop, feeling the moonlight in the sky and letting it fall on his face. He changed into a comfortable position, then took out some candy from his pocket, selected some, picked out a green one. I opened the candy wrapper and put the round green candy into my mouth. Before he became Spider-Man, as an ordinary student, he enjoyed this way of learning every day. Because this will make him feel relaxed and free like never before. After becoming Spider-Man, he had very little time for himself. He is busy in the city every day. To save more people, from initially flouting the law to later recognizing the rules of this world. He saved countless people, and his true identity has never been revealed, but in the process of fighting against evil, he lost his Uncle Ben, his father-in-law the sheriff, and he lost his beloved Gwen Stacy. He would lie here every day, thinking about what would happen tomorrow. He once disappeared in this city, because this city has landscape, it doesn't need a criminal like Spider-Man. But the crime rate in this city has skyrocketed. He saw the little boy wearing his mask, bravely standing in front of the Rhino Iron Man. At that moment, the blood in his body boiled again, and he put on his mask and the spider suit. He once again transformed into Spider-Man and fought for justice in the city, but, every time when it was late at night and everyone was asleep, he would feel extremely lonely. He missed everything he had, including his beloved. He misses family, friendship, and love. Bah! The upper and lower rows of teeth gently bite, and the green candy breaks into pieces, and the sweet taste blooms on the taste buds. Candy can significantly supplement sugar. At this moment, watching the end of the video, Peter Parker couldn't help but sigh, "You finally protected your beloved and became a perfect god. Is this multi-universe? Interesting. What a funny story." The next moment, he stretched out his arms and placed them behind his head, then rested his head on his arms, but his eyes were still confused. Maguire Spider-Man World. After watching the video, Peter couldn't help but applaud. And beside him, clatter. Countless people clapped their hands at the same time. They stood in the square and watched the video in front of them. I can't help but sigh at the grandeur of this world and the wonder and excitement of this story. At this moment, Spider-Man is just an ordinary citizen. He still works at the newspaper and studies hard. He has completed his university studies and his doctorate studies. But, he doesn't plan to complete his master's degree, he just wants to live an ordinary life every day. He is Spider-Man, but he's not all Spider-Man, because he's also Peter Parker as a human. He does it almost every month. They would go to the cemetery to visit Harry. He was no longer entangled in emotions. Since the last breakup, he had understood his responsibilities. He's no longer attracted to Mary Jane. He believes that in his future path, he will definitely find someone who is on the same wavelength as him and even supports him all the way through his life. The next moment, Peter immediately raised the camera in his hand, pressed the shutter button, and the flash flashed. The English letters that appear at the end of the video: Loki, he was frozen in time forever. It looks like it will be a big hit again, but how much will the reward be this time? Peter reached out and touched his chin, his expression slightly puzzled. He is no longer the naive boy he used to be. Throughout the universe. Thanos also finished watching the video in front of him. He was amazed at the power of the time administration, amazed at the incredible power. 0146022113 Falcon 144482170, but his eyes were calm, without any pleasant thoughts, or even the desire to gain that kind of power. He looked down at the infinity gauntlet in his hand. He knew that it would be so cruel if half of the people in the universe died. However, he had to do it. In order to maintain the balance of the universe, he had to kill half of the people in the universe. He looked at the spaceship with burning eyes. No one could change his mind. At the same time. Holy shit, FK FK FK. Angry curses came from the hut. Deadpool, who just completed limb reconstruction, watching the final moment of the genie landing on the ground in the video, he immediately felt as if his mouth was filled with honey. At this moment, he had a head hanging on a body like a little man. Looking at his own small hands and feet, he was still helpless. But I believe his little hands and feet will recover soon. But, forget it, I'm tired, let's destroy it. He raised the pistol and pointed it at his head without hesitation. Bang! Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The bullet passed through his skull, leaving a trail of blood, and landed on the opposite wall. God knows what he missed. He actually started to doubt what this thing was when the video was playing. Then he chose to let the gasoline barrel explode without hesitation to give himself a feeling of death. You will die sooner or later, so why die at such a particular time? He really doubted his own brain. Is there something wrong? But the next moment, shut up. He suddenly looked in the direction of the reader. Don't think that you handsome guys. I don't know what you guys are thinking. But I am really curious, do you have any videos of me? After all, it's produced by Deadpool. It's definitely a masterpiece. How about a 10-year reversal of Wolverine, where Hugh Jackman is killed by Fox and then saved by Marvel? Chapter 71. Or Professor X's wheelchair evolution. How about describing Magneto's first child? Or, the multi-universe Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch? Well, I prefer, myself. Ha 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 ha, just kidding. Suddenly, just then, boom. Thunder flashed in the sky, and new subtitles appeared on the screen. At this moment, at the same time, almost everyone looked up at the light screen in the sky. New inventory is here. Top 9 Marvel Superman character, the most popular person in the dimensional universe, the peak that cannot be surpassed. The god of fantasy, the god of ideals, the god of reality. Humanity, divinity, new life, hope. Spider-Man Super Childhood Photos, Multi-Universe, Spider-Man, highlights, let's take a look. Boom. At the moment the subtitles appeared, the exaggerated lines of large characters on the screen suddenly flashed with lightning. The first Spider-Man. Here he comes. Watch it. Watching the subtitles appear in front of me. On Earth. Everyone was shocked. And unbelievably, this second video is nothing like the first one. They actually used such an explosive and unimaginable topic. Superman character. What is Marvel? I know Spider-Man, but are there many Spider-Men in the multi-universe? The god of fantasy, the god of ideals, the god of reality. The comments are so high, is Spider-Man really a god? Oh my god! This is incredible. There are so many explosive topics. All the 500 people almost subconsciously chose to agree. Avengers Tower. Spider-Man. Dr. Banner read out the name in disbelief. A.L. Everyone at almost the same time, he looked at the little Spider-Man who was only 17 years old and not even of drinking age, sitting on his chair. Spider-Man felt all the eyes on him, especially his super spider sense, and his anus immediately tightened and the hairs on his body stood up. Holland's version of Spider-Man is a little immature. In the team in front of him, but he is just a little kid, everyone around, they are older than him, and have more experience than him, and now But he is just a trial member of the Avengers. He had never felt such a focused gaze before. Even though he had saved countless disasters in the past, he had always moved forward silently. Now, surprisingly, the video was exposed. God! Thor was startled. He looks like an ordinary human. Even if he has some powerful strength, he can't be called a god. After all, he doesn't have divine power. Kid, are you really that powerful? Iron Man also looked at little Spider-Man with a look of shock. Black Widow, Hawkeye, Scarlet Witch, Vision and the others looked over. I can't feel any divine power, nor do I feel any special power. Vision shook his head slightly. Iron Man said this and moved his right hand slightly. The artificial intelligence Jarvis in front of him flashed blue light, and a series of panels appeared in front of him. The panels are stacked layer by layer. The little Spider-Man at the lowest level is doing various tests, while the data at the highest level shows all of the abilities of the little Spider-Man. Super sense, super vision, super hearing, super physique, can easily lift 10 tons with bare hands. Is this really not a special ability? His expression changed from shock to disbelief. At this moment, Captain America, who had just finished his mission, came back, took off his gloves, and gently placed them on the table. A smile appeared on his face. Don't make it difficult for the child. Watch the video. Garfield Spider-Man World. I just finished eating a candy, Garfield Spider-Man, gently, closed my eyes, and felt the air around me become a little moister. It looks like rain is planned to fall soon. His profile looks very handsome, very durable in this world, a short evolution, a bit Jewish, but, at this moment, he seems to be staying here quietly. Feel the peace every moment of life. He wants to fill every moment of this life to the brim, making his life extremely happy. At the end of his life, he would tell Gwen about the joy that filled his life and all kinds of interesting things. He will see you again. Parker said secretly in his heart, must. And at this moment, lightning flashed in the sky, and large words appeared on the screen. Parker's expression changed from shock to disbelief. He looked up at the video in the sky. The distance was so close. He never thought that the video in front of him could even list Spider-Man, but this moment is so clear. He wanted to reach out and touch the light screen to see what this thing was, but the light automatically approached his hand, and then shrank in front of his eyes. He was only wearing file size 0146022113 follow 14448235. The next moment, watch. Garfield's eyes suddenly moistened, and he nodded seriously. He wanted to see that familiar figure in the video. Maybe this is a surprise, so let this surprise not stop, let this surprise allow him to touch that face again. Maguire Spider-Man World. Oh my god! Countless people looked up at the light screen in the sky, in the square, in the school, in the office. Countless people stopped what they were doing and appeared in this world. Behind the screen, they went from disbelief at first to acceptance at last, watching Loki ascend to the throne as a god in the video. Everyone was delighted, happy encouragement. Almost everyone feels the same way. And, the Daily Bugle is very well known in this world. The report about Loki's ascension to the throne of God even directly became popular. Overwhelmed all previous Spider-Man, experienced countless Spider-Man, his events, it's even enough to write a book, and the Daily Bugle is following the report all the time. It also reports Spider-Man's events one by one. You can easily check all the past events related to Spider-Man in the Gojiao Daily. From an obscure spider monster, he became a household name. The Daily Bugle accounted for huge amounts of credit. Although, everyone knows that the owner of the Daily Bugle is Spider-Man's biggest anti-fan. But, this does not prevent Spider-Man from being the most popular character in the world. And at this moment, crash. See the inventory video, the word Spider-Man appeared, and almost everyone was in an unimaginable cheer and excitement. Multi-universe, the world in front of us, the sacred timeline, and the timeline axes and branches of each world. All those who are enslaved by the world and who live in a straight line between 2 points every day, their minds seem to be liberated. So, watch. Countless people secretly clenched their fists and prayed silently in their hearts. Aunt May's house. Bang! Peter Parker returned home after a busy day. Aunt May was now old and had a head of white hair. There is a portrait of Uncle Ben at home. Aunt May wipes Ben every day. There is also an incense burner on Uncle Ben's desk. This is the experience Auntie May shared with Chinese netizens after downloading the Chinese version of Douyin. There were even countless banknotes from the TND Bank placed next to the incense burner, and the amount seemed huge. At this time, Aunt May had just lit 3 incense sticks and gently inserted them into the incense burner. Seeing what Aunt May did, Peter couldn't help but shook his head slightly, but still walked towards Aunt May with a smile on his face. Aunt May looked at Peter and smiled. Parker, give it to your uncle. I have prayed that your uncle will bless you. I believe your future will be smooth sailing. Peter nodded slightly. Maguire's appearance was more neutral. He was the nerdiest version of Spider-Man. He is also the Spider-Man with the mildest personality and the most gentle appearance. He reached out and took the incense from Mei Udigwai, then bowed 3 times very respectfully and inserted the incense into the incense burner. I picked up some banknotes from TND Bank, lit a few of them, and put them in the small brazier under the incense burner. The room was filled with smoke and it felt like a cloud of smoke. Although Peter had a strong sense of smell, he was somewhat resistant to the scent. But, he respects all choices, he just wants his family to live happily. Since Aunt May contacted Chinese netizens, she realized that almost everyone in this world is a beast of burden. She also managed to support herself and even saved a little money by doing some funeral products business. I believe Ben will bless you. Aunt May's voice was old, but she was full of energy, and her back was straighter than before. And at this moment, boom boom boom. The huge amounts of light screens in the sky made a grand sound, attracting the attention of the two. Peter immediately walked to the window, looked up at the door outside the window and followed closely behind. Both of them looked up at the sky at the same time. Just outside the window, countless passers-by had stopped and looked up at the sky with excited expressions. Spider-Man! Aunt May said this excitedly, and his eyes were already looking at Peter beside him. But she was deeply aware that Peter's eyes had been attracted by the light screen in front of him, and even a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Pa, pa, pa. Amid the grand sound of electronic music, the screen flickered. The next moment, the most classic red and blue spider suit, Spider-Man, appeared in front of everyone. Whoosh! He jumped up from the overpass, stretched out his right hand, and a strand of spider silk came out of his palm, rooting on the glass of the building opposite. Spider-Man holds onto the spider silk tightly, and with the momentum of falling, crash the body swung gently like a swing, floating higher at a faster speed and a higher distance. Dong dong. The dull drum sound seemed like the background music of the video in front of me. Spider-Man appeared on the screen, and in front of him there seemed to be a huge amount of mirror. He looked at the figure in the mirror. This. Pa, pa, pa. The music is endless, and the next moment, Spider-Man's silhouette in the mirror kept changing, with the most classic red and blue suit appearing first. A spider symbol appeared on his heart. And the next moment, huff, huff, huff. There was a young man running in the alley, breathing heavily. The stealth light illuminated the figure of the boy, and his figure rose and fell gently in the darkness. His figure running forward, crossing obstacles one after another in the darkness, was like his stages one after another. This is the appearance of a human boy, and as he runs, he puts on a red mask. He gently pulled up his battlesuit. Its mask keeps changing, and its figure becomes more solid. From the original cloth, it became nylon material. From the silver threads on the mask, black eye sockets appeared, as if they were constantly evolving. Every frame, every second, is almost so high definition, every minute and every moment touches almost everyone's heart. The Spider-Man suit is getting stronger and more three-dimensional and colorful with the constant change of times. Becomes clearer and more iconic. Suddenly, buzz. The rapid music sounded, the drums beat on everyone's heart, and a picture book appeared on the screen in front of them. Sniff sniff. A hand then appeared in the ordinary sketchbook, and the big hand gently slid across the sketchbook. An X-shaped logo appeared on the battlesuit. The location of the chest. You can see the three-dimensionality of the muscles and the gliding wings displayed by stretching out the arms. But the young man at this moment shook his head gently. A pair of ice blue pupils, a seemingly gentle face, but now a resolute look, black hair, definitely no older than 18. That's right. It's just a younger version of Maguire. Dig. The music suddenly took a turn. Hiss. Maguire was not satisfied with his own painting, so he tore it up and started over again. With each stroke, he tore countless sheets of paper. He drew countless spiders on the paper. Each one looks lifelike, and each spider has a special mark on its body. Scene by scene, slide by little, including the battlesuit design. And the next moment, spiders with red limbs and red and blue bodies flashed before his eyes. These 3 or 5 spiders kept crawling forward. Then a biting action is made. The red and blue colors were completely frozen, with a spider as the symbol above his heart, and the red and blue battlesuit completely occupied his vision. The three-dimensional, muscular Spider-Man suit appeared before his eyes, with Spider-Man standing between the spider webs. Maguire was very surprised and he gently drew the brush on the painting in front of him. Spider-Man on the brush becomes so bright. He designed Spider-Man's first suit. He used a blue brush to outline the blue part of Spider-Man's suit. Use a red brush to outline the exquisite details, and the image of a spider also appears on Spider-Man's suit. He personally designed the first Spider-Man suit. The battle suit is red and blue, and behind it is a huge amount of spider web. The left and right hand gestures are the same, making a very 6+1 hand gesture, looking very childish, but isn't this also a young man's fantasy? Spider silk spurted out from the wrist of his right hand, and finally completely froze on the drawing paper. This scene immediately became a hot topic, attracting everyone's attention. This is the most grand memory ever, and it is also the place where every teenager's most amazing dream begins. Boom! Thunder suddenly flashed on the screen, and the picture went completely dark. At this moment, it rested on everyone's heart, completely opening up their path to the final fantasy. The main universe. Deadpool, whose body has fully grown, looks at the video in front of him and suddenly loses interest. He lay on the sofa with a look of despair on his face, but the old lady beside him nodded gently. Then he looked at the light screen in the sky with a serious face. Suddenly startled by this, he turned his head and looked at the old lady beside him with a look of disbelief. "Aren't you blind?" Chapter 72. The old lady was speechless, took off her glasses, and glared at Deadpool with squinted eyes. "I'm your mother." One moment, Deadpool was furious. It would be fine if there was no personal creation of mine, but they actually pulled out a copy of me. Not Deadpool, Spider-Man. Spider-Man anime. My sin. The old lady started swearing. It's like honey on her little mouth. Oh my god, holy shit. Deadpool cursed angrily, but no matter how unhappy he was, he still looked at the video in front of him. And the next moment, crash, there seemed to be countless pieces of paper in the video, and every time a piece of paper slid, it seemed like these pieces of paper were illusory. But the imaginary papers kept increasing, and finally the only one I was staring at was left. Spider-Man. A spider-like figure appeared on the back of the battlesuit. The next moment, catch my breath, won't let them get me down, it all so simple now. The music in the video sounded again, with a radical dynamic. I want to stop, I just want to stop. A blood-red spider mark appeared on the back of Spider-Man who had just appeared. The mark is so red, in the darkness is the only pattern. So clear. As the camera zoomed out, the blood-red spider pattern kept changing and appeared on the back of Dark Battle. As the field of vision expands, the surrounding colors become more vivid. The back of the suit is made of blue material, and a red spider pattern appears in the field. Countless lights appeared around him, with justice mainly in red. At this moment, Spider-Man appeared in the sky, like a star between tall buildings. Voila la! The figure kept falling, and the strong wind blew his battlesuit. His battlesuit outlines the perfect three-dimensional lines of muscles. At this moment, his figure is constantly falling, the white clouds were howling, and at this moment, you could even see the white clouds in the sky passing by. His body was out of control, and he stretched out his arms, as if he was feeling his own shocking moment. Catch my breath, I wanna stop, I wanna stop. Catch my breath, I wanna stop, I wanna stop. Addicted to the love I found. I once loved, he retracted his outstretched arms and rushed down head first. Between the tall buildings, you can already see cars passing by on the ground and green plants on both sides of the road. His figure shuttled into the world of swoosh. With the song as a backdrop, Spider-Man in front of him stretched out his right hand, and with a snap, a spider silk shot out from his arm. It was placed on the tall building opposite. Crash! Spider-Man tightened the spider silk, and his figure was immediately lifted high up. Oh! Heavy heart now, Atlas Cloud. Making time for the ones that count. I'll spend the rest of my time. With the exciting music, his figure jumped high up, and above his head appeared blue sky and white clouds, and he seemed to be flying. At this moment, Spider-Man is full of freedom and hope, and as he flies back to Earth, his arms once again shot out spider silk, pulling the spider silk tight in his hand, he swung high again. Swoosh! Spider-Man's arms ejected 2 strands of spider silk, which flew high into the sky at the same time. Pulling his figure high up, passing over the top of a building, his figure directly avoided the sharp edge of the building, brushed against the sharp edge, and fell into the distance. Laughing hard with the windows down. I can enjoy myself even when I am alone. Leaving footprints all over town. Keeping faith kinda comes around. Every day when I wake up, I feel hopeful about life. I will spend the rest of my life. Yes, I want to spend this wonderful time. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to have reached its most solemn moment, and his world had changed. The field of vision came to Spider-Man's body, and when he looked up, he could see the blue sky and white clouds. His body kept wandering around the city, spewing out spider silk again and again to pull himself, and he began to turn. The next moment, the video suddenly changes. Bang, bang, bang. This is the old city, the buildings on both sides look a bit cruel, and a train is running on the rails. Boom boom boom. The huge mechanical claw grabbed the top of the train fiercely. A slightly plump figure, wearing sunglasses on his eyes, looking cool and arrogant, it seems like there are mechanical claws growing on its back. Its mechanical claws grabbed the top of the car and pulled it forward, as if it was not moving at all. Coming to the front of the train, Dr. Octopus got down and looked at the scene inside the train. The moment he saw the conductor, he gently stretched out his right hand, and the moment he swung it, the sharp claws beside him flew out quickly. Kaka! The glass in front of me shattered, and machinery and wood flew into the car. He stabbed the conductor hard. Base when he retracted his claws, they were stained with a little blood. The conductor fell to the ground with a thud. The chest was bright red, and blood spurted out of the mouth. And at this moment, sniff sniff. Another figure was chasing towards him at a very fast speed, his figure. Shuttle between high-rise buildings, the red and blue Spider-Man suit then lightly jumped down and landed steadily on the train with a thud. The red and blue uniform is extremely clear, and all the lines and marks are carefully printed. Over the blindfold, white pupils. No matter how many times you see the first generation of battle suits, it will always make people excited and even fascinated. Seeing Dr. Octopus in front of him, Spider-Man stood up immediately. But Dr. Octopus snorted coldly. He smiled casually, and suddenly stretched out his mechanical claws, which extended infinitely. Snap! Push the train's controls hard, push forward suddenly, and increase the power to the maximum. In an instant, boom, the entire train roared, and the train's gears rubbed wildly on the track, creating countless sparks. Driving forward at a very fast speed, it's like turning on nitrous gas to accelerate. Ah! This sudden acceleration shook all the passengers in the car, causing them to fall backwards uncontrollably. You have to know that this is a train, and the carriages are filled with countless passengers, all of whom are lives. If a train loses control in the real world and moves forward at a very high speed, it will probably cause the plane to crash and people to die. Countless lives will be lost in one fell swoop. The situation right now is the same. Clank, clang. Under the extremely fast acceleration, the whole train body trembled slightly. At a very fast speed, passengers were almost hit when the train passed the stop in front of them. The next moment, pa! Dr. Octopus used one of his claws to pull away the control of the train. With a snap, a large number of sparks were emitted. The opponent in front of him is extremely difficult to deal with, even Spider-Man's battlesuit is broken. Countless cuts were made, revealing a large area of skin inside. Bah! Dr. Octopus's sharp claws threw the train's operating lever everywhere and threw it to Spider-Man. Spider-Man took it and looked at it, then froze in place. You need to stop that train. Dr. Octopus said this indifferently, with a mocking smile on his lips. Then he controlled his strength and grabbed the wall next to him, his body like an octopus. The train stopped steadily between the buildings nearby, but it was still moving forward madly. And at this moment, help! The train driver screamed in shock. He was unable to stop the train. The train continued to move forward at an infinite speed, and no one could stop it. If it continued like this, the only consequence would be the destruction of the train and the death of people. You know, that's countless lives. Help! The train driver roared at the top of his lungs. Spider-Man poked his head out from the top of the train. Brake failure, can't stop. The train driver shouted loudly, the glass had been broken, countless air currents were surging, and he could only shout. Spread the voice. Sudden, snap. Large sparks appeared and white smoke billowed from the entire cab. As a last resort, Spider-Man came to the roof of the car. He took off the mask that was burned by sparks, revealing his childish face. He is also an ordinary person, he is just a 17-year-old student. With clear eyes, at this moment, his vision was infinitely extended. The extremely powerful spider sense, coupled with his supervision, I don't know how many kilometers I crossed. Spider-Man's face changed drastically. Because a few thousand meters away, the railway track there has not been completed yet, it is just an empty frame. It was the middle to high end of the tall buildings. Once you flew out from there, you would definitely fall from a height of several hundred meters. Not only will the car be destroyed and people will die, but I'm afraid everyone will be smashed into a pulp alive. Or maybe under the extremely powerful acceleration, everyone was forcibly thrown out by the sudden resistance. This lesson is extremely dangerous. Several thousand meters away in the city, cars were coming and going, no one noticed the oil price at all, the train was out of control. Spider-Man had no choice but to jump off the roof and come to the front of the train. A lot of people had gathered in the train's cab, and they were all terrified as they looked at the situation in front of them. The main universe. Avengers Tower. Oh my god! Looking at the extremely dangerous situation in front of him, Spider-Man's hair stood on end, and his spider sense also took effect. The situation before him was completely out of control, and he couldn't help but shout out. The other members fell silent when they saw this scene. This is no longer a question of whether to save or not, but a question of how to save. They will naturally not sit idly by when they encounter problems, but the current situation is very tricky. This train is out of control, the only consequence is that it will fall off the track. But all members will be smashed to pieces. I'll do my best. War Machine Rhodes. He put his hand on his chin and patted his head in his heart, having already prepared for the worst. Vision looked at the scene in front of him, he pursed his lips slightly, the current ability development is only between virtual and real, and he does not have the ability to bring out all the people. Scarlet Witch looked sad when she saw this scene, because she once had a brother, Quicksilver. Quicksilver's speed completely exceeds the speed of light. He can bring everyone on the train out at an extremely fast speed. But, Quicksilver died to protect others. Iron Man looked at the scene in front of him, wondering whether he could activate the backup plan. This made him think of a previously abandoned plan to launch a space supply station in the air. The armor contained in it can replace the parts on his body at any time. Garfield Spider-Man World. Parker sat up almost immediately. He looked at the scene in front of him with a serious expression and worried eyes. Oh no! It's bad! Just now he was immersed in the grand music and forgot himself a little. That figure that rises high, the spider silk that was spit out and the spider suit that looked extremely handsome were all what he was looking forward to. He is also a young man with beautiful dreams. Because he was bitten by a mutant spider, he has an extremely strong spider sense. The genes in his body seemed to have been supplemented, and he gained unparalleled speed and strength. Incredibly powerful self-healing ability, he even personally developed a spider suit and a spider silk launcher that can spit out spider silk. Every step is extremely difficult, but he gradually put everything into place step by step, and then put on the spider suit, become a real Spider-Man. His deeds were recorded in the universe and circulated in the video in front of him, but when he saw Spider-Man at this moment, it was obviously the existence of a parallel world. Only, no matter which event it was, the disaster came so suddenly. Maguire Spider-Man World. Aunt May's heart started beating wildly when she saw this. He stretched out his right hand and placed it on his heart. Oh my god, that's horrible. An octopus. It's fine. Peter smiled and said with warm concern. He watched the video, his eyes full of memories. Dr. Octopus was his teacher, and his original intention was to benefit the universe. Develop nuclear fusion energy. The octopus claws created can block terrible temperatures, and even a suppression chip was created. It can suppress the claws in his hands to produce artificial intelligence, which in turn invades the human brain. But unexpectedly, an accident occurred in S.H.I.E.L.D. The artificial sun produced an extremely strong gravitational force. All the metal and steel around were pulled. The laboratory was destroyed, and the chip that suppressed artificial intelligence was damaged. Dr. Octopus was controlled by his claws and developed an evil personality. So, this scene happened. It's Spider-Man. Oh my god, we are dead. Everyone recognized Spider-Man's identity, and his deeds became famous throughout the city. Spider-Man immediately turned around and looked at all the passengers. Don't give up, hold on tight. He looked at the anxious situation in front of him, his hair was blown by the strong wind, and he didn't care whether to reveal his true appearance or not. Peter gritted his teeth and looked at the railroad tracks under his feet in his spider suit. With almost no hesitation, he jumped high and then jumped off the rails, propping his body in front of the train, with his right foot resting on the rails. Where? The rails that were blocked by his feet were being exercised, and his body was also subjected to impacts again and again. His cheeks were even slightly deformed because of this. He wanted to use his own body to stop the train from moving forward. Chapter 73. But, after trying, he suddenly jumped high and returned to the front of the train. His right leg ached. There is no way to resist a train running at full speed. The train in front of me is running at 90 km per hour, the speed is simply terrifying to the extreme. Spider-Man gently stretched out his right hand and placed it on his right leg, but at this moment he couldn't stop the train at all. It was still moving forward at a very fast speed, with no possibility of stopping at all. But, all the passengers who saw the scene just now were encouraged. Train driver. He even looked at Spider-Man and said excitedly, "Do you have any other ideas?" Peter Parker was exhausted physically and mentally at this moment, but he immediately turned back and said firmly, "There are still many." His hair was blown by the strong wind and he arrived at the next stop again, but the train did not stop at all. Spider-Man suddenly looked at the tall buildings on both sides of the train. The next moment, countless thoughts emerged in his mind, and he pointed his right hand at the wall on the right without hesitation. Whoosh! The spider silk on his arm shot out, and in the blink of an eye it expanded into a spider web that tightly adhered to the wall. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, he immediately sent out spider silk to the left, which stuck to the wall. Peter reached out and held it tightly. Boom boom, the train was moving forward madly, he stretched out his hands and held the spider silk tightly, in an instant, crash. The extremely powerful forward thrust pushed it forward tightly, as if its body was welded to the train door. The spider silk in his hand was stretched taut. The train kept moving forward, and the spider silk was also pulled madly, and in the blink of an eye it was stretched to an infinite length. The spider silk was so strong that the walls on both sides of the road could no longer withstand the pressure. Snap! 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 The walls burst and the walls of the building fell off. One moment. Under the contrast of horror, Peter's body fell uncontrollably toward the front of the train. He screamed, but quickly stretched out his hands to stabilize his body, his feet firmly glued to the train. This prevented the danger from happening, and then he waved his arms, stabilized his body again, and stood on the top of the train again. Slash in. The old train driver behind him couldn't help but say, "The situation at this moment is extremely dangerous. The top of the rail in the distance is less than a kilometer away from the train. But fortunately, there are many houses on both sides of the road. At this moment, world-famous paintings and famous scenes are born." At this moment, Spider-Man had almost no hesitation, swinging his arms wildly and spitting out spider silk. Countless spider silks were sprayed on the walls of the buildings on both sides. The spider silk has a horrible stickiness and an incomparable tenacity. The train in front of me looks like an 8-legged snake. Countless spider silks were constantly spewed out, glued to the wall. The entire train was held up by Spider-Man with his own strength. Sniff sniff. Finally, he stopped spitting out spider silk. He stretched out his hands and held the spider silk tightly. His spider silk was incredibly tough. Even though the wall was broken just now, there was no sign of the spider silk being broken. The next moment, he stretched out his arms, tightly grasped the spider silk, closed his eyes, roared in pain, and exerted all his strength. In an instant, crack, 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 the entire steel train was forced to transform into spider silk as tough as ice under his terrifying power. The steel behind him had already embedded his body into it. The surrounding glass continued to shatter, and the entire steel train was also under this extremely powerful thrust and resistance. It made a creaking sound and couldn't bear the weight at all. The next moment, scenery. Spider-Man's clothes created cracks on his body, his muscles tightened, and this power reached its peak. Peter Parker opened his eyes and looked into the distance, where he was about to reach the end. He needs to try his best. Blocking all forces. He roared with an unprecedented fury, and the spider silk behind him was stretched infinitely. The speed of the entire train has also been slowed down a lot. Hiss, hiss. The wheels at the bottom of the train rubbed against the rails like crazy, and under the extremely strong resistance, the speed finally slowed down. Spider-Man at this moment, he was bearing an unimaginable force, as well as the resistance brought by his own willpower of tightly clenching his arms. This moment. No one could imagine such pain, but he insisted on staying where he was, never moving an inch. As long as he leaves here, he won't have to endure such pain, or even the danger of his life. Slow down. A passenger on the train couldn't help but scream as he watched the train's speed slow down. Spider-Man's face has been completely deformed. His muscles tightened and his shoulders were raised high. The outstretched arms were almost broken, and the countless spider silks on the hands could no longer withstand the pressure and broke. Everyone in the car saw this scene, but they had no way to stop it. They rely on Spider-Man's powers. Spider-Man was enduring unimaginable pain at this moment. His screams reached everyone's ears through the carriage. Almost everyone felt heartbroken, because that was a person, and he relied solely on his own strength. 500 meters. 100 meters. Finally. Boom. The train, unable to stop, crashed into the end of the track, destroying the wooden bars blocking the track. The locomotive slid forward uncontrollably. Crunch. Make this last sound, ah. Everyone in the carriage couldn't help but scream when they saw this life and death crisis. The locomotive slid forward, causing the carriage to bend slightly. It was as if the train was about to fall from a height of several hundred meters. How critical was this scene? Ah! Spider-Man gritted his teeth and endured the unimaginable pain. He tried his best. Even his face was trembling slightly, and his muscles were tense. Even if the spider silk breaks to the last strand, he will stop the train from moving forward. But fortunately, at this moment, the last thread did not break, and the train fortunately stopped. The locomotive soon stopped in the air. Please pay attention to safety. Spider-Man loosened his silk thread, his wool was scattered at this moment, and he was in danger of his life. At the moment when his consciousness faded, Spider-Man gently closed his eyes and used up all his strength. The body is out of control and is about to fall down. But, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the car, then stopped at his chest, and touched the spider mark. Others also stretched out their hands and placed them on Spider-Man's chest to stop his body from falling. They carefully poked their heads out and looked at this incredible character in front of them. They were even amazed at this person. It was this young man in front of him who saved countless lives. The main universe. Avengers Tower. Oh my god! Oh my god! Big! Just when everyone was thinking about what they would do, at this moment they saw Spider-Man spit out spider silk. It really is like little Spider-Man being able to spray spider silk, and the spider silk is glued to the wall next to it. He actually wants to use this method to stop the train. He will not only bear the force of the train's full impact, but also the strong resistance generated by himself. There was disbelief in Iron Man's eyes. He reached out and took off his glasses, recording everything with his gaze. This power is unimaginable. An ordinary person would be torn into pieces in an instant. No, he would be torn into scraps. Dr. Banner shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with shock. Hulk can't possibly do such a thing. Thor stroked his chin and watched the scene in front of him. He was in awe, but he didn't say anything. Almost every member starts with God at this moment. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Pa. Captain America, who saw this scene, couldn't help but reach out and applaud. The next moment, voila, in the small space in front of them, everyone applauded in unison, praising the scene before them. They want to use their own methods to save the people on the train, some can do it, and some can't. He saved a whole train of people. Little Spider-Man scratched his head in shock. Iron Man clapped his hands. He couldn't help but shook his head slightly. What I want to do is his body density. The density of his bones, including the tearing and pulling strength of his body, the toughness of the spider silk and the solidity of the house next to it, all of them are indispensable. Dr. Banner couldn't help but nodded slightly. All the conditions are missing. Everyone on the train will die. If the body's hardness can't keep up, the bone's toughness can't keep up, the body's toughness is not enough. The child's body will be torn to pieces, and the train will not stop at all. Will he die completely in front of everyone? Iron Man suddenly looked at the little Spider-Man next to him. Can you do it, kid? I, probably, maybe, can't do it. Little Spider-Man was silent for a few seconds and he shook his head slightly. This is unbelievable. Scarlet Witch covered her mouth with her hand. What is the difference between this scene and a miracle? Garfield Spider-Man world. Big. Parker immediately stretched out his hands. He just grabbed his hair. He stood up and paced on the roof in front of him. it's incredible. He actually used this method. He didn't even think that he might die. How could he have such a strong body hardness? The train was deformed, and my god, and the density of its bones, how strong its bones are. The steel was deformed, but he was unharmed. And the power that bursts out from the surging muscles can almost smash through steel in an instant. This is so scary. Is this the multi-universe Spider-Man? He covered his mouth with his hand. He couldn't think of any way to stop the train in front of him. Think about yourself this way, the degree of disaster in this world seems to be a little bit lower. It's also hard to deal with. Maguire Spider-Man world. The moment Spider-Man took off his mask, Aunt May couldn't hold it anymore and she put her hand over her mouth. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked at Peter beside her. Parker, child. Aunt May reached out and pulled Spider-Man into her arms, holding the child in front of her. You have suffered so much, and almost no one understands you, but I seem to be able to guess it. Being able to guess and being able to see are two different things. Aunt May couldn't help but sigh. Spider-Man's eyes were slightly red, and every word in front of him seemed like it was from his own mother, and he spoke in the gentlest tone possible. It's okay, I won't be so reckless next time. A certain universe. A dark guy. Jumping out of bed, he pressed his big head against the TV. Both eyes were fixed on Spider-Man in front of him. The next moment, the black head split open, and extremely sharp teeth were spread on both sides of the cheeks, revealing Eddie's face. Venom stretched out his sharp nails and pointed at the TV. That's him, Spider-Man. This is incredible. How strong is his body? Eddie was amazed at the scene in front of him. Venom's face wrapped around Eddie's face again, and the next moment it stretched out its long red tongue and licked its lips. I really want to taste it. Don't try to eat his head. Eddie immediately protested. Venom, looking back at the video in front of him, he is my beloved friend. In the video, the first carriage in front of me has collapsed. No one knows whether the entire train will collapse along with the train in front of them. The whole drop. But at this moment, everyone saw the guy in the red suit. The people in the front row carefully lifted up the boy who had his eyes closed. They all stretched out their hands. Spontaneously, everyone pushed the boy's body backwards, and they were so careful. The boy had wounds on his body, and almost all humans were very careful. The boy did not wear a mask. But no one tried to pry into his secrets. Because it was this young man who saved everyone's lives with his own strength. He stopped the train, even using his own body to block the way. Under such circumstances, everyone was doomed to die, but they were saved by the young man in front of them. Slapped the King of Hell twice and saved everyone's life. At this moment, Spider-Man is a hero, the only hero, a hero recognized by everyone, a hero that everyone expects and supports. The music sounded tragic and solemn. He was slowly moved backwards. Everyone carefully supported him. Be careful. The passengers spoke in a very gentle voice, and each of them placed their hands under Spider-Man's body. Be gentle. Passengers, remind them again. At this moment, everyone supported Spider-Man's body, put it down, and let him lie in the train compartment. At this moment, more people came over and looked at the boy in front of them. He was so young. I'm afraid he is not yet of age. Everyone's face was filled with shock, disbelief, and even gratitude. Just like the 3 parts of ridicule, 3 parts of indifference, and 3 parts of indifference in the past. How could so many expressions appear on a person's face at the same time? But at this moment, this sentence was realized. Everyone was silent, quietly looking at the young man in front of them, as if looking at God, respecting the master. Is he still alive? The female passenger next to me asked in a gentle and low voice. But no one can answer this question. All the passengers looked at the boy in front of them. The man wearing a hat next to him looked at Spider-Man, shook his head slightly, and sighed. He is just a young man, a child, about the same age as my son. This sentence infected everyone present at the same time, and each of them was filled with deep admiration for Han. This and all the children present, a child of the same age, wearing such a battle suit, saved everyone, and he saved countless ecosystems. Sudden, Peter Parker's eyes trembled slightly, and the next moment, he slowly opened his eyes. But he accidentally discovered that above his head, countless pairs of eyes, both men and women, were looking at him at the same time. There is curiosity and admiration. Chapter 74. Every pair of eyes was so vivid. Parker subconsciously reached out to touch his face, but was surprised to find that his mask was not on his face and he looked shocked. His body had recovered. Without any hesitation, Peter Parker sat up on the spot. He looked at all the people in front of him, and his heart was shaken. "It's all right." The black train driver squatted down, looked at Peter, and spoke softly. And at this moment, the crowd spontaneously made way for a path, and a frightened little boy was seen walking towards them. He and his brother looked at Spider-Man with childish eyes. Even the children, at this moment in their eyes, it is also filled with gratitude. "Curious, we found this." The older child gently stretched out his hand and handed it over. "Some burnt spider masks." Peter Parker reached out to take it. He looked at the child in front of him. At this moment, his mind was still not settled. He saved everyone, but his identity was exposed. "We won't tell anyone." The child's innocent eyes expressed sincere words, and at this moment his eyes were extremely sincere. Parker looked up at everyone in front of him. He saw every living being. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he carefully put on his mask again, covering that face. And the one who reappeared in front of everyone was the fully armed Spider-Man. "Spider-Man, it's great to see you." The little boy just now also smiled. At this moment, the first video has come to an end. Famous scene of conferring the gods. Spider-Man used his human body to stop the train from moving at full speed. He forcibly saved countless lives, plundering all lives from the hands of the death god. Hero. He deserves the title of hero, and it is precisely because of this moment that the superhero dream of countless people has been perfectly interpreted. Earth. Everyone watched this scene, unable to calm down for a long time. Everyone was so excited that they didn't know what to say. "I don't know either. How to express your inner feelings at this moment. What is that feeling like?" Plop. The heart is beating wildly. Everyone's long-tired heart, the heart that has already fallen silent, seems to be able to only balance the beating heart forever. At this moment, the beating resumed. In the blood, inside the brain, between the eyes. Men, women, young and old, workers, learners, bosses, apprentices, delivery boys, couriers. There is a canteen economy and there are waiters. There is a hotel front desk, there are workers from Factory 393. This moment, their hearts beat together for the Spider-Man before them. This is almost the most favorite movie of countless people in their childhood, and it is also recognized by the entire universe as the only Spider-Man. Maguire Spider-Man, the most classic Spider-Man. Maguire's Spider-Man trilogy, it brings the best childhood memories to almost everyone, and even adults can't forget it for a long time. The video ends. Daily Bugle. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, as the boss of Spider-Man's top anti-fan, his eyes were red when he saw the video in front of him. Just say, "Stinky boy." Although he is the biggest anti-fan, he is also the one who cares about Spider-Man the most. Guardians of the Galaxy. This is Spider-Man. Rocket Raccoon sat on the chair, rocked it gently, and exclaimed, "Awesome. Strong muscles, strong physique." The Destroyer next to him couldn't help but nod. Star-Lord whispered the name, Spider-Man. Gamera didn't say much. That person saved countless people with his actions, which is completely consistent with the purpose of their Guardians of the Galaxy. Help the weak. Keep everything in balance, and that person did it all by himself. Earth. Holy. Deadpool, who was about to curse, stopped immediately and put his hands on both sides of his head. He looked carefully at the old lady beside him. The old lady took out a gun from somewhere and pointed it at Deadpool's crotch. "No swearing, this is Spider-Man's heroic moment. How can you be so pirated?" The old lady immediately took off her sunglasses and said, the next moment, he put on his sunglasses again. This cool scene is like the person in front of you is not an old lady, but a sophisticated killer. $308. Deadpool could only smile awkwardly. Then can you please open the gun first? For my happiness, form. The old lady didn't waste any time and reached out to take the gun back. Deadpool was furious and wanted to fight back, but he couldn't find any reason at the moment. He could only lean on the sofa, lying like GEU, destroy the world. Forget it, let's play my video next. Catch my breath, I wanna stop, I want to live a good life and be myself. Set, the tired music sounded again, thump, 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 thump. The sound of the drum set, along with the tired music, gives people a very tired feeling at this moment. That male voice is so hoarse. It's like Spider-Man's mission. Catching my breath, letting it go, turning my cheek for the sake of this show. However, despite such a tired voice, the song still continues, as if the dream he pursues is still moving forward. Now that you know this is my life, I don't want to be told what to do and what is right. That hoarse male voice seemed to be accumulating strength, and he would not be confused because of a temporary setback. No, GS. The music is going on. The next moment the scene in front of me changed. In the slow music, a handsome boy with fair skin appeared in the camera. It is a circuit board that looks extremely complicated. The boy put on his glasses, placed one of the chips on it, and subconsciously reached out to touch it. Snap! A spark flashed, and the boy cursed, "Damn it!" But he didn't give up. Adjust the new parameters and gently add current. The next moment, pa! Large pieces of spider silk burst out from the instrument, which is tantamount to marking the completion of the production of spider silk. Whoosh! On a special launcher, a spider silk shoots out perfectly. This spider silk is so delicate. The boy's eyes were filled with excitement. His figure appeared on the top of the tall building and he stretched out his hands. Filled to the edge of the high-rise rooftop, with a little force, his body was actually held up by force due to his arm strength, which was enough to show the boy's strong physique. The next moment, he raised his feet high and stretched his whole body. Even put away the right hand, with only one hand left to support his entire body, he slowly leaned forward on the edge of the tall building. Crash! As if committing suicide, he let go of his hands and let himself slide between the buildings. His body fell uncontrollably to the ground. SF. He let out a cry of surprise and let his body fall madly between the 1,000-meter-high buildings, enjoying the excitement of the moment. One moment, whoosh! He suddenly stretched out his right arm, and the spider silk launcher in his right hand shot out spider silk, which was firmly rooted between the buildings. Crash! His figure turned and immediately leaned to the side, and then at the maximum distance, his feet stepped on countless dining tables. The last leg was propped on a dining table. Seeing his body maintaining perfect balance, he jumped up lightly, landed on the ground, put his hands in his pockets, and turned away. The picture changes. Catch! I wanna SP and I wanna stop. I will pursue what I love, catch my breath. Let me break free from the shackles and breathe. The familiar male voice flashed in front of my eyes again, and the last ending sound came. Boom! Boom boom boom! The connected electronic sound, at this moment, vibrated slightly along with the sound of the drum set, shocking everyone's heart. Crash! The figure flying high over the skyline seemed to stay between the blue sky and white clouds, and then suddenly fell. The scene turned dark. Snap! An extremely strong electric current shot between the buildings and flew rapidly into the distance. The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Whoosh! He stretched out his right hand, and at the wrist, the spider web launcher launches. He firmly rooted himself on a distant building, and suddenly jumped down from high above, about to escape the current. The second-generation Spider-Man at this moment. Stretch out your hands, pull quickly, or even crawl on your own spider silk to make your body move faster. Whoosh! That electric current is so wonderful and mysterious. Floating between the buildings. Flying far away as if the whole world belongs to him. But, Spider-Man is following closely behind him, chasing him all the time. His figure leaped between tall buildings, and when he jumped high, his feet stepped hard on the edge of the building. Run quickly, jump suddenly, and shoot out spider silk the moment you fall. Thump, thump S.H.I.E.L.D. It's like twisting electronic music, and at this moment it's like DJing. Spider-Man kicked the fully condensed electro hard. The electric man couldn't dodge in time. He was kicked into the air, but his body quickly floated in the air and he stretched out his right hand. An extremely strong electric current fiercely attacked the Amazing Spider-Man. But, a spider silk with a faster current has already pulled the Amazing Spider-Man out of this area. Snap snap! Electro attacked the Amazing Spider-Man madly and everything around him was destroyed madly. Red and blue battle suit, different from the first-generation Spider-Man, this suit has a slender figure. After stretching out his hands and shooting out the spider silk, pull the body. Spider-Man leaped high, fearlessly rushing towards Electro, hugged him tightly with both hands, and suddenly fell to the ground. Under the blessing of the extremely dynamic electronic background. At that moment, Sniff sniff. Countless electric lights were scattered all over the ground, attacking the crowd in the distance crazily. Blue electric lights flickered in the air. This scene is so strange and terrifying. The second-generation Amazing Spider-Man in a spider suit saw this scene and immediately jumped back high. Crash like a gymnast, with a perfect turn, he gently placed his hands on the police car and glued it together. Boom boom boom. The police car was spinning in the air, and the Amazing Spider-Man was jumping back and forth. After large swathes of electricity attacked from underground, and the Amazing Spider-Man suddenly jumped high. Snap, the spider silk launcher on the right wrist was suddenly attacked by electric current. Damage, only the launcher in the left hand was left, countless water stains on the ground, and even iron railings. This is a metal handrail of a staircase, and countless electric currents are about to spread here. It seemed as if time and space were about to stop. Countless people were in danger, and almost everyone was facing potential life-threatening situations. Seeing this scene, the Amazing Spider-Man in the air gently attacked him and raised his right hand. I stretched out my left thumb and pressed the position of the spider silk launcher. Sniff sniff. The strand of spider silk that was launched split into two sides and finally formed a spider web, which quickly blocked the speeding police car. But, in just a moment, the police car did not fall to the ground, but bounced high up, about to hit someone. The old man with limited mobility was shocked when he saw this scene. But, the red and blue figures, at a faster speed, he jumped over here, gently raised his feet and kicked up, directly knocking down the flying police car. Kick to a far, safe area. While he was jumping, the spider web shooter in his right hand fired gently, making a very 6+1 gesture. As soon as the spider silk launcher shot out the spider silk, he quickly stretched out his left hand and grabbed the spider silk. Gently throw it out like a rope, Dax. It got wrapped around the arm of one of the men who was about to touch the iron fence. Whoosh! It quickly entangled another person, and at the moment when the figure fell, he pulled the spider silk in his hand. This movement was so quick that many people were pulled by his movement and did not touch the iron railing. In an instant, the Amazing Spider-Man landed steadily on the platform, and everyone was saved by him at this moment. The surrounding iron railings were electrified, and under the extreme current, the iron railings emitted white smoke. I have seen Spider-Man. At this moment, he was no longer considered an enemy because Spider-Man saved everyone's lives. Ah! The crowd screamed and ran away. Maguire Spider-Man World. T. The gentle version of Maguire. Peter couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. Nod gently. As a top student, he has a certain understanding of parallel universes, microscopic particles, and nanotechnology. So naturally, I accepted the concept of multi-universe, and watched the time administration in Loki. The scene of his ascension to godhood gave him a completely new understanding of the entire world. At this moment, I see Spider-Man from other worlds. The same heroic act of saving people, even the figure, so light, flexible, handsome. He subconsciously touched his chin, where stubble had grown. He looked in the mirror and saw that he was no longer young. But, now he is still Spider-Man, but he is more Peter Parker. Looking at the young figure in the video, he thought of his own youth. He thought of the scene in the video just now, where countless spider silks were used to hold the train. Chapter 75. Garfield Spider-Man World. Watching the video in front of him, he sat on the roof and couldn't help but curl up his knees, stretching out his arms and hugging his knees tightly. Come in, come on. I know you must be there. He excitedly stretched out his upper teeth and bit his lower lip lightly. He was looking forward to that scene. In the video. And this scene of conferring the gods, only Spider-Man standing on the high ground and the attacker Electro in the center of the city were left. As well as, amid the screaming crowd, a man in a beige gown, the girl with blonde hair and good looks wearing a blue scarf looked at the surprised crowd around her. The crowd was screaming because they were excited and shocked by Spider-Man's appearance. And at this moment, Garfield Spider-Man reached out and gently touched the light screen in front of him, but in the end he could only pass through the screen. How he wanted to touch the girl's face again through the light screen. Muffed. Tears welled up in my eyes. And the sound of music reached a perfect ending at this moment. Yo. Yo. Baba like you. In the new music video, Crash. That familiar alley, and this time it was also a younger guy, the white skin seems to be squeezed out of water, and the hair is a little messy. He walked forward step by step with his school bag on his back, and after entering the alley, he opened his school bag. With a little bit of music moving, the next moment, he took out the red and blue battle suit from his clothes. Earth. Avengers. Look, our little Spider-Man is here. Captain America smiled and looked at the little Spider-Man sitting next to him. But suddenly I found that little Spider-Man was a little surprised. What's wrong with you? Black Widow turned her head and looked at the little brother in front of her. Before I knew the little brother in front of me, she didn't communicate much, but after watching 2 videos, she realized that the little brother in front of her was not as simple as he seemed. Incredibly strong physique, abnormal physical fitness, terrifying bone hardness and toughness. In the first-generation Spider-Man, he possessed extremely powerful strength and was able to forcibly intercept a train running at full speed. In the second-generation Spider-Man, we can see the horrible abnormal speed and reaction ability. Black Widow understood that the little Spider-Man in front of her, I'm sure he definitely has his strengths, although he may not be as strong as the other 2 Spider-Men, but he's just as strong. It's better not to watch it. The Dutch version of Spider-Man looks embarrassed. Iron Man shook his handsome face and put on his glasses again. Oh, kid, if you want us not to watch it, then don't watch it. I want to watch it anyway. They. Dr. Banner looked over with a smile in his eyes. Vision folded his arms, his eyes still dead. In the video. Just as I was imagining this, the next moment, the Dutch version of Spider-Man actually took off his pants, revealing his rice flower-shaped underwear. Then he threw it aside without hesitation, then grabbed his shirt and took it off forcefully. This scene is so smooth, revealing his extremely delicate muscles, and you can see his full 8-pack abs. Even though he is short, his physique is terrifyingly strong. At this moment, I picked up Spider-Man's red and blue suit, just put it on, pull it lightly, jump, and then put your hands into the clothes. Then he was in perfect condition, he put on the red spider mask, found the school bag nearby and casually. Pa! The spider silk launcher ejected a strand of spider silk, which directly sealed the school bag on the trash can. After taking 2 steps, he felt his clothes were loose and suddenly realized something. Reach out and gently pat the spider pattern on your chest. Buzz. Just like the sound of steel contraction, his clothes became very fitting, and on his right hand was a brand new spider silk shooter. It is full of the beauty of steel technology, and even every inch of his spider suit seems to be carefully crafted. A blue panel like Jarvis appeared in its sight. Various data displayed. Even, swoosh. His eye patch actually has the function of zooming in and out, just like the black eye circles have automatic zoom. He jumped up without any hesitation. Crash! The figure shot up and appeared on the top of the tall building. He was as free as a little bird, jumping gently. With a light jump, you can jump 10 meters high. He jumped freely, jumping between buildings towards the next building. With just 1 step, he could travel through the entire building, or even jump dozens of meters. At this moment, his current physical fitness is fully exposed. He is like everyone's good neighbor. Jingle, a bicycle bell rang. Someone's bicycle chain was cut by a thief, who rode away on the bicycle. When Spider-Man saw this scene, his eyes automatically grew larger and smaller. Looking down at the street, no one cared about this matter, everyone avoided it. Without any hesitation, he jumped lightly from the tall buildings. The body immediately descended from the top of the tall building under the moonlight, and then quickly caught up with the car thief. Touche was so confused that he didn't react. Spider-Man shot out a spider silk that hit him directly in the chest. Ah! The robber's body was immediately pulled high up, and his body flew into the air. And the next moment, Spider-Man made a confusing move, 0146022135 Philo 144492410. He rode the bicycle next to him, and then looked at the passers-by and kept asking, "Whose bicycle is this? Is it yours?" But no one who passed by paid any attention to him, and he was speechless and parked his bicycle against the wall. And left a note. "Whose bicycle is it? Please take it away automatically. Stop stealing it, Spider-Man." Garfield Spider-Man World. After a brief moment of sadness, Garfield Spider-Man also raised his head and looked at the video in front of him. Watch little Spider-Man's cool battle. D18. He couldn't help but scream, shook his head and clapped his hands. There were only 2 words written in his pupils: envy, envy, envy. But, seeing the 3rd-generation Spider-Man, he couldn't help but smile like an idiot. At this moment, he is no longer the young Spider-Man he once was. looking at the little Spider-Man who is like a child in the video. He was imagining what a joy that would be. Maguire Spider-Man World. Wow! Peter was immediately attracted by the little Spider-Man's spider suit. He looked at the eyes on the suit that could grow and shrink. And countless blue light screens appeared. Looking at Spider-Man's originally loose suit, he patted his chest and the little Spider-Man immediately shrank and became very close to his body. High tech! Peter reacted immediately, and at this moment, his eyes were also filled with two big words, want it. Want it. Want it. Then I saw the reckless little Spider-Man. As a senior, he couldn't help but gently hold his forehead and then touch his beard. Earth. Avengers Tower. Puff. Rhodes, who had just drunk a mouthful of water, spat it out when he saw this scene. He immediately covered his mouth with his hand, but still sprayed Bannerbo 11 next to him. Dr. Banner was speechless, looking at the water stains on his body. Rhodes beside him had already handed him a piece of paper. But, everyone else looked at little Spider-Man. What's wrong? Little Spider-Man blushed, he didn't expect his embarrassing story to be exposed. He scratched his head with his hand and smiled shyly. Captain America looked at him and stopped paying attention to little Spider-Man. After all, he was just a child. And his actual age is enough to be the grandfather of little Spider-Man. It seems that you are really amazing. Black Widow didn't pay attention to those small details, but thought of Spider-Man jumping between buildings before. A light leap can reach dozens of meters. It's terrifying jumping ability, terrifying strength and speed. It seems that every Spider-Man in the multi-universe is an extraordinary existence. He nodded slightly. Suddenly, Iron Man asked doubtfully, "Is this your spider suit?" "No. I don't think I have made a spider suit like this yet. My clothes are made of cloth and are very breathable." Little Spider-Man shook his head slightly. Iron Man reached out, picked up the glass and took a sip of wine. He was sure that the blue light was the artificial intelligence panel. It is very similar to my own Iron Man suit. At this moment, looking at the little brat in front of him again, he felt a little moved and actually had a feeling of admiration for the little brat in front of him. Video continues. Boom. An extremely hard mechanical claw suddenly shot up from the ground into the sky, and finally slammed heavily on the ground with a loud slap. You can clearly see the steel structure of each section of the mechanical claw. Bang! Another mechanical claw shot out from the sky, stabbed into the ground, and hit the vehicle next to it. Boom! With a dull sound, 4 mechanical claws supported the ground, and in the midst of the countless storm smoke, a figure appeared. Wearing black sunglasses, a rebellious smile on his face, a slightly plump figure, and a suit and black shirt. He looked at what was in front of him, and the next sentence was, "Hello, Peter." The screen moves, what appeared in front of everyone was Spider-Man wearing an iron suit. Standing on a car, his eyes moved behind his eye patch, and he asked doubtfully, Do we know each other, but, what did you do to my machine?" Dr. Octopus asked coldly, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Spider-Man in the video looked confused and puzzled, "I don't know your machine. I don't know what machine you are talking about." He stretched out his hands and the spider suit on his body showed the ultimate steel feeling. The feeling of high technology is overwhelming. The most classic red and blue uniform, with a bracelet-like spider silk launcher on his arm. The spider suit at this moment is extremely sci-fi. The energy of the sun is in my hands, and he's gone. Dr. Octopus resents that his 2 mechanical claws float beside him and rotate gently. It seems like the 2 of them are not in the same dimension at all. So what you say is totally irrelevant. Little Spider-Man was silent for a moment, then he said, "Listen to me, sir, if you don't smash cars everywhere, we can cooperate and I can ask you to find your machine." Obviously, the little Spider-Man in the video does not recognize Dr. Octopus in front of him. Dr. Octopus' mouth twitched when he heard this. He looked at little Spider-Man through his sunglasses and said, "Want to play a game?" Hiss! The steel claws in his hand pierced through the roof of a car and forced it open, then with powerful force, he smashed the car directly towards Spider-Man. Dr. Octopus gritted his teeth slightly, and his claws fired out huge amounts of force, and the car was like a cannonball. Little Spider-Man reacts quickly, he jumped up lightly to stop a vehicle, and reached out to grab another one, but was thrown away by his strong force. He was pushed and hit hard on the leg, but at this moment, he saw a family of 3 sitting in the car. There is also a very young girl. He quickly broke free and jumped lightly, stretched out his hand and shot out a spider silk, which nailed to the bridge with a snap. Little Spider-Man reached out and grabbed the car tightly, then stuck to him tightly and pulled the door open in an instant. The spider silk shot up, and he grabbed the family of 3 and returned to the bridge. Grandfather. Dr. Octopus takes huge amounts of steps, the claws behind him kept grabbing the ground, moving his body and running towards little Spider-Man. This scene is so scary. Okay, you're fine, you're safe, get out of here, little Spider-Man urged urgently. The next moment, DB. The mechanical claws fell from the sky and grabbed the little Spider-Man fiercely, shaking him gently and pulling him in front of him. Do you think your cool new suit can save you? Dr. Octopus roared and grabbed Spider-Man's head. But, it grabbed Spider-Man's head, but there was a loud bang. The sound of steel colliding, Dr. Octopus couldn't stand it anymore, so he grabbed Spider-Man's head and threw him out of the hospital. Kaka. Little Spider-Man's iron suit smashed out fiercely, his figure hit a car. It crashed hard into the bridge next to it, breaking it, and the car immediately became shaky. Afterwards, Dr. Octopus got a little angry and threw little Spider-Man away. He quickly retreated and was smashed away. He smashed the windshield of a car and then smashed into the car. Dr. Octopus doesn't care about that. His 4 mechanical claws support his body. Like an octopus, his body kept moving even as its mechanical force turned, smashing through the car next to it and causing it to explode. I should have seized the opportunity to kill your girlfriend. Dr. Octopus walked forward step by step. He even cursed angrily. But I didn't expect. Sudden, base just behind him, 4 mechanical bone claw structures suddenly shot up with sharp front ends. Just like spider legs, they were forcibly supported on the roof, pulling the body of little Spider-Man back to the roof. The 4 mechanical bone claws look very different in style. At this moment, there is a certain solo beauty. His eye sockets turned blue, like the waves of the ocean, and his black eyes moved, slightly narrowing his angry expression. What did you say? Spider-Man was indeed a little angry at the moment. After all, no one could tolerate the words he heard. But, Dr. Octopus, who saw this scene, didn't care at all and turned to look at the mechanical claw with artificial intelligence. It seems like we have met our match. Little Spider-Man didn't hesitate at all. He bent his legs slightly and jumped up to the bridge. 4 bone claws extended from his back, which could also be used as weapons to continuously strike back. His body is short, and he jumps back and forth like a real spider. But, Dev. Dr. Octopus's claws are thicker and more dangerous. He grabbed his arm and threw him against a car. But, little Spider-Man's 4 bone claws immediately fought back. He came to the bridge and was with Dr. Octopus. SS. Dr. Octopus' 4 bony claws grabbed the cars on both sides and suddenly moved towards the middle. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you're notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.